Recharging.
I swear this quest is gonna take forever.
It's too far away.
Look at the police chief's face when he says, not Mayor Frey, not anybody in the mayor's office, but Minneapolis police officers are gonna have to fight ICE in the streets. Look at his reaction.
And we're in a position right now where we have residents that are asking the very limited number of police officers that we have to fight ICE agents on the street. To stand by.
He's like, wait, what? I'm doing what?
Fucker.
Stand by their neighbors.
Your mother was a
He knows
kangaroo's
he
hole.
can't turn his back on the mayor. He's getting fired in the near future.
Fuck
Minneapolis
this quest,
police,
man.
here's my own.
So shit.
My prediction. Minneapolis police officers are going to need to quell the riots because they don't want Tim Walz and Mayor Frey don't want the Insurrection Act to be called. They don't want the National Guard to be turned against their people. They don't want Trump to be able to operate in their state. Minneapolis police are going to be quelling a riot. They're going to injure a protester. They're going to fire. They're going to jail the officer that injures a protester, and they're going to fire him. He knows he's going to be a sacrifice for the good of the good of the party. But the crazier part is how he went up there and said, "Hey, these protesters aren't acting legally," and apparently Mayor Frey doesn't like the idea that he would ever dare say something against his precious protesters that are protecting essentially Mayor Frey, Governor Tim Walz, from a federal investigation on all the fraud that I believe that he is probably complicit in.
My name is Brian O'Hara, BRIAN_O'Hara. I am the Minneapolis Police Chief. At 6:51 p.m., Minneapolis Police received a 911 call reporting a shooting on the 600 block of 24 Avenue North. Preliminary information indicates that there was a struggle with a federal agent in front of the resident. During the struggle, the federal agent discharged his weapon, striking one adult male. The adult male then retreated inside of the residence.
Oh, this is the Venezuelan guy that had the other two people pop out and they beat the officer with a shovel, I believe.
Where he remained inside and refused to come out. Eventually, federal agents made entry into the residence, and the individual was brought to an ambulance where he has been transported to the hospital. Minneapolis police have secured the crime scene around the location.
Is he skipping the part that the three people jumped the ICE agent? You feel bad for this chief, he's on a tight leash, but I'm telling you right now, you're not a get the job done copper on the street in a city like Minneapolis, especially a white officer, unfortunately. You're not a copper that ascends to the level of chief if you're getting shit done on the street. You always woke, you always playing the political game. I don't feel bad for this guy whatsoever.
And the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, as well as the FBI, are on the scene processing.
Oh, fuck this quest, bro. What the hell?
There's a crowd gathered in the area, and we have called for mutual aid from the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff. The crowd is engaging in unlawful acts. They've thrown fireworks at police officers, and at multiple times, a gas has been deployed.
He's protecting his cops. He's protecting the narrative. Look how upset he is.
Police are attempting to disperse this unlawful assembly at this time. I urge anyone that is at the scene to leave immediately. This is already a very tense situation, and we do not need this to escalate any further.
After this incident, they stole a rifle out of the FBI's, not the FBI, the Fed's vehicle, and also it was stolen by a member of the Latin Kings with a long rap sheet. He's upset that they're not there to protect him anymore, because sad to say, he needs a member of the Latin Kings to be fighting ICE for him so they don't get in there and discover what's occurring in his city.
I have faith that the investigators are involved will follow every lead in this case and ensure it is completed to its logical conclusion.
My mana is
Protect
low.
your officers. This is what you need. But it's crazy how they're basically conflicting as to what they want for their city. Because it's sad how Mayor Frey goes on his little rant about how it is to get the federal agents out of his city, but also making the same exact point of saying, hey, we need to get the people not compatible with American values out of our city as well. Like it's the same argument, just on the opposite side. It's mirroring.
Imagine if that city or that town was suddenly invaded by thousands of federal agents.
He shouldn't be using the word invaded, because he's talking about federal agents invading his town, but also something invaded that town earlier.
That do not share the values that you hold dear.
Yeah, kind of like the idea that you're importing all these people from a country, and I've said it before, that has a over 99% rate of, on girls, female, G, because we're calling it PG-13, G, mutilation. 99% of it in that country. Bringing them in here, watching them commit fraud, covering for them while they commit fraud, and saying they're compatible with modern day liberal values.
Imagine if your daily routines were disrupted.
Kind of like in New York City where they have the calls to prayer all the time, or you're trying to sleep in after a long night of work and you get that. Imagine that coming into your city.
Local cafe that you eat at was shut down because they're scared that their own family might get torn apart. Imagine if schools shut down and suddenly parents got to figure out what to do for daycare.
You guys shut down those schools. And the conspiracy theory on it is when all of a sudden all these Somalian daycares were like, hey, we don't have any kids in there, and they're actually watching them saying, where are the kids? They magically shut down the schools. People still got to go to work. Where are the kids gonna go? Got all these Somalian daycares that need kids into them. Like, that's a conspiracy theory. I don't really know if that adds up, but honestly, it's all aligning up too perfectly of them being behind all this. Because now you have, as of yesterday, Governor Tim Walz saying, I'm making a retribution. Let's turn the temperature down. Stop this campaign of retribution. Not that retribution. It's enforcing the law. Enforcing the law that Americans wanted. Saying, this is not who we are. No, that this isn't you. You represent other countries than Tim Walz. I've always thought you represented China more than you represented the U.S., but now I feel like you represent Somalia more than you represent the U.S. But he's saying this is not who we are. I don't mean talking about who's we. And I appeal to Minnesotans. I know this is scary. We must speak out loudly, urgently, but also peacefully. Yeah, too late for that. We cannot fan the flames of chaos. That's what he wants. No, that's what you want. You want the chaos out there to distract from it, because you have him saying, hey, I have this direct appeal, but Crowder puts together this video. Actually, this is a rapid response of him saying, we're at war with the federal government. Turn the temperature down, but here's war.
And it's clear, look, I don't think any government in history has had to fight a war against the federal government. Every single day.
Well, I said this yesterday. We've never done a war against the federal government.
And it's, oh my God, we're at war. We're at war. Just like how he said, I carried weapons of war at war. Whatever his claim of that he was like a combat veteran or something like that. Tim Walz wanted it. Now he got it. And now he's scared that this is actually going to cause more of a problem for him. Because honestly, I thought, like in the start, this was just to get mass protests in the streets between him and the federal government from them investigating further what was happening with all the claims of fraud inside his state. Now it's turning into somewhat of a civil war, and also Latin Kings gang members stealing rifles out of Fed cars. It's gonna get a lot worse. It's not gonna protect him, and now he's saying turn down the temperature. Yeah, I think they say arrest him next. Hopefully they arrest him.
I despise this quest. Never drops either. That's the fucking problem. I still need 7. This is shit.
It's too far away.
Six.
Inventory is full.
When is it not?
carry anymore. I need to get closer. I need a target.
Oh, thank
Inventory
God.
is full.
Thank fuck. We are out of here. Sort of.
Hi, you're a tall one.
All right, so we are back on the Way concept presented by the Ring Magazine. And today, I am diving into what I am now, I don't know how I'm late to the party on this, but what I'm now finding out is potentially one of the biggest fraud cases in crossover boxing, in combat sports history. And I know people are going to say, Wade, we could have told you this from years ago. Wade, we knew this before you did, and that's fine, and I appreciate all your concerns, but I'm just now seeing that Andrew Tate, did he fake his entire career? I'm just asking the question because I've seen a video titled, Andrew Tate is an embarrassing loser by regular eye patch wolf, and clips of this have at least made it seem like Tate's entire kickboxing career is full of fraud and is almost completely phony. And if that's the case, then we have an entirely different conversation as to what happened in the Chase Demore fight and if Tate ever really fights again. This is new information to me, so I'm sorry I'm late to the party, but the question still remains, did Tate fake his entire career? Did he fake his entire kickboxing
Yeah, fuck you,
record,
bitch. This one's mine.
all of it, just to serve his own ego? Surely there's no way you could get away with doing something like this for damn near a decade, right? Let's find out. The breakdown. Let's go.
Say what you will about 2025, but it was kind of an incredible year for internet weirdos getting their faces smashed in, as we saw on December 20th in the fight Chase Demore versus alleged sex trafficking enthusiast Andrew Tate.
Wow. I mean, right out of the gate, this man is not pulling any punches, like none. God dang.
Now, going into this fight, everyone thought Chase Demore was walking to the electric fucking chair. Even the commentators are ready to watch this man die.
Nobody in this arena believes in the champion, but the only person's opinion that matters is his as he dares to take out the Cobra.
And that's because...
Hold on a second. I will say, behind closed doors, Ben Davis actually picked Chase Demore to win. And I don't even know if that was behind closed doors. I think he had said it on a video with one of my other good friends, Riley Osborne, aka Roundhouse Radio. Make sure you guys go check out their channel. They're killing it. I think they did a deep dive investigation on this a couple days ago as well. Their video is probably going to be better in depth because I'm just watching the information given to me here. But their video is probably the first I saw of this massive potential fraud in Andrew Tate's career. But Ben had picked Chase. Fair play to him. He saw it. He had the formula down. He knew that there was something off about Tate going into that fight, and I think I was just aloof. I didn't do my due diligence in looking up the actuality of Tate's legendary kickboxing world championship career. That's on me. But Ben, just because he was the play-by-play guy, he had to play the game a little bit, right? You have to be able to try to gauge what the fans are saying and what the, A side is supposed to deliver. But I know he thought Chase was going to win.
Andrew Tate is widely known as a former professional fighter and specifically a kickboxing champion. But what happens that night is that Andrew Tate got his fucking face rocked by a person who punches like this.
Chin down, break your knees. I like that. Oh, boy.
It's never gonna end, man. It's never gonna end for Chase. He just beat one of the most well-known people on the planet and did it with no one believing he could do it, and yet still he will always be known for this fucking swing, man. I hate it. I hate it for Chase, dude.
And yet somehow that is the man who took Andrew Tate, the alpha male of our generation, to his limit and well beyond it, honestly making Tate look like he has genuinely never been in a boxing match. And when
I don't know how many boxing matches Tate has been in terms of like just strictly boxing, but let me just say this, you know, we all are quick to point and kind of just look at Chase D'Amour's technique, and it's not great. We all know this. Chase D'Amour is Chase D'Amour. He does not practice fundamental techniques. He doesn't practice the sweet science of boxing. But let me tell you something. There are a lot of guys that Chase D'Amour would beat the fuck out of. Not to dissuade this entire video, because I want to stay on topic with Andrew Tate, but Chase is a bad motherfucker, especially to the normal population of like people that don't box and are just starting, and some guys that even do box and do have a martial arts background. Chase knows enough to make work whatever it is he does, and he is so big and he is so strong and he does have a gas tank that if you let him hang around in the fight, he can fuck you up.
I went and watched the footage of this, it kind of set off that alarm in my brain for, we'll say, fraudulent martial arts bollocks. Because how do we'll say fraudulent martial arts bollocks?
Is that Jake? Yeah, I am not putting Tate and Jake in the same conversation at all. Jake is not in any way, shape, or fraud when it comes to boxing anymore. He is what he is. He's not the greatest in the world. He's not a top-level boxer, but he's not a fraudster. Like, he went in and actually had fights. And yes, opponents may have been embellished a bit, but you knew exactly what you were getting in terms of who was showing up, what their background was. These were well-known people. There's no fraud in Jake's career, outside of the fact that his chin is artificial, so maybe, you know, fraud check the chin.
Because how does a former reality TV star beat someone with so much experience fighting? And the first part is that they're both former reality TV stars. People forget that, but that is how Tate got his start. Andrew Tate has established this idea among men online that he is like the gender's savior. He is this person who is going to lead man, and I mean specifically men, to some kind of
I personally think Andrew Tate's a
Neverland.
retard.
And I think that's true if your promised Neverland is also just full of sad, lonely men. But okay, with Andrew...
Welcome to paradise, and it's just like a Bass Pro Shops. Welcome all.
Tate, you have this person who's built up this aura around himself as like this just samurai warrior battling back against the world. One of the last old school. And you see this in like big publicity stunts, like recently when he fought 60 men in a row, which is interesting because if you watch the fight against Chase D'Amour, one of the most notable things is Tate gasses out halfway through round 2. And so, how is someone able...
I really, really wish I was on commentary for this fight because I called this. Ask any of the commentators sitting there. You can ask BJ. I just saw, by the way, Chase is an idiot. Ask anyone sitting there as soon as the second round hit, like midway point, whatever, I am smacking Riley on the side of the arm, and I'm like, look at... And especially when Tate was in his corner, I'm like, look at Tate. He's gassed. He's gassed. He's way too tired for it to be this early. I swear. I wish I was on comms for that because it was so easy to see from ringside. I don't know if you guys got all the angles and stuff, but it was so easy to see. I was like, oh shit, he is way too tired to be in this fight this early on. Like, this is more gas than I was, right? I started to get gassed in the 3rd and 4th round of my fight. He was gassed through 2 rounds. And again, it was a lot of factors. Yes, time out of the ring rust, all that. But it was also just a lack of preparation for a guy of Chase's size, or maybe even just boxing in general.
How is he now gassing out a fucking round and a half in? And I think the answer to that can be found in even just watching a couple of seconds of Andrew Tate's 60-man kumite. Not only is he fighting vastly inexperienced fighters compared to him, most of these guys are like tiny and look like they have never been in a fight ever. When I heard about like this 60-man thing, I assumed it would be like against actual boxers or something like that. But genuinely, like, these guys have no idea what they're doing in the ring, and it's like 1 or 2 of them maybe look like they've been in a boxing match once. and the rest are just genuinely like the saddest looking guys.
Yeah, when you do look back at that video, it's like a lot of the guys that were in the, what is it, the real world like membership allowed them to come and train with Tate, but it was just Tate beating the shit out of a bunch of normies. I watched that video, I've done breakdowns on that video, and I tried to do it in the broader mindset of just looking at Tate and specifically like his mechanics and the way he threw punches, but you couldn't really take anything away from those videos for the chase fight because he was, like this guy said, he was beating up on a bunch of guys that didn't have any experience and didn't probably have any cardio level to be able to fight him on any level playing field. And I think even before they got in the ring with him or got in the octagon with him, wherever they were at, they had to do like a circuit style workout while he just like kind of watched. So he got them tired, whipped their asses while they were tired, and also they had no idea how to box. In retrospect, that video does not look very good for Tate.
Weird scam, because if you look in the background of these videos as well, you can see all Tate's opponents being drilled and forced to do these like excruciating exercises. And like
they're like doing push-ups in their gloves while he stands and watches.
If you spend any time training in martial arts, you know what this feels like. At the start of a lot of classes, you do these like physical drills that are designed to get like your blood pumping and designed to tire you out. And a lot of the time, these drills can be more tiring than fighting themselves because...
Facts. I always hate when I go into a training session and the warm-up is 30 minutes long and it's the most excruciating...
I hated that in jiu-jitsu.
Like running,
Yeah.
assault bike, jump rope, burpee stuff.
It's fucking annoying.
And then when you get done, the coach is like, okay, that's the warm-up. And you're like, what the are we doing? I am more tired now than after 4 or 5 rounds of sparring, and I still got 4 or 5 rounds of sparring. Like, get the... I hate that shit. I get why it's done, but damn.
In fighting, you can pace yourself. You can kind of stand back, you can play it defensively, you can be cautious. But when someone is commanding you to do these drills, it can be like the most exhausting thing in the world because there is no reprieve. That's what every one of these dudes had to go through before fighting Tate. So like, not only is he fighting inexperienced boxers, he's fighting exhausted inexperienced boxers. And meanwhile, like, he's just able to like
Andrew Tate being free,
and so it's like,
being a liar. What a big surprise, guys! Who could have seen that coming?
Fighting abilities as something they are not. But how do you then explain Andrew Tate's 4 different title wins? Well, you start.
This is what I've been hearing. This is the interesting part of this. Like, okay, Tate sparring a bunch of influencers or a bunch of normie guys. That happens all the time. We've seen Sean Strickland. We've seen other fighters do it. Like that doesn't really, okay, that doesn't set off the alarms for, you know, complete fraud in a combat sports career. That's not the thing that does it. What he's about to go into and what we had looked at even after the fight in my videos, where we went back and looked at, Tate had this, you know, this line that we all kept regurgitating, which was he hadn't had a fight in 10 years when it wasn't true. He had a fight 5 years ago. He'd had a couple fights 5 years ago. And that seemed like just a little white lie or maybe a misremembering or something he didn't consider. But then things get even more detailed in terms of how Tate's career was structured and how he delivered.
We first need to look at the organizations that Andrew Tate fought under to win these titles. And 3 of them were the International Karate Association, which was an organization established to create like a title around a karate/kickboxing rule set. And from watching a couple of his fights, I will say, does it look like Andrew Tate has spent time kickboxing? Absolutely. Yeah, it definitely does. Was he one of the best in the world? Well, that's where things get a little complicated. You see, that organization, as well as Infusion, which he also won a title for, these are not world-class organizations. They are legitimate and they are respected, but for the most part, they've been like historically seen as feeder organizations into more well-established places like K1 or Hawaii, and not of a global standard.
So, yeah. I had always known of Tate as a kickboxing world champion, but not anywhere that had, you know, the same pedigree of, like you said, a K1 or Glory or Rise or even won championships. Now, you hadn't heard of Tate taking part of any of those. And then ISKA, as you guys remember, if you're an OG fan on this channel, the Social Gloves boxing event in Miami was sanctioned by the ISKA and had the massive controversy of the decision in the Gibb fight. So they may not have the most consistency and legitimacy in terms of a world championship meaning much. Now again, this isn't me shitting on the ISKA. It's used a lot in crossover boxing. The referees seem to do a decent enough job. The point is, we're talking about world champions here, and when we say that, it's not like the Misfits world champion, right? When we say Chase Damore is a Misfits heavyweight champion, do we mean he is of the same level as Alexander Usyk? He would believe yes. Chase would be offended if I said he wasn't, but Chase is not the level of Alexander Usyk or Anthony Joshua or Tyson Fury or, you know, Daniel Dubois, any of the guys you would consider the top heavyweights in the world. That is not what we consider Chase to be. Same in the UFC. When the UFC champion is presented as the world champion, you believe it because it is the marquee promotion in the world. When I say Alex Pereira is the UFC 205 champion and you say, well, he's only one world champion. The PFL has their own world champion. And we all just kind of go, yeah, but that's not the highest level of fighting because that happens in the UFC. So in terms of what the argument here is being made, like Andrew Tate was a world champion, not even, I would say, in the PFL or in Bellator.
Ja, ik heb dat zo gezegd en ik kon zo...
Regional
Ik denk, die is toch niet gevallen?
Promotion, like a LFA or...
Wat moest ik doen? Maar dan zei... Ja, oké.
Like not somewhere you would say is the top level.
I can't carry anymore.
Okay. Alright. Bro, mom gave me half a heart attack. What the fuck? I'll be back. She's like, come downstairs. I'm like, yo, what? Anything go wrong? No, I just went outside. What the fuck, yo? Jesus Christ. We back. Oh, okay. Oh, that was weird.
Highest echelon world champion, and therefore not really a world champion. But even saying that, you would usually fight someone in those promotions that had a number of fights, that was on a win streak, that was building their career as you built yours, right? Coming up on the regional scene, trying to be the best in the world. And it turns out that isn't how Tate won his world championships or his world championships either.
But can I prove that? Well, let's take a little look at some of the people Andrew Tate was fighting in his matches with these organizations. Take someone like Too Hot Scott Gibson. His only fight, Andrew Tate.
Not Scotty Too Hottie Gibson. No, dude. Say it ain't so. His only fight against Andrew Tate. Is this for a world title?
Andrew Tate, who he beat. Okay, that's a little unusual, but it's not that unusual.
If that's not for a world title, then sure, okay,
Carry
fine.
anymore.
Right? Like, you have some guys that are going to make debutantes on your resume. That is what it is.
Luke Sainz, also Andrew Tate, also beaten. So take someone like Lee Whitfield.
Let's
His
go,
only
Lee.
Fight, Andrew takes someone like Ollie Green, Andrew Tate, Paul Randall, Andrew Tate, Adnan Omeragic. 4 fights, 3 losses. And you can see the exact same in Lulian, who again, 4 fights, 3 losses.
Now, again, you could easily pass this off as a younger fighter taking on journeyman and building his record. And I have no problem with that. As bad as these opponents are, they're not anything different than you would necessarily see in boxing or really any combat sport outside of a bigger promotion. You're building a guy's career. This isn't something that raises the alarms on fraudulent, as long as you at some point step the competition up, and especially in a world championship level fight.
Jean-Luc Benoit, 3 fights, 1 win, 2 losses, all to Andrew Tate, and it just...
Wait. The only 3 fights this guy had were to Andrew Tate, and he beat Tate the first time they fought and then lost to him the last 2. Damn, dude, what a career.
Keeps going like this. This person actually does have like some significant wins.
0.0%. I'm not sure if you guys noticed that.
Let's go.
Fight, or his first fight ever. And a lot of these guys have so many losses, you kind of have to wonder why they're even fighting in the first place.
I'll tell you why guys like this have continuous fights, right? Now, granted, you don't want to have a bunch of knockout losses, but most guys that are journeyman fighters, I mean, he's describing a lot of journeymen. That's what he's saying is on Andrew Tate's resume, a lot of journeymen. And most of them continue fighting because it's an easy paycheck. Knowing you are going to lose or probably put in there to lose, you may not fight as hard. I'm not saying fights are necessarily fixed or anything like that, but you may not fight as hard. You're probably up there against a guy that, in a prospect that is already better than you, and the less risk you take, probably the better for your health and safety, and also the fact that you may get called back to go against another prospect, right? So that happens. Again, I'm not saying that fights are fixed or anything like that, but journeymen are just not great boxers that continue to do it because they keep getting paid to go against prospects and essentially go in there and get the shit kicked out of them. As long as they keep themselves relatively safe, they come back and do it again.
But there was one fighter on here that really stood out to me as something really, truly odd.
And his name is Miralim Ahmeti. And there's 2 very strange things about Miralim. First of all, if you go up to the top of his Tapology profile, you get this text.
0-13, son. Okay, that's not like the worst record I've ever seen. Okay, there's guys that have like 100 losses on pro boxers records. So I don't know why that made me giggle so much, but it's just 0-13. Like, god dang. Oh shit, what does this say?
This fighter has been found by Tapology to have engaged in activity which does not conform to combat sport standards, has purposefully participated in bouts with no reasonable path to victory, displayed a lack of competitive effort, and is unjustifiably matched against more skilled.
Now again,
It's too far away.
this description is essentially what you would see.
Match
I wouldn't even
fixing.
say out of a journeyman. This sounds like fight fixing for sure. This is fight fixing. Journeyman, at least, you know, they show up, and if there's an opportunity, they land a big shot, they can capitalize and, you know, shock some people. But this is flat out fight fixing. purposely participated in bouts with no reasonable path to victory, displayed a lack of competitive effort. Just gets in there, whatever. Yeah, that's fight fixing.
In other words, this is...
I'm dead. Wait, why does it say he's 3-2 and up there he was 0-13? Yeah, we got some fight fixing, dog. They just cooking the record up.
someone who purposefully fights more skilled opponents in order to pad out their record. And what's even stranger is if we go to the bottom of his win-losses here, we can see he lost his first match in 4 minutes, round 1. He lost his second match.
Yeah, bro, this is fight fixing. For sure. This is fight fixing. This fight's over in 30 seconds, a minute. Dude, what?
In just over 1 minute. He lost his third match in less than 30 seconds. His fourth match in just over 30 seconds. His fifth match in less than a minute. And it just keeps going like this until, in 2020,
this was one of those fights. Yeah, this is definitely a fixed fight. I'm sorry. There's no doubt about it. This was definitely a fixed fight for Tate. This is in 2020 when Tate, you know, is
I can't guess
pretending he didn't have a fight, or I don't know, put it out of his mind that he did this because he kept saying I hadn't had a fight in 10 years. Or maybe he knew this thing was, the books were cooked on this, so he's like, yeah, let's just not even bring it up anymore. You know, that could be part of it too. But like, this one was fixed.
This guy who has taken nothing but first round losses fights Andrew Tate. So what we can take from that is a very clear and obvious attempt to mislead people. If you are Tate and you want to show that you're a legitimate fighter, that is not the kind of person you fight, and that's because this is all about...
Nah, man, come on. Come on. Let me see that knee to the body again.
Yeah, that was very pussy.
Again, I don't want this to be like, oh, Tate doesn't have skills. Tate can fight. He can fight. I think that's what makes this more disappointing, is that he has an ability to fight. He doesn't have world-class ability. Like, again, the story was told until we got to see it for ourselves in person. That's not world-class ability. It's not world championship ability. It doesn't matter that he had 5 years out of the ring. You can just tell world-class ability from not world-class ability. You can tell the difference there. But Tate can fight. So even participating in matches like this, it's disappointing. It shows like I don't know if it's an insecurity or a lack of confidence in oneself, but he talks all the time about how many kickboxing fights, and it was like 70 plus. You don't have that many without understanding how to fight, but it looks like a decent amount of them were against super low-level opponents, and clearly there to pad his record.
That is not the kind of person you fight.
It's a good knee, but taking him off his feet, off both feet?
And that's because this is all about creating this online persona, this illusion. And I think the problem is that Tate started huffing his own fumes and believing that he really was that guy. And he's not.
I do remember, you know, when Andrew Tate started to come up and started to build his name as the, you know, the ultimate alpha male, whatever you want to say. I do remember fighters addressing him and being like, bro, you're not what we are. Like, I remember he was at one point saying he almost fought Alex Pereira in kickboxing, and how it would be a fun fight between him and Israel Adesanya. And as Jake and Logan got into it, he was like, oh, me and Jake would have a good fight. To be honest now, I think Jake would knock Tate out cold. I just think that there was probably, what this guy's saying is true, there was a consistency of whether it was him doing it or somebody around him doing it, putting him in there with guys that were clearly not up to the level he was. And even in some of those world championship fights, as we'll find out in a second, and it did delude him into thinking he was something that he is not. World class, you know, world's most dangerous man, top G alpha male fighter guy. And again, don't mistake me, Tate can fight. It's not that he can't fight, he just can't fight on a high level like we were led to believe.
In the first round, I'm not gonna say he looks good because I'm not even saying this to be like mean or an asshole. I don't think either fighter looks good at any point in this fight. Chase definitely doesn't look like he can box in any serious way, but I would say the same of Tate. It looks like Tate is relying on like a lot of his old kickboxing tactics to get him through this, and kickboxing and boxing there is such a massive world of difference between the two.
Facts.
Towards the end,
Facts. And when you watch the fight back, you see Tate trying to lean back, get on his back foot, put all his weight back, and look to counter Chase. Or when he comes in and takes the front step, and if it's not just the jab to the body, like Tate had some nice stuff. He was jabbing him to the body, level changing. But when that stuff went away and he had to either initiate offense or try to counter off Chase, one, Chase is awkward. Two, Chase is bigger than he is, taller than he is, has a larger reach than Tate does, which, again, going back to the 60-man spar and looking at a lot of Tate's kickboxing fights, he had not fought a lot of guys bigger than him. He had been the taller, longer fighter a lot, was able to use his reach, able to use his distance, especially with his kicks, and able to just bend at the waist with the chin up in the air and counter off with uppercuts and right hands and hooks and everything else, because guys couldn't get to his chin and he could touch there. That's using your height 101, using your frame, using your size. When it was done to him and he was a smaller man, he didn't know how to fight. He didn't know how to deal with that kind of heat from Chase, and the fact that, again, he was boxing and not kickboxing. The rules of the sweet science are so rigid that when you fight in them, you better have a great understanding of them and what works and what doesn't when you're just using your hands.
round 3, you can start to see Andrew Tate melt into sludge like you
see it in all these exchanges. Look at Tate try this right hand.
You can start.
Why doesn't he land this? Even though he gets off center line and throws the right hand, why doesn't he land that? Because Chase is so much taller than him, and because Chase, even though he smothers his work here, even though Chase should get hit with this right hand, he's bigger, stronger, taller, and he gets his shoulder just in the way, and Tate lands on the back of his shoulder. Tate's not used to throwing on a guy that high and changing his level that much to lean into the punch. He's used to taking that right hand and chopping it down on someone and getting to their chin before they get too close. Size issue that he had not dealt with.
See Andrew Tate melt into sludge like the Wicked Witch of the West, and he gets like blasted a couple of times here. And like, you know, if I could give him any credit at all, I think he did a decent job staying on his feet given the fucking mauling he was taking.
He's trying to time Chase here. He gets off center. He parries the right hand out of the way. Again, Tate isn't doing bad stuff here, but look at the right hand and how he tries to throw it. He's trying to time Chase, and he comes with the windmill right hand, parry. He tries to throw it over the top, but Chase is, again, so awkward. And Tate hasn't really got a lot of power behind that, where he's trying to parry throw, but he's not able to reset his hips. And it's all punch behind his hips, no power, and he's landing on the neck. Again, a taller guy, an awkward guy that he's not used to fighting, and sloppy technique from Andrew Tate. These were the three main again, and his gas tank was not where it needed to be, but these are huge factors in the fight.
Just having a large dude wail on him for 6 entire...
Same thing. Tate wanted to throw this right hand again. He was exclusively relying on the pull counter.
It was basically just having a large dude wail on him.
Tired, obviously, but same thing. Trying to get off center line. He wasn't expecting the uppercut. He was expecting the right hand so he could slip outside of it and then throw the right hand over the top, and he got blasted.
So then towards the end of the fight, he just has absolutely nothing. It's literally like one of those cards.
Yeah, this was just Chase literally mowing him down. This was like a freight train moving forward. Technique. People are leaving. People were headed for the exits. That's how disappointing this was. Technique. Any kind of skill, I'm just gonna big bro, like I'm just going to manhandle you. That's what he did.
Cartoons where like a nerd is punching a bully and it's just doing nothing to him. He just gets blasted over and over.
Again, Tate's trying to time a right hand.
It's just doing nothing to him. He's
trying to time a right hand. He looks to go and parry it again, get his hands out in front of him, and instead Chase comes with the uppercut, and you're not gonna see that uppercut taught anywhere. So yeah, it's mad awkward. So Tate gets hit, and all he can do is just fall into a clinch. He has nothing to throw that counter right hand or left hook. He's just
stood over and over, and it is one of the biggest like reality checks I have seen anyone get ever. And Tate does this thing, and I fucking hate this so much, where basically he makes a bunch of excuses and then says, but I'm not gonna make any of those excuses. He's like, you know, I could say that I'm too old, or that you know, he's much heavier than me, or that, you know, he was putting all his weight on me and tiring me out, or you know, and he says, I could say all that, but I'm not going to. And the problem there is you already fucking did, you tit. It's like he's already given...
Yo, this guy wants to fight Tate. Let's go, dude. But no, he did do that kind of stuff where he was like, listen, Chase is far younger than me, far stronger, far heavier, more experienced in the recent times, and now we found out probably more experienced in boxing in general. And, you know, all the stuff, the weight, even though Chase is, like I've said this, Chase is a dog for cutting all that weight, dude, to get to 200. What a savage. And the fact that he didn't just attempt to cut the weight, he made the weight. That's crazy. But yeah, you can't do that after the fact. You can't do that. Not after you boast this massive record, and we can talk about 3-time world champ, even more the vest out that said 4-time world champ, as if to say, like, this is going to be my 4th one. Ballsy move, and again, he was the top G, but not anymore.
Given his audience all this like ammunition to be like, oh, well, Tate would have won if he had done this and this. No, fuck that. You lost. You lost because, like, you weren't ready for this fight. You, like, as much as Tate talked himself up, like, before this fight, saying all this stuff, like, I've just been training for 3 years straight, alone in my home under house arrest. It's amazing how the second he loses, that immediately becomes, I mean, I was trapped in my house for 3 years, and, you know, I couldn't train. And, like, if you go back and you watch his 60-man Kumite, afterwards, he gives this, like, monk speech about how he trained. This is him every day, and he trains every day. The fuck he does. I remember reading the book.
Damn. But again, like, yeah, you can't, in good faith, you can't
Savage.
sit there after you've lost and blame the same things that you credited as reasons you wanted to come back and fight and still do this. I also didn't like the whole, you know, well, I tried thing. That would work for somebody like myself or anybody else that genuinely just did try to box, but not for the guy that's like, I'm the winner, you all are losers. Here's why you should listen to me and not the other losers, right? That's not who he is. He's the guy that win at all costs, top G stuff, all of that. There was really no way you were going to get out of this other than saying, congrats to Jace, he was the better man. And that's all you have to say. It's all you can say. And also, Tate talking about his training for this fight, he clearly didn't train specifically boxing. I don't know what his camp and the people in it were doing. If it was just the yes man thing, I don't know. I have no idea. But they were genuinely shocked that he lost. Like, they had no idea this was even a possibility. Either they underestimated Chase grossly or they overestimated Tate big time. And one of those two things, or maybe it was both, all came to a head when, I don't know, they saw how Chase fought, or it's like they said they were so well prepared, and then the complete opposite was the case. He was not prepared in the least bit for Chase to more specifically, and for the 6th round.
So yeah, like, I guess the point I would want to put on all this is the fact that someone loses isn't embarrassing. I think losing is a necessary part of getting stronger. But the need to make excuses afterwards while pretending you're not making excuses, all of that lumped on top of this fucking very strange win record and this fucking pantomime of a 60-man fight, that shit's
fucking
embarrassing, dude.
Damn. I mean, that was really it, dude. I got nothing else. No, you know what? I have one more other thing to say. I mean, listen, get this guy on Misfits. Him versus Tate would be money at this point, because that was a visceral takedown. But what I want to do to round out this video, this guy talked a lot about Tate's record, right? And how a lot of the guys on there were debutantes, guys in their debut. What he doesn't go into a little further, he kind of glosses this part over. But when you look at the 3 world titles, right? When you look at the 3 world title fights, and maybe there's more than that, but let's just look at the fights that say 1 title, right? On Andrew Tate's career. This one, for example, the ISKA Derby Fight Night 2009. He beats Paul Randall for some title, and Paul Randall, it's his only fight.
This is making me want to play a Punch Club.
It isn't just that he is
Great
fighting
game.
guys in their debuts. He's fighting guys for supposed world titles, the light heavyweight championship in their debut, right? Daniel Hughes. This is, again, for the light heavyweight championship. Daniel Hughes, a debutant. Now, again, I don't expect everybody that's fighting in ISKA to be 30-0 and have 27 knockouts and be, you know, the top kickboxer in the world, because that's not the promotion he was in. He was in a builder promotion, a feeder promotion to the bigger promotions like the K1s, like the Glory Kickboxing. But when you look at these other wins, and again, you see Tate's record versus this guy. This is a guy that Homeboy was talking about earlier, Jean-Luc Benoit. Tate had actually lost to this guy and then came back and beat him? Or no? Yeah, that's what happened. Tate had lost to this guy, and then they made it for a world championship in the guy's 2nd ever fight after Tate had lost to him, and Tate beats him for the world title. The guy was 1-0, and his only win was against Andrew Tate. We keep going. This guy, Vincent, whoever the hell, has 2 fights, one of which, again, some random middleweight championship that he beats Tate for and then loses? That's so weird. What the hell? On Andrew's box rec, there's no title the first time they fight. But when you click his, or Tapology, when you click his Tapology, the title's on the line when they fight, and Tate gets beat, and then somehow Tate wins the belt back. But you get what I'm saying. Like, he beats this guy, Cyril Vetter, for another title fight, another world championship, right? The ISK middleweight world championship, and it's the guy's debut. So Tate then fights this guy for his last world title, and the guy has 12 wins, and at the time Tate fights him, 17 losses. Again, I don't think I'm embellishing here. That shouldn't be a world title fight for Infusion. It just shouldn't. Right? And then, of course, he loses the fight with Chase Demore. But then again, you see, it was supposed to be a 10 years off. Tate had 3 fights in 2020. None of it makes any sense. It's all, I don't want to say it's all fraudulent, because Tate does have some legitimate wins in here. And again, not every guy was a world beater, but he beat some tough guys. He beat some journeymen. He beat some guys that were definitely in there strictly to just lose. Like, he also has Luke Barnett on his record, who is also in his camp now. Luke Barnett was in the UFC for a while, legit fighter, and Tate beat him. Right? So it's not like Tate can't fight in kickboxing, but there was such an embellishment and definitely some fraud going on in world championship fights against guys in their debut. Like, how that even gets set up and why a belt is on the line for it clearly is, let's have one guy win, and Andrew Tate. And then some of the times Tate lost to the guy in their debut. That's crazy. But the point being, this has been the pulling of wool over our eyes in terms of what Tate actually is as a fighter versus what he professed to be. And now that it's out in the open, I'm very interested to see what he's going to do next. Because I will give him all the credit in the world if he puts the big boy pants on and goes and rematches Chase Demore. Although I do think Chase should have it mandated that the fight's at 215, because cutting 40 pounds in weight, or 20 pounds, whatever it is crazy for the heavyweight champ. But Andrew's probably A side, more people know him. But if Tate does that, fair play to him, because I think that's a really bad matchup for him. Not because Chase is otherworldly good, but because he is a big, strong, lanky, difficult fight for a lot of people. Chase makes a lot of people look very bad when he fights him because he's just an awkward matchup for him. Or anybody else Tate wants to fight next, whoever it is, if he gets back in, I want to see the fire that we supposedly were going to get from Tate. I want to see, where is that alpha male, best fighter in the world, 3-time world champion guy? Where's he at? Because I didn't see it against Chase Demore. And like the video said, Tate absolutely got fraud checked. Now again, I don't think his entire career is a fraud, but definitely some fishy things going on in some of the matchmaking there. But then again, Tate has every chance to prove it to everybody. On Misfits, once again, will he try to right the wrongs, or has the damage been done? And any more would take him out completely. I don't have those answers, but hearing some things behind the scenes.
Andrew Tate, a liar. Who would have ever guessed?
Oh my God, we're here. We're here in the void.
Let's move away from the politics.
That must mean a major tent.
Well, the Andrew Tate thing wasn't politics either. I guess I already moved away. It's fine.
Jurassic Park Dominion. Or Jurassic World Dominion. Did we see that yet?
Jurassic Pork. Yeah, we saw it. It came out. It was okay, but not very good.
Okay, we did our review of Jurassic World Dominion. There are dinosaurs in it. And
the plot was stupid.
And the plot was stupid, but Sam Neill and Laura Dern and Jeff Goldblum all came back to be in the picture.
And it was nice to see them, even though they didn't have enough to do.
And they had too many characters and too much to do, too many dinosaurs and too many subplots that were stupid. And then the movie ended with a big explosion and action fight scene with dinosaurs.
With dino action and then...
Dino action. And then the credits started rolling and people barfed up their popcorn in the parking lot.
The characters of the movie learned a valuable lesson to not mess with nature.
And there was plenty of diversity.
That's very funny. But you know, we're really here to talk about the Batman.
We saw that.
You know, I mean, it's a masterpiece. I don't know why we waited so long to see it.
I have so much to say about the Batman, but first, we're going to talk about the Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show on Disney+.
Because it was Mike's turn to make us watch something.
Everyone's been torturing me. Rich's brilliant idea to watch Star Trek Picard Season 2.
Hey, that hurt me just as much in the long run.
A self-inflicted television wound.
I have had enough of your stupid...
Dude has the best laugh ever, bro.
But out of curiosity, I turned on the first episode of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show because I pay for Disney Plus, but I never watch anything on it. So I figured, why not get my $8 worth this month? I'll watch the first episode of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, and I think I rather enjoyed it enough to continue watching more, but we're going to talk about that. But I think the reason why I found it lovely and charming and fun the very first episode was because the bar had been set so low from my traumatic experience with Star Trek Picard. I'll literally enjoy having fecal matter rubbed into my eyeballs. So I enjoyed the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
If you told me when I was like 15 years old that I would be paid to watch the new Star Wars and Star Trek products,
And it would feel like a chore.
and that I would dread doing it, I would have thought you were crazy. We were here the other day, and you said, "Oh, hey, we're gonna watch the new Kenobi. We're gonna do a review in a couple days. You gotta watch 4 episodes of Obi-Wan Kenobi." And I was like, "Oh, God damn it! I have to watch the new Star Wars product." But I enjoy the show.
Okay,
And you might be right. The bar is very low right now.
it's very low.
I'm coming at it from the perspective of someone who did not watch Picard.
Thank you, Owen.
Didn't do it for you.
I was curious to watch this just because, like, I like Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan. He's the best thing about those prequels.
He's the most boring character.
I'm not talking about characters. I'm talking about him as an actor. He's the best thing about those
He
movies.
is a good actor playing a very boring character.
Right. But he was brilliant casting as Obi-Wan. And so a show now that isn't the prequels, that's bringing Ewan McGregor back, I was like, okay, I'm going to give this a fair shot. And then I watched half of the first episode. I was like, nah. And then you said, we're going to watch the rest of it.
Wait, what made you say nah? I'm curious.
Well, the first shot made me laugh, and this turned into a Twitter kerfuffle.
Right.
Because the first shot is the Serene pulls out. All the little Jedi kids are training. They got their dumb helmets on. And then the clone troopers come in.
Right era.
That is so important to my criticism that I get that right. But they come in and they had this like After Effects wiggle transition to the shot, and it looked bad, and it made me laugh. So I posted on Twitter, I was like, this is funny. And then I got swarmed by people with stormtroopers as their avatar on Twitter. Literally hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Star Wars
came after you.
Star Wars simp accounts came after me to tell me I'm an idiot because they didn't think I understood what the point of the shot was.
Yeah.
I was like, no, the execution of the shot is bad.
The cameraman got scared.
The cameraman got scared. The After Effects guy who added the plug-in, he got scared.
Obi-Wan is a great mentor. As wise as Master
Everyone's
Yoda,
dead all of a sudden.
and as powerful as Master Windu.
I gotta say, just talking about the opening in general, though, their slick editing actually made the prequels seem a little bit meaningful and exciting. Yeah. The little previously, remember this?
Yeah.
They edited the shit out of those boring ass movies.
Oh, sure.
I thought of a different angle on the opening shot, right? Not the camera shake, but I'm like, this is like, I just always hear like producers talking in my head, and I thought, okay, they pull back and they're like, what are they doing, right? Well, in the prequels, they're standing there with their lightsabers going like this, while the training ball floats and shoots lasers at their sword. And they're like, well, how about we cool it with the lightsabers, okay? What do they do? How do you train a Jedi child? Well, I don't know. Well, how about they're just sitting there meditating, right? Oh, that's boring. Well, why don't they do some kind of Tai Chi? Okay, I Sure, that's visual. It's not lightsabers. It's not, and because that's
They gotta
laughable.
be doing something calm and serene, so it goes crazy when the clone troopers come in.
So meditation is too boring. Lightsabers is too silly looking. How about Tai Chi? Did Luke ever have Tai Chi training? No.
Luke had like the low budget Jedi training.
He had the
He
quick-
had to
quick
rush through
version.
that shit in 3 days.
I'm not saying like, whatever, this is a form of Jedi martial arts. That there probably is some kind of story behind that. I don't know.
Just
But
visually, it looks
I'm thinking from a director's perspective or a producer's perspective. What do we do? You know, what happens in the Jedi Temple for 20 years while they train these kids? They just go like this all day? What do you teach them? I guess you teach them Tai Chi in a room.
They just need to be doing something.
Something, yes.
And so far, I'm
And that
assuming
first
that
shot,
scene will
I'm
pay
sorry
off.
to interrupt, but that first shot says this is a cheap TV show. I kept thinking of like, opening a shot of like an episode of Cheers, where the camera's pulling back and it's like shaky, and Norm's at the bar, and here comes Ted Danson, and everyone claps. Like that's kind of what it felt like, and I was like, this is a cheap TV show, and I like when TV shows are cheap.
It's a cheap movie.
Yeah.
It's a relatively expensive TV show.
Because there are parts of the show that are really impressive visually.
Yeah.
And then there's other parts that look so cheap, especially any of the action, which is so awkward.
I'm going to defend this. I think the cheapness serves the action better. Just small, more meaningful action scenes are better than 80,000 stormtroopers and CGI running around getting blown up and giant. Just 3 quick shots and you kill the 5 stormtroopers. That's a fun, quick action scene. You know what? The show is better off for it.
Sure, you're approaching it from like a story perspective, and this is the same with the opening shot for me, where I'm thinking about the execution, and how awkward it is.
I agree with Rich. It's a better bridge. Like we all hated Rogue One because it was like Star Wars porn on crack. You know? And it was like too much. And then this, like when Obi-Wan's running around the little hallway set, and there's like 4 stormtroopers, and they're actual guys in costumes, and he's like, and then he's like old, and he's out of time. He's like out of practice, right?
But that works for what they're doing with his character.
Yeah. It bridged it better, and it made it more feel more like that era than Rogue One. Rogue One's like
It's the late 70s Star Wars, where a stormtrooper smacking his head on the top of the set.
Yeah, and then you were talking about the Darth Vader fight with Obi-Wan.
Yes.
Being awkward and looking at the fence.
Before watching the show, I saw that clip. It like showed up as recommended on YouTube or something, and I legitimately thought it was a fan film. Like that first where he runs away, because I was like, oh, that's a funny punchline. Darth Vader shows up, and he pulls out his lightsaber, and Obi-Wan just runs behind a hill. And it was so funny to me.
The awkward thing is he runs out behind. It's like they use the same location.
Yeah, he runs out. It looks like he was running back to be in front of Vader, but he wasn't. So that's the cheapness of it. Has like.
Did you picture Vader like peeking around the pile of sand, going, "Hello, I see you."
Yeah.
You just went right over there.
I can still see your feet.
I'm a Sith Lord. You just ran 10 feet over there. I know where you're at.
I'm out of range.
Yeah,
you know what?
For me, the whole thing is this weird imbalance of things I like and things that are so cheap that they're kind of entertaining, and then stuff that's just sort of boring.
You can bitch about that encounter, but I like it better than the entire Mustafar battle in Revenge of the Sith.
Well, yeah. I mean,
that backflip porn.
Yeah.
You have this nice little character moment at the end of that fight in the series Obi-Wan, where like Darth Vader, he's not trying to kill Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan's old and out of shape, and Darth Vader can take him easily. He wants to make him suffer. I love that he just like uses the Force to just like spread all of this flammable material on the ground, and then he's just gonna literally rub Obi-Wan's face in it while he's on fire. That's what Darth Vader wants to do, and it's perfect.
See, I like that moment, the actual fight. Again,
That doesn't matter because you get the
awkward.
good character moments.
Right.
You get that good character moment.
There's another reason why the Darth Vader fight is awkward, and this is probably a behind-the-scenes kind of logic. Is they have Hayden Christensen in the Darth Vader costume.
I was going to ask if that was
Hayden
the case.
Christensen is not David Prowse, who was
Yes.
9 feet tall and a bodybuilder.
It's like you can tell that it's a skinnier guy in the suit, even though he's all black. Like it just looks weird.
It's in my head every time Vader is on screen. First, he sits down in his marble throne for his conversation, and then he's walking up the street, and they're like, the camera's like 100 miles away, and they're like, oh, shoot him low, shoot him far away. Don't have him stand next to anybody, and when you do, never see below their knees because he's standing on a box. And then when he's fighting Obi-Wan, their fight is very like linear. It's just like back and forth, and there's no like
a couple
really
very wide shots. Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, well they want, I guess Hayden Christensen he's obviously in the burned up makeup, but I think he's in the suit too.
That was it for him.
Yeah.
And then I was like, well, what a waste. They're making a big deal about him coming back. I mean, not a waste from my perspective, but from people that like the prequels.
More shocking to me, it sounds like James Earl Jones. He's in the credits.
He does the voice, yeah.
See, I had heard that it's not technically him. He's credited, but it's like AI.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do some research and cut this out if that's wrong. But I think I had heard that it's not actually him doing the voice.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
He does
Because how long can he keep doing that voice?
Yeah, he's 91 years old.
Yeah.
I was wondering, I was like, they should probably record him saying every word in the English language, and that just,
That's something they're going to be doing going forward with
But
all this shit, so they can keep making these things.
I think it's beyond the pasting words together to form a sentence, which probably would sound real janky and weird.
You are very good at
you are very good at turning me on.
Hello, Smithers. You're quite good at turning me on.
We probably should ignore that.
There's one line he said that sounds like it was ripped straight out of the original trilogy, too. I forgot which line it was.
But, so yeah, you have that. Because, everyone was like, well, how does Hayden Christensen turn into Darth Vader, but David Prowse was 9 feet tall. Oh, I got his legs chopped off. And he got some robot legs that made him taller. Got it. But now, Hayden Christensen is inside the suit.
Physically in the suit.
They have to be kind of careful when you're filming Darth Vader, Well, continuing our discussion of the characters and the actors that play them, I saw a comment on the internet that showed two pictures side by side, one of Ewan McGregor from the Obi-Wan Kenobi series, and then it said, in 9 years, he's going to turn into this. And I had a picture of Alec Guinness from New Hope.
What if they do a thing where at the end of this season, he sees like a giant space alien and gets so scared his hair turns white?
Oh, yeah.
That's like what they did in the prequels and Revenge of the Sith, where it's like everything has to tie together perfectly.
Right, he has to look just like him.
He has to look exactly like he does in A New Hope, so he's going to get scared and his hair's going to turn white.
What does not make sense is how an old man and a little girl escaped an Imperial checkpoint on your planet.
Do you think he was offended when the lady kept calling him old man? I'm only 50.
A child and an old man. Was it worth it?
A little girl and an elderly man. Deborah, can we change that? Can we change that line? A moderately oldish, middle-aged man who just divorced his wife for a 28-year-old. I'm still young, Moses Ingram. Is that her name, Moses Ingram? The actress, yes. Yeah. Stop calling me old man. I don't know why I was doing a Trump voice. It should be an Obi-Wan voice, right?
You're kind of doing Obi-Trump.
Obi-Trump. Excuse me. Deborah Chow? Could you stop calling me old man? I'm only 51.
I mean, yeah, it's not only 51. I mean...
To her, he's an old man. And to little Leia, he's an old man.
Yeah, because Moses Ingram looks like she's like 20 on this show. Do you want to talk about her? Should we continue with casting?
Sure. Casting and characters. Let's talk about her and the Inquisitors or whatever they call them, those weird guys.
The Hellraiser demons.
Yeah, what's that?
The evil Jedi guys.
They go around, they track down Jedi. They're from Clone Wars cartoon.
Are they real
or something.
characters?
Oh, I don't know.
There was a bit of a fuss when the trailer for this came out because they don't look like they do in, I want to say it's like the Clone Wars cartoon.
Okay.
And people are like, they don't look exactly like they do. This show's going to be terrible.
Oh, their base that's half underwater.
Yeah.
In the basement, they have
the most secure building.
The most secure building ever made that no one would dare try to enter. So in the basement, they have suspended animation, human beings in like tanks that are frozen in time.
It's
They're
all
Jedis.
all the Jedi that they've killed.
Oh, they're killed.
I believe that's the idea. It's all the people that died from Order 66.
Oh, so it's not. It's
my cynical brain was thinking that they put those in there, even though these are all characters that are Jedis that have been killed, to kind of imply that maybe they're not dead and they're just like.
Yeah.
I specifically think that's what they're doing.
Yeah. So they can bring back anyone they want.
Yeah.
You can get a Mace Windu show now. He gets out of the amber that he's been frozen in.
I mean,
yeah, is that what happened?
That's
it's not
cynical?
pictures of them.
No, they're 3D, whatever they are.
They're in tanks. No,
they're frozen in amber like Jurassic Park.
Okay, so they're suspended and suspended animation.
They wisely don't explain it so they can do whatever the fuck they want in the future. If people hate the idea of these characters coming back, oh no, they're all dead. if they like, oh, these characters are all around, oh, we can bring them back. Yeah, no, they're suspended animation. It's very cynical, but very wise on their part.
See, I viewed it as like that was their trophy room of all the Jedis they killed during the Order 66.
Yeah,
it's like the fact that they kept
but then they wouldn't be.
Them.
If it was that, they wouldn't be like in poses like this.
That little kid with the stupid helmet.
Yeah, it would. It would just be like if they were dead, there were trophies. It would just be like this.
Yeah.
But they're mid-fruit. Whoa.
I think they did it so you could interpret it either way, so they can bring anyone back.
Is that their like death pose? Like, because the lady, she's like this. She's like.
Yeah, she's scared. That's the implication that these are the
how do they recreate that? Like, yeah, I mean, you know.
There's a very evil taxidermist in the Empire who just wants to capture what people actually look like at the moment of their horrifying death, and he reposes them in what he thinks their horrifying last moments were.
He's like some kind of brilliant artist.
Well, he did so many,
artist.
one after the other, that by the end he was just getting creative.
Okay.
He was just having fun with it.
Yeah, because it's not like they froze them in time, like with the Force, and like when they killed all the Jedi, they just they fall over and die, or they explode, and then but they're like,
yeah.
So it's like when you die, like when the lightsaber gets you, you just fall down and you barf and you shit yourself, and all sorts of horrible things happen, and then they would be like corpses, like half partially decayed corpses. But yeah, they kind of look like they were like beamed in there and instantly frozen. I don't know. We'll find out, I guess.
Or we won't.
Or we won't. I don't know. But I was fascinated with that. I'm like, this kind of neat. I was going to go back to the first episode, the Inquisitors, right? They have a very scene in the beginning when the kids are doing Tai Chi, and then they all run away, and the Jedi lady's like, go this way, kids.
Me.
Yeah, and then there's like 10 kids, and they're all scared, and then
it looks like a video you would watch at like Star Wars Land before you get on the tram.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
But I was like, I was going to go back and look at all those little faces of the little kids, and are those kids the grown-up Inquisitors who were Jedis?
I'm assuming that at the very least the Reaver?
Third sister,
Reaver, that one of them is her. Reva, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm presuming.
Yeah, because otherwise that whole opening scene is pointless if it doesn't tie in with anything.
Right.
So I'm assuming that it's going to at least be her because she's so young.
Right. Yeah. And the other characters too. I mean, they're weird. The one guy's like he has a white face. He looks like a Cenobite.
Did they have to patrol all across this fucking map?
That's true. But I was
I ain't got my mind
yet,
yet, guys.
Could have been a funky alien, but they're little kids and they got the helmets on, so you really can't tell. But I was like, oh, that's kind of neat. You know, like some of the what do they call them? Younglings escaped or got scattered around the galaxy and they got corrupted somehow and turned into Inquisitors. Well, whatever. I was going to say, isn't it kind of hypocritical that the Empire would use Force users to wipe out all the Force
Wait, did he
users?
just disappear?
Oh, the Empire is headed by a cartoon supervillain.
What do we think of Darth Vader nowadays? Is he silly?
Yes. From my perspective, when he showed up on this show, he's silly.
If you can, oh God.
Does he still muster that like fear?
The guy
'Cause
disappeared.
He was a cartoon villain in the first Star Wars film.
Yes.
He was a one-note villain, much like Riva is. She's so mad. Everyone's mad. And they're, I'm gonna get you. I'm bad. And that's fine, because the Emperor was that, but he was sort of playful and fun.
We've got 2 episodes. We might get more backstory with her. It might be more personal with her and Kenobi. But
She had a couple little lines when she's talking to Leia, and she's like, everything got taken from me. She's something, I'm like, oh, what's this? Some character, I like that. Give us more. Have some depth to the bad guys.
episode
Vader
4,
was,
I'm hoping we'll get more. I am hopeful we will get more with her.
and episode
Dell,
4,
you
1977,
did despawn?
Darth Vader
The
was
fuck?
bad space villain man. He was Ming the Merciless, whatever, bad guy. Then Empire and Jedi fleshed him out, and that's what made him great.
That's, yeah.
He was scary in the first one, but the second one, it's like, oh, there's something going on.
And then
When
the prequels.
When
made
you
him-
see him without his helmet, and for the first time, and they put the helmet on in Empire Strikes Back, you see the back of his scarred head, and you see him vulnerable for a moment, and you're like, oh. So I'm hoping for that.
Guess he
but
did.
I don't expect it.
Yeah, no, with Darth Vader in this, when he first showed up at that little village and they have their showdown,
What the
I was thinking
fuck?
about their big fight at the end of Revenge of the Sith, which, say what you want about the prequels, there was like an attempt at doing something really dramatically heavy between the two of them. When Obi-Wan's like,
They overdid it.
Well, they overdid it, sure. But that was the goal. And this felt so like light. It's just like, oh, there's Darth Vader. It's like if you saw a guy in a Darth Vader costume at Disneyland or whatever. So you never really feel like you're watching an intimate. It's just a guy in a Darth Vader costume.
You're saying you don't feel that?
No, not
emotional
with this
weight?
show. I don't. I just feel like I'm watching, like I mentioned earlier, like a fan film. That's the best thing that this show has going for it, is the extreme lowered expectations.
This has come. I mean, this and The Mandalorian season 1 has come the closest to capturing that magic. I am fine with that entire encounter.
I do like that moment in the second episode when Reva, like, I think Reva is the one that tells him that Anakin's still alive. And it's like, oh yeah, he wouldn't even know that. It's like, that's kind of neat.
Yeah.
I wish I would have, like, I don't know, dwelled on it a little bit more. It feels like it introduces these things, these kind of character beats, but then just sort of keeps moving along and doesn't focus on them quite as much as it should.
I agree with Rich. I was happy with the encounter.
Yeah.
What is he supposed to do? like really?
I would have been happy if you didn't meet him at all until like maybe the end of the season or something.
Yeah, I know. It's a like, what do you do kind of.
Well, that's like I say, like a fan film. You gotta have.
What do you do with an Obi-Wan Kenobi TV show, right?
The option was, I didn't even think of like the Leia connection, which I think is probably the way to do it, because obviously Leia knows who the fuck Obi-Wan Kenobi is. The other thing you could have done, which would have been terrible, was Darth Maul comes back for revenge, and they have a showdown on Tatooine.
Right, that's on its way.
Yeah.
If this survives to season 2 or 3, whatever.
I think this is supposed to be it, just a limited series, and this is it. But it depends on how popular it gets.
I looked it up, and I was curious how many episodes there were. I said, it's season 2. They're talking about season 2.
Oh, there is talk of season 2.
So we'll probably get Obi-Wan versus Robot Leg Man.
Darth Maul with robot legs.
Hey, look.
That kind of. Yeah. Oh.
That's funny.
But speaking of this, let's talk about little Leia, little orphan Leia.
She's precocious.
You think being like him will make people frightened of you, but really, you're the one who's scared. You've never made one decision for yourself in your entire life, and you never will.
She's just like herself when she's all grown up. A little bit sassy, and she doesn't take shit from anybody.
I like some of the writing of her character. That actress is in a different show.
That's all you gotta say.
No, I'm not gonna attack the child actor. She's fine, but not for this. She feels like she's on like a Disney Junior show.
Fuller House?
Yeah, something.
She's the new. What was the catchphrase of the Olsen twins?
Oh, you got it, dude.
You got it, dude. She should say
Leia,
that.
go run and hide. You
Leia.
got it, dude.
Leia, go run and hide.
Cowabunga.
Yeah, I think I get it. They showed the little girl Carrie Fisher's performance and said, "Be sassy," and they wrote
Well, that
her.
comes across in the writing. They don't need to make her act so cutesy.
Well, that's true, but I don't know. But then, like, the ending of this, when they escape the fortress of doom or whatever, and they're being tracked.
Yeah. I know. They can't.
I hate this. Like,
How many times do I have to say Star Wars?
trying to find the
creatively
spawn.
bankrupt?
Oh,
That's where she learned that, Rich.
save me.
That's how she knew when they escaped the Death Star that they were tracking, because it happened to her when she was 10. They put a tracking device in her little droid toy. And
Her batteries not included droid?
it's like poetry, it rhymes, as Mr. Lucas said, right? They escaped this fortress. They got on a snow
Guy had
speeder
PvP
somehow
enabled.
in the back of a snow speeder.
One of those guys got shot and blowed up, and I was like, oh no, not him.
That guy.
All right, right behind you.
He was in fact
Was there room
not
for
right
four
behind
people in the
her.
back of a snow speeder? Wasn't it just 2 seats that face opposite?
You're running from an
You're
entire
gonna make it
base
work.
full of stormtroopers, and evil Jedi. You're gonna make that work.
Dude,
Yes.
I would have liked if they just cut to the interior and they're all just like jammed in one seat.
Someone's face is pressed up against the window. Oh.
And then the lady, the rebel spy lady, she says, Obi-Wan, is that a lightsaber in your pocket? Or are we just crammed in the snowspeeder? No, that's my lightsaber. I'm celibate. What? Do you remember the scenes? Do you remember the scenes? Do you remember when Obi-Wan hit her under his trench coat?
That was ridiculous.
It was a little silly looking, huh? A little silly.
Again, that's on another show. That's a kiddie show. Just like the Leia chase from the first episode where she's running from Flea.
I'm okay with that, but once again,
the forest.
Yeah.
That was really bad. That was really badly done.
Yeah, that was not a good
it's
setup for the series.
lowered
I
expectations.
know, and that's what's so great about it. It's so cheap. I'm happy with it. You know what I mean? In a weird way.
It's this freeing thing where it's like.
It's freeing.
It's freeing because I don't care. So it's like, if it's kind of funny, that's fine. Because I'm not like angry that it's not. You know, I think some people maybe would want this to be like the quality of a feature film, and it looks like a cheap, shitty TV show. It's like, that's fine. At this point, it doesn't matter anymore.
It looks like an expensive TV show that cut corners wherever it could.
Well,
to try and be a motion picture. They spent all their money on the obelisk. They cheaped out on the laser gate across the road.
Oh, yeah.
That Obi-Wan and Leia didn't, because they didn't just walk around it. They just walk.
He had to disable it. Pressing the buttons.
Like Obi-Wan could have just, he could have just like stepped over it if he really wanted
I'm
to.
so dead.
I forgot about all that.
That was like a whole episode.
Their little adventure and the truck driver.
The like pussy face monster guy. Yeah.
The very friendly pro-fascist government truck driving mole.
Right. Yeah. And then they get in the back and they're riding along with stormtroopers. I loved it.
It's very like kind of allusions to World War II.
Yes. Yes. Well, that's
They've
what
got the,
Star Wars.
Yeah, they got the flag on the back of the truck.
Right. This show's sort of like, it feels like a guilty pleasure. Like it's not good, but I love it.
It's not guilty. It's just a pleasure, but it's not super amazing. It's super okay, but it's like super okay, not just okay.
I know, it kind of fucks with your head a little.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, it's super okay.
It's weird to see Ewan McGregor back as Obi-Wan. It's weird to see him like fighting like original trilogy stormtroopers. It's like,
This is the bridge.
Shouldn't these be like very bad-looking CGI clone troopers, right? Shouldn't this all look like a terrible green screen? Like he's in a real set, and I'm like,
See, that's why to me it's weird that he's on it just because he's Ewan McGregor and he's like a big actor, and this show is so sort of like cheap and funky.
Yeah.
Right, that it feels like it feels like this should be like a cheaper actor. This is the new Obi-Wan, but they actually got Ewan McGregor.
You got an amazing futuristic city they're walking around in, and then they got a gunfight in a roof where he's like hiding behind like a bucket.
Yeah.
that shootout was borderline comical.
Reva starts doing parkour, but it's all slow and awkward. Yeah.
But it's super okay, and I'm fine with it.
That was any of the action is so slow and awkward. That's my least favorite stuff on the show.
No, I prefer slow and awkward action. I don't know.
Rather than the over-the-top shit.
Yeah.
I prefer this stuff, like especially in that second episode, they're like going around like the alleys and it's very kind of like grimy. Like I like that stuff. Like I wouldn't need any action. Them on the back of the truck with the stormtroopers, just like trying to have a conversation.
Well, then you need to balance that. Like I'm okay with the Star Wars porn aspect of this. In this context, I'm like, okay, it's Obi-Wan, it's Ewan McGregor, he's back, and this is his adventure 10 years after Revenge of the Sith. It's a little cheap. It's not super grandiose.
There's not really a whole lot
This is what
happening.
he's up to. They found a whale in the desert and they're cutting its meat, and that's his job. And he's stealing a little chunk for his elderly, like pig snout camel.
His alien horse camel. Yeah.
That's the thing that farts on Jar Jar.
Yeah, and that's just riding around on the end of Revenge of the Sith, and now it's older. I thought it was going to die, and I was going to be sad.
Oh.
And I was like,
There's still time. There's 2 episosodes left.
He's going to go back and
Season 2. Darth Maul will kill it.
Darth Maul will kill it. I'm like, don't you hurt the anteater camel. I love that. And he's giving it the whale meat. And his life is miserable.
His relationship with Lars, like he's watching Luke from a distance, tries to give Luke a toy, and Lars is just like, fuck off.
He gives him the toy.
You know what toy it was, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Even though I think the size is all wrong. Is he gonna get in love making scenes with the new lady? Are we gonna break his celibacy?
I think she's done. I was looking at IMDb, and she's only listed as being in 2 episodes. So I think she's out of the show now, that character.
Oh.
That's weird. Yeah. They could only afford her for a couple days of the shoot. I don't know. She's one of the best performances on the show.
She's good. That scene when she has to there's a couple scenes when she's like, oh shit, I gotta
Is there a problem?
Up my spy game here. When the snotty security guard's like, wah, 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 and she's like, okay, mister, I'm and she's supposed to pull rank, and but then that guy says, come on into my office, you don't belong at the station. Mm-hmm. And it's like this big room, and then she goes into a room, and then they cut this body, and he's like hidden behind a box in clear view of everyone else, and she's like, I had a problem, but I took care of it. And then there's people just working and people coming and going, but she beat him up and then dragged him back into the room that she's currently in with other people, or beat him up in the room and the people sitting at the consoles 10 feet away didn't hear anything. It was really weird. It was really weird. I'm gonna pull up the sequence of events.
Yeah.
What were we gonna say?
The room was full of people when he dragged her away, but we cut back, we see his dead body. There's no one else in the room but her. So the room mysteriously emptied of people before she killed him?
I thought I saw other people, but we'll find out.
I think it's empty, though. It's empty when we cut back to her and he's dead.
Okay.
It's just her in the room.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I think. I could easily be wrong.
You did just watch it 30 minutes ago, so I'm going to trust your judgment more than Mike's.
So what's the plot of this show? Obi-Wan?
He has to protect Leia, little baby Leia.
Because
they're really after Obi-Wan. She's just bait.
She's bait. Reva captures her because she looked in the computer files in the libraries. She says this. And she found a connection between Obi-Wan and Basil Oregano. Basil Organa, little Leia's adopted father.
Good old Jimmy Smits, he's back.
Who's a senator in the Republic, but they don't care because she's out on a mission to get Jedis because she's ambitious.
She's going rogue.
Yes. She kills another Inquisitor. She wants to get to the top of the corporate ladder. Vader offers her a cozy position in the Empire if she gets all the Jedis, and she's ambitious and angry, and she says, I'm going to kidnap little Princess Leia and use her as bait to draw out Obi-Wan Kenobi. I really want to get him. And then Obi-Wan says, oh boy, I gotta get little Leia. Then
Then everybody awkwardly runs through hallways.
Moves from location to location.
That's it.
Until, well, we haven't seen the last 2 episodes, but then little Leia learns that the Empire does sneaky things like let you escape their impenetrable fortresses because they track you and they follow where you go.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship? I'm taking an awful risk, Vader. This had better work.
That's where she learned that when she was 10. That's why she was so like, I thought that kind of ruins Princess Leia. I thought she was just super fucking smart in episode 4. She's like,
it doesn't matter anymore.
Han Solo's like a dummy, you know. He's just like a smuggler. He's like, how about that? Yeah, we have fucking escaped. And she's like, you moron. That's the fucking Death Star. They let us go. They're obviously tracking us. I'm like, wow, she is a smart lady. No.
Not a bad bit of rescuing, huh? You know, sometimes I amaze even myself.
That doesn't sound too hard. They let us go. It's the only explanation for the ease of our escape.
She learned that trick when she was 10.
They do kind of, in A New Hope, the way she records her little message on R2-D2.
Yes.
And she's like, Obi-Wan, years ago, you helped my father in the bubble.
Served my father in the Clone Wars.
She talks about it as if she does not know him, has never met him, but now, I guess they went on a little adventure together.
I've seen...
But again, none of it matters anymore.
On the internet, I've seen Star Wars nerds scramble to make sense of that.
Okay.
And I've seen some conversations where they say Princess Leia in 1977 intentionally made it seem like she didn't know who Obi-Wan was or didn't have a close affiliation with him in case the message happened to get intercepted by the Empire.
General Kenobi, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars. Now he begs you to help him in his struggle against the Empire.
I'll have to rewatch this. Does she actually phrase it like she has no idea who the fuck he is?
No, she
not that she doesn't know who he is, but that like she's never met him or anything.
Obi-Wan.
She's not like, Obi-Wan, when I was a little kid, you helped me on my adventure.
I believe she says, years ago you served my father in the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
We need your help, blah, blah, blah.
Talking to him in a way where you would think that she's never met him
like you're
before.
calling your great uncle that you've never met.
Yeah.
Your great uncle knew your father years ago.
I'll have to rewatch this. This doesn't sound like enough of a discrepancy to get bent out of shape over.
Well, no, it doesn't matter.
It's not. I don't care.
But it's one of those things where it's like this show existing is just like, now it's a thing that is introduced that doesn't quite line up with the original movies. But again, this is cheap junk and it doesn't matter anymore. This is what Star Wars is now.
Can't you say that about the entire franchise, though? I mean, there's no point for any of it. They told the story, and you just can't die, and you gotta keep making Star Wars!
Everybody's frozen in amber for future use.
Well, if you think about it, when Obi-Wan and Darth Vader meet on the Death Star in A New Hope, it's sort of just like
oh, they met again.
He's like, I was once the learner, but now I am the master.
Even more so than the last time we fought 10 years ago. Yeah.
So, at last we meet for the first time for the last time.
Holy Master of Evil, dog. I'm like, it wasn't like Obi-Wan was like, Anakin, you're alive. It's
the reason he's not freaking out in A New Hope is because he's getting his freak out of the way now.
Exactly. So it's fine. I really don't care anymore. It's all fine.
That's the key. It's just, it doesn't matter anymore. Which is sort of weird. I mean, this thing, Star Wars, started as this like cultural phenomenon, and now it's just like product. It's like something that, it's meant to fill a slot on a schedule for Disney Plus.
It has a loyal fan base that just eat it up. They love it.
It's so great to have you here with us on board the Halcyon. I know that we at Walt Disney Imagineering have been working with Lucasfilm and you for years developing the backstory of the Halcyon.
Yeah, now we're here in person, really getting to experience what this thing we've had in our brains has been for so many years.
I thought after the sequel trilogy and like Rise of Skywalker being so fucking bad, I assumed that I assumed it was over as far as like diehard Star Wars fans, people that's identity, their whole personality is I like Star Wars.
It's almost like
I thought it dissipated, but it hasn't.
It's just like a cult.
It's a cult.
Yeah. Same with Star Trek now.
I got in my Twitter thing. It was endless.
I have no idea
the
which
exact same
part
comment
this is.
Over and over and over, like the
what,
mantra of a cult.
Star Trek fans used to be more intelligent and thoughtful and independently minded. Now it's Star Trek fans are more similar to the Star Wars fans, where they'll attack you and scream at you if you don't like what everything that's put out. You can't think independently.
How do we even get back there?
I like the new Star Wars show a billion times more than I like the Star Trek show. I'm sure there are people who think this Obi-Wan show is the worst thing ever, and people who think it's the greatest thing ever, and whatever. We'll just discuss it. It has its flaws, and it has some great things about it. To me, it's a guilty pleasure. It's fun, and it's bad at the same time. It's cheesy. I think George Lucas would be proud of it.
I'm not overwhelmed. I'm not overjoyed, but I'm pleased.
So your little hearts don't skip a beat when the Star Wars comes up.
No, that means nothing to me.
And then the title card.
That's long gone.
Remember that, and then you're like,
what's on your?
And then the title card fades into the stars.
We're so far past that, it doesn't even matter anymore.
John Williams scored, and then the camera pans down. What great cinematic adventure are we gonna? Now it's just like. Just eating popcorn or sitting there.
Obi-Wan has to make it to the end of that hallway, I guess. That's the whole episode.
I wanted to talk about real quick, because I know this is running long, although we've edited it. We've been here for 5 hours. TV. Can we talk real quick about TV? Because me and Jay were talking about this, and how I hate everything. Well, no. Certain TV it's either completely successful or a complete scam job. When movies came out, you would pay admission to go watch a movie.
Yes.
And that's how they would make the money, right?
Yes.
And whether it was good or bad, it would be better for them if it was good, because then more people would go see it and they'd make more money. If it was bad, they still got your money. TV shows, right? Watch a TV show on your TV, and they would have something called commercial breaks, right? An hour-long program would be 40 minutes with commercials peppered throughout, and that's how they would make their money. How do streaming services make their money?
They just get the money, whether or not it's good or bad.
By having shelves and shelves of content that
was a comparison you made on a half in the bag, treating it like a buffet.
A buffet.
Just keep it stocked.
Right, but even more specifically now is we've got the Obi-Wan show. You don't get to watch commercials. You have to pay your monthly fee to pay for the subscription. But there's going to be 8 episodes of the Obi-Wan show, 10 episodes of the Obi-Wan show. They don't care that you watch all 8 because there's no ad breaks. They just have it on the shelf. So they could have a story that would fit into 1 hour and stretch it.
But that's, yeah.
And I'm seeing that Stranger Things in particular, this latest season, it's like, oh my God, how long does this take? Everything takes so long. And the Obi-Wan, like you said, nothing happens in this episode.
Yeah, it seems more noticeable, less in like an ongoing series and more with what the limited series. Like Obi-Wan is supposed to be a limited series. It's not supposed to be like a season 2, season 3.
Right.
So it's like, well, we don't have a whole lot of story, but we want to release episodes weekly. Let's stretch it out. The Dropout on Hulu about
I didn't see that.
The Theranos lady. Stretch it all out.
Right.
So many of those feel like that, where it's like this all needs to be condensed.
And then there's weird examples of where it's perfect, where it's like based on a book or something, and it's like 6 hours long, and it's very detailed, and there's a lot of stuff going on, and it seems like it's worth those 8 hours, 6-8 hours of entertainment.
Too much for a movie,
right?
But not enough, but not so little that you have to stretch it out.
Yeah,
it's like perfect.
Something like the It would have been a great like limited 10 episode, 10 hours. They did 2 feature films. This is before the pandemic, before movies are dead, but it would have made a great like series on one of the streaming, Amazon or Netflix.
That's a
or something.
big missed opportunity.
Right. I know they did The Stand.
I still haven't watched that. But I don't think it did very well.
Certain things, and then there's certain things where it feels like you're being taken. It's just you're just like, okay, come on, hurry up. What are you saying here? Why does this scene take 15 minutes? Nothing's happening. Oh, because I'm being conned.
That's why it's shocking to me that this Obi-Wan show only has 2 episodes left. Because I feel like not a whole lot has happened.
That's my only real big complaint. I love the fact that the show looks cheap. I love the fact that I feel bad for watching it. Like I'm doing something wrong, and I feel bad for enjoying it. I feel bad.
Who's in the gutter now?
I think the cheapness does work to the show's benefit. I think when you talk about like this pacing issues you have with streaming shows, I think this type of format is relatively new with streaming services, and we don't need ads. And I think quality is going to go up over time.
Do you remember A Christmas Story?
Yeah.
That's what streaming shows are. No, they're.
I know what you're getting at.
Ralphie and his Little Orphan Annie decoder ring.
Pierre was in great voice tonight. I could tell that tonight's message was really important.
He'd have to listen to every episode of Little Orphan Annie to find a new thing to put in his decoder ring, and at the end it says, "Make sure you drink your Ovaltine."
It's just an ad, yeah.
And he's like, "I waited, 6 months for that." That's what shows are. I watched 6 weeks of this show for nothing.
To family, then. Because that's what we are, after all.
Ovaltine? Son of a bitch.
I went out to face the world again, wiser.
There's that anticipation that the next episode, things will really get going.
Yes, it's a con. In some cases, it's really not a con, but in most cases, it is.
I think we're in the early days of we gotta have a streaming service.
Well, that's the thing is like
We
everybody.
need a product. We need product. That was gonna be a movie. We'll make it long and put it on a TV show now.
That's still recharging.
We need 12 shows to appeal to keep the Star Wars fans subscribed to Disney Plus. They're 38% of our subscribers. The other 62 are people who want to watch kid shit.
7 years from now, everyone will have their shit together and they'll know exactly how to produce content appropriately.
Everything will be consolidated to 4 or 5 streaming services instead of 120.
Sure.
There'll be a new Obi-Wan show, another one in 7 years. The Further Adventures of Obi-Wan.
With CGI Alec Guinness.
Guinness. Yeah. Luke will be 16 and he'll have an adventure with Obi-Wan. And then he just won't talk about it in A New Hope. That old man's just a crazy old wizard. He said something about Ben Kenobi? Yeah, some crazy old wizard. I had a fucking adventure with him 2 years ago. We stormed the pre-Death Star and blew it up.
There'll be something hidden in the show though that says that in A New Hope he's pretending to not know it, right?
In case the Empire's listening in on frequency.
Sure.
He was faking it the whole time, all the way up until when he's talking to his ghost in Return of the Jedi. My ghost is gonna sit on this log and have a chat with you, Luke.
We need a streaming limited series to explain why Force ghosts can sit on logs. Is that coming soon to Disney Plus?
Force ghosts just pretending.
He was just pretending to sit on the log, so Luke felt more comfortable having a discussion with a ghost.
All right. Well, we need 8 episodes to explain that.
Is Liam Neeson gonna have a cameo at the end of this?
Yes.
I'm assuming so. I've been waiting for it. They brought him up once already.
Because they mentioned the Force talking with Qui-Gon. He's going to say, Qui-Gon, Master. That'll be the end.
He's got his faith back.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Then he shows up. He sees him in the distance.
They made a point of showing that in the recap of the prequels.
In your solitude, training I have for you, your old master. How to commune with him, I will teach you.
Yeah.
Commune with Qui-Gon, you will. And then he's like, Master Qui-Gon, where are you? And now he doesn't get a response. And at the end, Obi-Wan will be beaten to a pulp by Darth Vader and Reva and all the and Qui-Gon will appear and say, "You false, Luke."
I have his laggy.
I meant Obi-Wan. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know. How does Liam Neeson sound? You've been taken. How does he sound? He'll appear like in the distance. It'll be like that scene, Well, it'll be like the moment in.
I'm a Force ghost. I have a very specific set of talents, and I will haunt you.
Now take the fucking elephant.
Take the
I will haunt you. Leia's been taken. It's the perfect shot for Liam Neeson.
Oh my God, this should have been a Qui-Gon show.
It should have been. Qui-Gon's ghost comes and gets you.
No.
A specific set of skills of the Force Ghost.
No, fuck.
Reeva's
Son of
all
a
pissed.
bitch.
Being beaten by a fucking ghost. This is not what was supposed to happen. I was supposed to be Darth Vader's right-hand man. Lady.
And everyone says, Reva, settle down. You're only like 18 years old. You got
Oh wait,
plenty
I
of
don't
time
even need to
ahead."
go to fucking Stormwinds. I need to fly to Minute.
A crummy commercial? Son of a bitch.
I can't cast that yet. Anakin Skywalker is alive.
They made me care about the most boring character in all of Star Wars. I applaud this show. It's a major achievement.
What are you talking about? Qui-Gon hasn't shown up yet.
Obi-Wan was worse.
You think?
Yeah.
Maybe I just like Ewan McGregor.
Obi-Wan was Ewan McGregor's a fine actor. Obi-Wan was a terrible character who had no personality for 3 movies other than he was very proper. That was his personality trait.
He was best friends with Anakin.
No, he
They
wasn't.
were best
Did
friends.
you watch those movies?
They
never
went on
got
all
along,
sorts of
yet they were
adventures
great
together
friends.
that we never saw.
God, I hate this movie so fucking much.
You just wish it was done differently, right? Like Obi-Wan could have been a great character.
He could have been, yeah.
I mean,
Well, that's why I was interested in this show, because I think they had the right actor in what could have been the right part, and it was like a waste.
I'm wasting so.
This show was a chance to do more with him, and they've kind of done that.
They have done more with it. They're not doing terribly much, but they've
I
done
fuck
a
it.
lot
I'm
more
not even
with
gonna
it.
bother. I'm wasting
listen to
so much
somebody
time
else.
right now. Fuck.
What are you doing?
I should
here?
be leveling.
My name is Ben.
Yeah, I like the restraint where he's out of touch with being a Jedi. He's trying to move like a little tiny thing. He doesn't take his lightsaber out for 3 episodes. He doesn't do the Force mind trick on the stormtroopers on the bus. You know, like he was in the.
He probably knows he can't yet. He's
Those
lost
aren't the
his-
droids you're looking for.
He's
No.
lost his mojo.
Well, yeah, maybe he can't even do it, and so, or he's so hesitant to use any Force power ever to set on a red flag.
It feels like a little bit of both.
Right, and then so that's some interestingness going on. I mean, again, the bar is so low in television. I'm just scrambling for anything.
No, all that stuff is genuinely interesting.
Yeah.
That's what's weird though, is the contrast between that and the like awkward cheapness.
The awkward cheapness is great. It's a benefit. It's a positive, because it's not watching them fight on Mustafar for 45 minutes in a spectacular show. I was thinking about that when I was watching The Northman. I was going to bring this up. I think I mentioned in my review of The Revenge of the Sith, where it's like, all we need is 30 seconds of them fighting on the lava planet, and the end
And that's
of
what you
the
get at the end of
Northman.
The Northman, yeah.
It's like perfect. It's he shows up and he's like, "Yeah," and the other guy's like, "Yeah," and then they clang swords for like a minute and a half, and then there's some stabbings and beheadings, and then it ends.
Anakin wasn't nude. When
This
they were
one?
fighting, though.
No, they
So
weren't.
that was a little
they
different.
didn't
but-
strip down their nudies, but they didn't have to flip around on giant things melting in lava, falling off.
Surfing on hovers.
Oh, yeah, they jump on those.
It was so stupid.
Oh, God.
It was, and so when Vader and Obi-Wan's like, oh my God, what? Vader's here? He probably doesn't even know what his suit looks like. He probably sensed that it was Anakin. He's like, oh my God, you look like a robot monster. And then Obi-Wan just is like, oh my God. And then they hit the swords. And like you said, Vader's, he was fighting one-handed.
Yeah.
I noticed that. And he did that in Empire.
Yeah.
He fought Luke one-handed because he wasn't trying to kill Luke. So he's just like, I'm Vader. I'm awesome. You can't stop me. And he was doing the same thing with Obi-Wan, and Obi-Wan's like, oh my God.
He doesn't feel like he has to put any effort into fighting him.
Yeah, because he's Darth Vader. He really didn't, and he wasn't really trying to kill Obi-Wan. But, and so, yeah, them just fighting for a minute and then him running away, I was like, that's great. I don't know. I kind of love it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm with you, Mike. This is a triumph.
It's a triumph for Star Wars.
This is a triumph for Star Wars.
Get back to its roots of being cheap.
Considering all of the horse shit that Star Wars has been since the 90s, this is a triumph.
I would say that The Mandalorian is a much better example of what you could do in this universe with this kind of budget. That's a genuinely, the first season of that show is genuinely good.
Yeah.
This show is crap, and it's sporadically entertaining.
But it is going back to the roots a little, and you could say that it's rehashing, because that's your big complaint with Star Wars, is that it's creatively bankrupt. And this is proof that that's true, because the only thing they could think of to do is, we're hunting down Obi-Wan, and we got to rescue little Leia from a space prison, which is the fucking New Hope, essentially, and it's the same
that
thing.
episode 4 is basically them on the Death Star. Or them on,
Oh no, I need to be over there, right? Fuck.
Like,
shit, I should have stayed on the boat.
But
Force
I'm
of habit.
entertained, and I'm not sitting there.
Force of
miserable.
habit.
That's another benefit to the first season of The Mandalorian, though, is that it's not. I mean, it's still a still a Boba Fett looking character, but it's new characters.
Right.
It's just set in that world, but now we're back to. You know, little baby Leia and all that.
Oh,
so.
season 1 of The Mandalorian was better than this. Yes.
But if they do a season 2, then it's
Which
gonna
boat's
be,
the X-Lord? This one, I think?
Nightmare world of Darth Mauls and everything coming back, and they'll fuck it up, is what I'm trying to say. So enjoy this first little chunk of Obi-Wan fun, and move on with your life. That's what I'm gonna do. That's what, you know, they'll screw something up.
Thumbs up, I guess.
Rich, you're the Roman Emperor.
Nope. It's that
That's
one.
true. When it comes to Star Wars stuff, you're the most cynical and removed from it. So.
Well, here's the thing: the things I tend to like with Star Wars, all the Star Wars fans hate.
That's true.
And when Star Wars fans hate something,
that's like everybody hated what they did with Luke in The Last Jedi, even though it was the most interesting thing in the movie. Everybody was upset about that. So I think there's complaints about this show too.
I closed the door
doing
too.
To Obi-Wan, what they did to Luke in The Last Jedi, where he's like a loser. It's like, well, you gotta have somewhere for him to go.
the Jedi
He has to grow throughout the season.
all have creepy cult personalities.
Yeah.
And you need to do something to make them interesting. And having them fallen, that's interesting. And that's why Ryan Johnson stole my idea and didn't give me any credit for it. But it's also what all the Star Wars fans seem to hate.
Yeah.
So I get the bitching about it.
Yeah, I think they're finding a common ground here, where, you know, Luke Skywalker never fought with a lightsaber in The Last Jedi, in the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
His just a projection, astral projection of him did,
Mm-hmm.
and so that's where. So Obi-Wan is both fallen and kind of pathetic, but at the same time he's still swinging his saber around and chopping up stormtroopers.
He's
so
trying to get his mojo back.
Obi-Wan got his mojo back. So
That would be a better episode name for the series. How Obi-Wan got his mojo back.
yeah,
It's great.
so
Insane footage coming out of Zeeland, Michigan of 100+ vehicle pileup. Michigan. Jesus. It's kinda nuts.
not recommended near and west of US 131 through the afternoon.
This comes after cold air, wind, and heavy lake effect snow made for a hazardous morning commute.
Winter storm warnings and winter weather advisories are in effect through 7 tomorrow morning.
Muted on my end.
Below zero
I'm a
wind
retard.
chills and several inches of new snowfall.
We have team coverage today with
Don't
David
worry,
Black and Duncan
I
McLean
fucking
live in Grand Rapids
had
and
BRB
Georgetown
screen up
Township.
for like
Plus,
10 minutes.
meteorologists Sarah Flynn and Matt Kirkwood are in the tracking center with a closer look at those warnings and advisories. But first, we'd like to get to News 8's Duncan McLean, who's live at a nearly 100
Duncan
car
McLean.
on I-196 near Hudsonville. What can you tell us?
Here just over the Hudsonville line now, getting a vantage point as best we can at the traffic from what's reported as a 100-car pileup on 196 here in Hudsonville. The highway is shut down, according to state police, and we're seeing some movement here in the westbound lanes. When we arrived about 10 minutes ago, it was completely stopped. Now, intermittent movement as traffic approaches the crash. We're told it happened somewhere nearby 196 and 32nd. We're standing at the base of 22nd right now, and the backup stretch as far as we can see in either direction. We'll try to give you a better idea of just how slow the traffic is.
Look at those conditions, bro. What the fuck?
Go by now here for the first time since we arrived. We did see one ambulance in the queue as well. Everybody moving very slowly as state police manages.
Where do I go for the fucking
large crash? They also say that the backup stretch all the way to 64th. The eastbound lanes seem to be flowing freely now, though there is not a lot of traffic going that direction. And that's pretty much the case across West Michigan. We've been on highways, on surface roads, and everything in between. It's all not
outside?
conditions here, despite a spot.
I was outside. There was nothing there.
People driving too fast.
Deep covered in snow in a lot of places.
It's gonna be some old motherfucker. Reddick 74. Motherfuckers be driving too
Very
fast.
treacherous, but we could barely get above 40 miles an hour on our way here on the highway before we started fishtailing. That's the kind of conditions that cause these pileups. Making it worse are visibility issues. The wind is really howling, and it's blowing the snow, making visibility a real stick around.
Dude, if I lived in one of these states, if it was snowing like that, I'd be like, fuck you, I ain't going nowhere, dude. 40 miles per hour on snow. This guy thinks he was going slow. Yeah, I'd be like, nah, dog. Nah.
How do I get here?
I ain't about it.
I'm so fucking confused.
I call up work, I'd be like, you know what, fucking, I ain't about to fuck up my whole life because I'm gonna crash my fucking car to come to work.
They found that line. They're like, fans want to see Luke Skywalker chop up stormtroopers and save the day, not be a ghost.
But he
and
can't
then
be a
just
boring,
die.
emotionless motherfucker either.
Yes, exactly. Right. That's why I think Obi-Wan's going to be smooching on that lady. Because she's a lady, and he's a man, and they're going to fall in love, and he's going to say, but it's forbidden.
No, she's gonna get chopped up by Darth Vader.
I can't imagine Obi-Wan Kenobi doing anything wrong.
It's just Ben these days.
Well, Tyler.
He's gonna say it's forbidden of the Jedi Order that I fall in love. Look what happened to Anakin. She said, the Jedi aren't really around anymore. Come in the back of my snowspeeder. There's plenty of room.
Come in the back of my horse camel.
How many times have I heard that?
I can't be with you. I have to go back to this desert planet and stalk this 10-year-old for the rest of my life.
I got to creep on a 10-year-old boy.
$29.75.
They'll have a smooch and they'll say, I would, but I can't. I have greater
Yay.
duty. And it's to creep on,
To creep on a
that
10-year-old boy. Jared Fogle, A Star Wars Story.
I have to bring some of this Subway meat back to my camel feed. my Anteater's camel nose with Subway meat.
No wonder those things have gas.
That's from all the whale blubber Obi-Wan's been feeding. Yeah. So he's smooching on the lady, and he's going to say, our love is forbidden. I'll still give you a smooch so that we tone down that creepy celibate thing that Obi-Wan has and make him a little more relatable. But he'll say, I can't because I have taken a strict oath to be a Jedi, and I'm going to stick with it even if we're all wiped out. Sorry, lady. But he's got to go back to Tatooine after saving Lil Leia, goes back to the parade. And she's waving from her floating space car at the parade on Alderaan. By the way, get out of Alderaan pretty soon, everybody, okay? Leia, tell everyone, I read the next script and it's not looking good for Alderaan.
Do you have to push the door open? You had more than enough room because you went out.
See the conclusion.
Oh, she comes in, door open. Hello.
Lil Leia will get
Golden hallway. Yeah, I know.
Will Reva get impaled by Obi-Wan's lightsaber?
I wish you would close the door too.
Bump her off. What about the other Inquisitors?
You little
Obi-Wan
shit.
defeat them in battle?
Darth Vader has to show up again.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I don't have any specific predictions. Normally, I'm full
There's
of them.
so little story to the show that I don't really care.
That's why. I mean, that's kind of why it works in a way. It's just simple fun. It's not trying to do too much. That's fine. Just
doesn't make it very engaging. Like, oh, I wonder what's going to happen next. I don't really care. I'll continue watching it. It's watchable.
It's super okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good help.
Check it out, everybody. It's super okay.
Teleport
Well, we're
stone.
back, everybody. We thought there was going to
Exodar.
be 8 episodes of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show, so I said let's film 4 and then 4 more. But it turns out there's only 6.
Because they ran out of ideas, and they said, let's just end the show.
And I think my problem with the show is there should have only been 4.
It should have been a movie.
Yeah.
I wanted to bring up that very exact same point, is that this feels like a movie that's just condensed. That especially the last episode.
The last episode where things happened.
The last episode was like the last act of a feature film, and then all the pieces all fell into place where I was like, oh, boom, 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 boom.
You can visualize all the beats as a movie as opposed to stretched out.
And you had said, I don't know if you were just talking out of your ass or theorizing that they had started with an idea for a movie and then said, oh, fuck movies, let's make a TV show for our streaming service.
That was my theorizing.
I don't know if this officially started as a movie, and then they said, we'll make it a series instead. That may have happened. But by the time you get to the 6th episode, I was actually enjoying it more than I had the previous episodes, because I was like, hey, it actually feels like it's going somewhere.
My overall opinion hasn't really changed much. I still like it. Other than the Mandalorian season 1, this is the most I've liked Star Wars in the last 35 years. But I got some nitpicks. It's like they have their third act and they do it twice. It's like our rebels are cornered, the Imperials have them pinned down, and Obi-Wan gives himself up so everyone else can escape. And then in the very next episode, they're on the ship, and oh no, our heroes are pinned down by the Empire that's right on their ass. The Empire's right there, and so Obi-Wan gives himself up so everyone can escape. Like, why did you do that twice? Cut out all that shit they did on the spaceship, and then just have the whole thing take place on the planet. And Obi-Wan's confrontation with Vader is on the planet, and then you don't need to do that really awkward thing where he takes off in an escape pod, and Darth Vader looks like an idiot like Kylo Ren did in The Last Jedi, where he's like, no, we're going to give up on catching the people we need to catch so I can settle my personal vendetta. And it makes Darth Vader look like an idiot. And they did the same thing twice, 2 episodes in a row. Why?
Well, every episode was kind of the same thing. Oh no, they're coming for us. We've got to run down this hallway and get away.
Yeah.
But I'll say, because you guys liked the other episodes more than I did, because you were paid by Disney, clearly. That was a real thing people were saying because people are idiots.
Yes, Disney paid me to say it was super okay.
Yes, that was clearly a video sponsored by Disney.
Rich, by the way, when I came here, I noticed your Rolls Royce was double parked. do you think you should move it?
They gave me 3 more. It's okay if this one gets towed.
Okay. I just wanted to double check that. I'm sorry, Jay, you were saying?
I was going to say these last 2 episodes I liked a lot more than the previous episodes, partially because it felt like it was actually starting to go somewhere. But one thing we brought up was Darth Vader and how he's not scary anymore. He's not intimidating, and he feels like a guy that you would see walking around Disney World or whatever. These last 2 episodes were pretty decent Vader.
That was a pretty exciting fight scene.
The last episode fight, but even before that, when he's fighting Reva, and he's putting in like no effort because he doesn't have to, and he's just kind of like standing there. He's like, "You're not going to do anything to me." It's like, okay, that feels kind of like Vader.
Do you think when Qui-Gon showed up at the end, he was like, everybody got stabbed in the chest with lightsabers, but I died? I think the moral of the story of this and the prequels is finish the job, because Reva stabbed the Inquisitor, Grand Inquisitor, and then she walked away. And he's a weird alien, so maybe she missed his vital organs because they're in different places or something. But then Reva gets stabbed, right? And he says to her, I survived because revenge is the strongest, like, will to live or something like that.
Yeah. Revenge does wonders for the will to live, don't you think?
And then him and Vader walk away. And then on Mustafar, Obi-Wan didn't finish the job when he could have cut up Anakin 25 times.
Look, I think it doesn't really matter. Like you say, you could take the lightsaber. Like, really, you just stab somebody in the chest, it's a fucking lightsaber. Just go like this afterwards. But really,
30 minutes to get my mind. At least.
Stop him from getting robot legs.
That's true.
What did that happen in? Because I saw some comments about that.
It's cartoons.
Everything we said at Clone Wars or Rebels or something.
But his hologram appears in
Solo.
And then there's a low angle shot where you can see a robot leg.
Okay.
I also wanted to say Vader buries Obi-Wan Kenobi in rocks. Finish the job. Then Obi-Wan cuts up Vader. He chops his mask open, and then Vader's like, and then I'm going to walk away. Yes.
One way or the other, whichever one of us dies, I'm going to finish this. Nope.
Well, in this case, they couldn't finish it because we have the prequels and we have the original trilogy. And that's what's interesting about this is that the last episode especially, it kind of just becomes a remake of Revenge of the Sith. It's like a rematch, and then it ends with, because the Revenge of the Sith, the whole prequel trilogy is about Anakin turning to the dark side. And then you get to the end of this, and it's like Vader turns more to the dark side.
It's a remake of Revenge of the Sith, and it's also a remake of A New Hope.
We will discuss the location.
But a safe house, like the one you were in, has been found in 2 systems.
Tala. Tala, can you hear me?
Come in, 3PO! 3PO! Where could he be?
And Empire Strikes Back.
Again, it's like poetry, so if they rhyme, every stanza kind of rhymes with the last one. Hopefully it'll work.
Star Wars is creative.
I was watching it and I was thinking, and I know this is blasphemy to say any comparisons to Empire Strikes Back, but in the idea that this is a 6-hour-long movie, I was thinking like, what happens in Empire Strikes Back, right? It opens up on the Hoth planet. It's cold. We see Luke Skywalker. There's Luke Skywalker. He's on a tauntaun, checking perimeters or doing Wampa. Then we reunite with all of our characters. Battle. Empire lands. Battle. Everyone escapes and goes their other ways. The middle of the movie, Luke is on Dagobah. Han Solo is fleeing the Empire. And then in the end, there's no battles in the middle. And then at the end, Luke.
No, there's character work and drama in the middle.
Right, and Luke says, I have to go save my friends. Vader's trying to draw, there's lots of drawing people out. Reva kidnaps Leia to draw out Kenobi, but she's drawing out Kenobi so that she could draw out Vader. And Vader's using Reva to draw out Kenobi, also that nobody could kill anybody.
Then you will die.
But if you took this Obi-Wan series, right?
Here there. Watch
And
it.
what would be our big, the big action set pieces would be the kidnapping of Leia, right? That could be, instead of an embarrassing little Mary-Kate Ashley Olsen chase through the woods, it could have been an epic scene where
A small group of pirates, they show up at the castle, the palace,
Right.
and they shoot up the palace.
shoot up the palace and I wanted to say Tony Danza. What's his name?
Jimmy Smits.
Jimmy Smits is running and and everyone's blowing things up and running around and you got spaceships landing. You have a big battle, almost like the Hoth battle. The escape. I like that scene where the transport ship is fleeing it's nice to see a Star Destroyer, just a basic one Star Destroyer, not 10 million of them, not the Rogue One like cluster fuck battle, but just one Star Destroyer chasing that ship, and that was nice. And that could have been a fun little, because that reminded me of Empire, when just a simple Millennium Falcon playing hide and seek with the Star Destroyer, and trying to find him, and that's kind of what that was. And you have all those beats, and it's like they, instead of having a couple of solid action set pieces with some character stuff, they just smeared it all out into 6 hours. So really, this is...
And every episode had to have its own little bad
Really?
action scene.
Yeah, this is episode like 3.1.
Whoops.
It's like it felt like the next Star Wars movie more so than anything in the sequel trilogy. Those felt like this felt just like a sequel to Revenge of the Sith, like the next film.
Well, that's kind of the problem with it.
It's weird.
It's sort of a sequel to Revenge of the Sith. It's sort of a prequel to A New Hope, which means no one can really do a whole lot. And I kind of like the little drama with Obi-Wan at the end of this, where it's like, oh, that final fight with Vader, like, because you know that they're both going to get away.
Right.
So it's just sort of like, oh, Darth Vader / Anakin is kind of absolving Obi-Wan of his guilt.
You didn't kill Anakin Skywalker. I did.
It's like, oh, it's a little character thing. The Obi-Wan show is about the character of Obi-Wan, finally, when you get to that final episode.
Yes.
And I liked that aspect of it, because it's small, but that's all you can really do, is small-scale stuff.
It's a big shadow over this whole thing, right? And you've said it a million times, we've all said it a million times. The big shadow over this whole thing is that we never got that connection of friendship between Anakin and Obi-Wan. That's the big missing piece. Everyone's like, you know, I looked at reviews or Twitter things, you know, when the finale happened. You know, and then it was a butterfly tears situation. I'm like, oh gosh, I nearly fainted when they said, you know, and I get that, but it's like we're told that they were the best of friends.
I haven't felt you this tense since we fell into that nest of gun dogs.
You fell into that nightmare, Master, and I rescued you, remember?
Oh, yes.
And George Lucas, he's a very talented and creative guy. He's a visionary with all of the stuff that he's done. But when it comes to people,
emotions,
he's very like
they're best friends.
Yes.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Love is bad.
That's his weakness. Is like working with actors, and yeah, everybody who worked with George Lucas will tell you that.
What am I doing? And the bad part is saying, I'm doing this for Padme, I'm doing this for us, and it'll be better for the universe, it'll be better for everybody.
I said to George, you can type this
stuff, but you can't say it.
Say the line. Say it faster.
The prequels found a way to make Samuel fucking Jackson boring.
Right. He doesn't know how to direct actors in the emotional way.
Here everything is soft and smooth.
And he glossed over their whole friendship in a this happened in between two films. And then now they're picking up the pieces and they're trying to say, look at this epic fight between these two friends that did all this
Former
stuff.
friends.
And it's like that's the big hollow part. It's like a big thing that's hollow in the center. It looks great and it works, but it's just hollow because that emotional component is not there.
Yeah.
I thought they were going to go into that a little bit on, I think it was the last episode when we see the flashbacks, where we see a kind of creepy de-aged Aiden Christensen.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, we're going to see a little bit of them, but no, it's just them training with lightsabers some more.
Yeah.
And that's kind of it.
And they're trying to say something about their personalities in that fight. I kind of like what they did with that.
Too little too late with this whole overarching story of Anakin and Obi-Wan, and too little too late with what they do with like the last episode of this show. It's like, oh, Reva, we finally get her backstory. There's a little bit going on with her that's kind of interesting. We should have gotten that 3 or 4 episodes ago and build on it.
I like the conclusion to her bit in this show. I
like once they finally got there, I was like, oh, okay.
I wish it wasn't interspersed because it's weird that she gets the Tatooine while Obi-Wan is still fleeing the fucking Star Destroyer. That's weird. I understand. Oh, the hyperdrive wasn't working. that should have been like weeks or months later. That should have been like at the tail end of everything else that happened, like an epilogue.
Sure. I genuinely liked the final like fight with Vader and Obi-Wan.
Yeah.
It's the first thing on this show where I'm not just like, oh, that part was kind of okay. I was like, I actually like this. Not just because they've built up Obi-Wan throughout the season, but also the way it's executed. How the whole thing is pretty much lit with just their lightsabers.
Yes and no. I mean, just watching it, it was a good fight. It highlights something that just annoys the fuck out of me. The
This is our brains.
inconsistent
I'm just
way,
gonna
like,
skip this, I
Force is
think.
portrayed and what they can do and when they can do it.
That's always
And
been the case.
If they can do the kind of shit they do in that fight where they're just throwing mountains everywhere and Darth Vader is just throwing Reva around with the Force, why do they even bother with the fucking lightsaber other than they have to? Because the lightsaber is the only reason people like Star Wars in the first fucking place.
Because it was introduced in a cheap sci-fi movie from the 70s.
Yeah, it is.
They're stuck with it.
It drives me, and that's like on the level of like a weird Rich Evans pet peevish kind of thing. But it drives me nuts.
It's inconsistent. I agree. I think they should have established more clear rules with the Force, because it's like Vader grabbing that spaceship and then ripping it apart, and then it's like, well, okay, and then you get.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull my light sword out now. I can
crush
throw
her
a fucking
head?
spaceship the size of the Sears Tower around like nothing, but let me pull out my fucking light sword. Ooh!
Well, it's like, okay, my nerd
You just
brain.
make everyone's head explode.
Just crush everyone's head like a fucking grape, because obviously you can do that.
That was over the top. Over the top. What? Because why didn't he grab the Millennium Falcon when it was fleeing Hoth? Maybe it's like remember Count Dooku? He's like, "Brr," and he drops the ceiling rock, big piece of rock down on Yoda, and Yoda's like, "Woo, woo," and then Sidious is throwing things around, and so it's like Vader was like on Hoth. He's like, well, I gotta stop Han Solo because maybe he can lead me to Luke. So he's like, oh, they got away. but when he ripped the ship apart, he was really mad. So emotions kind of played into it.
I'm starting to think Star Wars is kind of stupid.
Welcome to the party.
Do you remember when Yoda I like the Force when it's just very subtle. Like you can move things.
It would be different if that took a ton of concentration.
That's what I always got out of the original trilogy. It was you have to really focus to lift a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Yoda struggled a lot to lift the X-wing out of the water.
Yeah.
And he's and that's like that's perfect, but you're right, throwing people around. And what was the purpose of Vader? Remember, is it called The Empire Strikes Back? In that film, Vader didn't want to kill Luke, but he wanted to bring him home as a prize to the Emperor, right? And sure, maybe he wanted to just play around with him for a little bit, but how come he just didn't go lower him right into the fucking carbonite freezer, right?
Right.
He couldn't. Luke jumped out of it. And then he's like, oh,
Just
clever.
grab him, put him back in with your mind.
Just grab him and just slam him into there. And you know, if he can hold Obi-Wan in the air, like that he wanted.
Use the Force to break all of his limbs and then dump him into the carbonite freezer.
It's like, you know, Obi-Wan throwing all the rocks. I mean, it was cool, but inconsistency.
It looked cool, but it drives me fucking.
Bro, where are all these fucking mushrooms?
That's Star Wars.
Jesus.
Lucas himself broke his own rules. He's the one who did this, not the new era, because Empire was so perfect. When Luke saw
George Lucas directed Empire, right?
No,
He directed that film?
no, he didn't. Irvin Kershner did.
Oh.
He objected to everything in it. But when Luke saw Lucas, also I want to let me get all this out. When Luke is laying, he's almost frozen to death. That's when he sees Obi-Wan. Oh, you will see Yoda, and Obi-Wan's way in the distance, right? And so you have that. You have the Force Ghost, which is great because it's ambiguous on whether or not it's in Luke's head, he's delirious, or Obi-Wan's really talking to him.
It's done as tastefully as you can do the concept of a Force Ghost.
Yes. And Yoda lifting the extra metal on the ground, the Luke Vader fight, a couple of like little tricks with the Force, but mostly still lightsabers. Great. Return of the Jedi, Force Ghost is now
sitting on a log.
Sitting on
like
a log.
Kermit the Frog.
Extended casual conversation.
And then prequels, lightsaber fights. Well, now it's not just like kind of like awkward stunt guys hitting lightsabers. Now we can do anything. Let's have the lightsaber fights be fucking crazy, but that's still not enough. Let's throw shit around. Let's have Darth Sidious throwing those pods, the politician pods.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like spinning him and throwing, and Yoda's like, he's spinning one around and he throws it back and it does nothing. And then they're throwing rocks, and so that's Lucas, and he established that. And I don't know what he was thinking. And that's another thing why the prequels.
It's cool. I mean,
we have to have we have to top the last fight. The fight with Vader and Obi-Wan in this on that rock planet. And, you know, with the exception of Obi-Wan throwing all the rocks, it was neat. It was much better than Mustafar.
Since you've established that Jedi can just do that shit whenever they need to now, yes, I agree. It was neat. It was a neat fight.
But yeah, you have to do it. I always had a working theory about lightsabers that I thought would have been very cool.
Yeah.
Very cool. And I don't know if I brought it up ever. Remember, I thought about it in this, and Obi-Wan has those rebels or the resistance group of people. They have a box of like 9 lightsabers, right? And I was like, well, Obi-Wan should just pass those out to everybody. They're shooting blasters at all those. Just give Kamal, how do you say his name?
What are they going to do with them?
Kamal Numjabi.
Oh, Kumail Nanjiani.
Yeah, give him one. They could turn it on.
They're not trained since they were little children. They weren't younglings with stupid helmets on.
I need a weapon!
You have one!
Wow, that looked so terrible. I just realized that.
Younglings with
Holy
stupid
shit.
helmets on.
I need a weapon!
You have one!
And
they can't properly use the lightsaber.
Lightsaber's main point is deflecting bullets, which apparently Kylo Ren could just grab bullets with his mind. So you don't Jedis don't need lightsabers. But you can't block bullets unless you have the Force. So it's useless.
No, you could chop the fuck up stormtroopers. If 10 stormtroopers were 100 stormtroopers running into the room, and I had a lightsaber, just be like, "La!" and start fucking chopping them up. And why didn't you do that? Here's something I've always thought about, and I always thought would have been neat, right? When you have the Force, right? you can kind of, you're like one with nature and the universe, and you can move things with your mind, right? And I always thought this, and I don't know if I've ever said this in a video that we've done, but I thought when Han Solo picks up the lightsaber and turns it on to cut open the belly of the Tauntaun, he's like, and he's a little awkward with it, and he doesn't quite know what he's doing, and he looks like he's struggling. So I thought that if a regular person turned on a lightsaber and tried to pick it up, the sheer like power behind it would cause it to be
Look at this loser,
heavy,
hiding like a
and,
bitch.
and awkward and almost impossible to use.
So sort of like a sword in the stone kind of situation.
Oh wow, and he triggered.
Where
What a
it's just like a
fucking
beam
pussy
of pure
bitch, man.
energy that is like it's out of like physics, and
Only
it's
a true Jedi can.
yes, and in order to use it like awesomely and effectively, you're also using the force to move it around.
Fucking
so if a regular
douchebag.
person had a lightsaber, they turn it on, it would like fall to the floor, and they'd be like, "Oh my god, I can't pick this up. I don't know how to pick this up. I don't know what to do with it." And that just goes with your theory that there's nothing special about Jedis, really, because someone could just take a lightsaber. I would have given, how do you say his name?
Kumail Nanjiani.
Kumail Nanjiani. He's a very funny guy.
Yeah.
I really liked his film, The Big Sick.
Yeah.
And said, here, I thought he was going to do that. Here's your chance to be a Jedi.
So now I know what it feels like being a real Jedi. It's not easy.
What? Oh, shit. And then he starts just chopping people up. Why not?
Yeah.
That's a little rule that would have been neat in the Star Wars universe, because it makes Jedi special. Also, remove the rule that they could be Thanos and grab a moon, throw it at Iron Man. Do you think Darth Vader could throw a moon?
You know what? I would be shocked if somewhere in the Star Wars canon, either the legacy or the modern or whatever the fuck, this is probably what happened, right? This is certainly, if not Darth Vader, like Omo Khan, Darth Omo Khan Kadai,
Someone in
the
some
greatest
book.
Sith Lord who has ever lived, probably threw moons at somebody. I'll bet you. I'll bet you it's happened. I officially do not give a shit about the Star Wars canon. I just don't give a shit. I can appreciate this series in and of itself in like a bubble in a vacuum. It's like, yeah, Obi-Wan's kind of a neat character in this, and I can enjoy it.
Because you're looking for, and that again, that is the hollowness of it. That I desperately want filled is you're done with the canon stuff. You're done with like, well,
Leia doesn't know who Obi-Wan Kenobi was, and I don't give a shit.
You're looking for.
I don't give
They
a
explain
shit.
that in this, though, Rich. He tells her, "Pretend you don't know me."
Oh God, they didn't need to
It's
do
seamless.
that.
It's
Fuck it.
seamless, Rich.
But we must be careful.
Inventory is full.
No one must know, or it could
I
endanger
can't
us
carry
both.
anymore.
Something else I don't really give a shit about, but it's also kind of a problem in the greater canon. Why are Luke and Leia special?
I was thinking the same thing.
Like there's Jedi all over the fucking place now, because there's a whole Inquisition. They're hunting old Jedi down. There's survivors, and there's Force-sensitive people all over the fucking place. And you'd think any one of them could be trained, and it doesn't need to be Luke or Leia. And that didn't make sense in the original movies. It's like, well, wait, is the Force just dead? There's no one else has this? That
Well,
doesn't make...
I mean, the backstory is they hunted down and murdered all the Jedi.
Yeah.
So they did establish in A New Hope that there were Jedis in the past, but in the present day, I didn't think so many survived. I thought only Yoda survived.
Yeah. And Obi-Wan.
Well, by the time you get to A New Hope, the Inquisitors, I guess, have killed all the rest of them.
Let's look at it from this perspective, because you were saying why are Luke and Leia special? You're thinking of it in the Force user perspective. I'm thinking of it from a character perspective, right?
Uh-huh.
Obi-Wan's friend Anakin and Padme, right? And Obi-Wan had nice words for Padme at the end, but I think he only met her once.
We met her a couple times, and we don't know how many times
Well,
we
they
met her
had some
between
adventures.
movies.
They almost got mauled in a gladiatorial arena by giant monsters.
Those prequels are so just damaging. They're so. Okay.
My point is, Padme was a queen, and then she became a senator, and so she was part of the rebellion. He kind of respects her, blah, 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 blah. Anakin was an asshole from the get-go, and she was the one who kind of made him lose his way from the celibacy of being a Jedi into becoming a hate-filled monster.
Are you allowed to love? Thought that was forbidden for a Jedi.
And then they have kids, right? And then in the end, they say, what should we do with the kids? And Basil Oregano says, I'll take Leia. Me and my wife, we've always wanted a baby girl. Okay. And then Yoda wisely says, take him to his family. The least likely place anyone will look. And then in this, Obi-Wan's, where's little baby Leia's been kidnapped.
Inventory is full.
Fuck her. She's the daughter of a monster. I mean, why would he care? And why does he care so much about Luke? Why?
Because that's what he's been put on that planet to do until he dies.
He's the son of his best friend.
It makes sense if they're actually special, and they're the only ones who can save the galaxy from Darth Vader and Emperor Palpatine. But they're not.
But they don't know that yet.
I know.
Anakin should. If I were Obi-Wan, I would kill Luke. I mean, your father is the worst piece of shit ever, and he's awful, and you're probably going to turn into him.
See, this is why people hate The Last Jedi, though, because Luke almost kills Kylo Ren.
What? Oh.
Remember? He has that brief moment where he thinks about killing Kylo Ren. And everybody hates that movie because of that.
Oh, sure, yes, because he senses badness in Kylo Ren, right?
Yeah, so he has a brief moment where he thinks about killing him, but he doesn't kill him. But just the fact that he thought about it is enough to send a bunch of man babies into a fit.
I was fine with that.
Doesn't Kylo Ren kill everybody in Jedi school?
Yeah.
Does that mean Baby Yoda's dead?
Baby Yoda? What?
I don't know how Baby Yoda ties in with the rest of everything else.
Doesn't Luke? I haven't seen season 2 of The Mandalorian, but everybody fucking knows because it was all over the internet that Luke comes in and takes the baby.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, as far as what happens after that, with Kylo Ren showing up and killing the Jedi Temple.
Did Kylo Ren kill Baby Yoda?
We can only hope.
It's like a simple little Star Wars film where you have a little kidnapped
with a whole
kid.
bunch of filler.
It has it has a bunch of different beats and storylines from different Star Wars movies. You got to rescue the princess, you got to evade the Empire, you learn some truths, you know.
You got to sneak somebody out under a trench coat.
Sure.
What you're saying is it doesn't need to be a life or death, galaxy-changing epic of unimaginable proportions, the likes of which we have never seen before.
And that's why I liked the ending of it with Vader and Obi-Wan, where Obi-Wan, his guilt is lifted. And that's it.
I even like the other part of the ending with Reva rejecting the Vader way, where she chooses not to stab Luke. I like that.
Yeah, she starts off as a boring, like flat, angry character,
one-dimensional villain,
and then they give her some dimension, and that's what I mean.
Way too late in the series, but they get there.
Right, and so you've got these very basic little arcs. That's why it reminds me of Empire a lot, because there is no big like giant Death Star thing that they have to blow up, like the Rogue One. They have to get the planet and they have to blow this up, and it ends in character way. Empire, the final battle, that Luke gets his hand chopped off, and they rescue him, and then and that's what this is. It just needs to be shorter, and it all hangs on the notion that Anakin and Obi-Wan were the best of friends, and this is what happened. This is what the dark side did to Vader, and then the counterbalance of that is Reva's choice to embrace the dark side or the light side, and all that works. It just needs to be 2 hours instead of 6, and a couple and up the action sequences, and you've got a tight little, very basic Star Wars film, and I think that's what I like about it. It didn't answer one question though, and I was curious. Towards the end, Reva goes to Tatooine to find Luke Skywalker to kill him, to get revenge. What was she doing that for? To get revenge on Vader?
Revenge on Vader, yeah.
Okay.
How does she know that Luke is Vader's son based on what she heard?
If he's found you, if he's learned of the children, if I don't hear from you soon, I'll head to Tatooine. Owen will need help with the boy.
I'm looking for a farmer. Name's Owen.
And okay, I'm fine with that, but I thought they were going to answer the question of how does Vader know that Luke is his son?
He doesn't. He still doesn't.
Right. Because he does.
Season 2.
Well, maybe in something future, but
Well, no, because the second he learns, obviously he would do the most obvious thing and go to Tatooine, right? I mean,
because very clearly, you know, Vader knew in Empire, right? Obviously, because he reveals it to
Yeah.
Luke, and so he knew, unless he found out somewhere between A New Hope and Empire.
I think you just figured it out because both their last names are Skywalker.
well, that's right. They didn't even change
his
Luke's
name.
fucking name.
Because this whole thing is stupid.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And they put him on Tatooine.
Well,
the most obvious place.
Vader didn't know his name in A New Hope. He knew his name in Empire somehow.
Vader wants us all dead.
He doesn't want you at all. He's after somebody called Skywalker.
Like, he wanted him.
To be fair, the name of the guy who blew up the Death Star probably would have been gone around. Like, this guy called Luke Skywalker blew up that Death Star.
Darth Vader says, Skywalker, you say?
He did find out in between A New Hope and Empire Strikes Back.
That was a very awkward meeting.
He has his cup of
Wait,
coffee.
his name's Skywalker and he's on Tatooine?
He spits the coffee out like in the mask.
Like Spaceballs?
Yeah, like Spaceballs.
He's drinking his coffee, reading the galactic news.
Skywalker blows up Death Star.
That's what he's doing. What? That's what Vader's reading the news while he's flying in his TIE fighter back to the nearest Star Destroyer in his 16-year-long flight.
Oh fuck.
Just got the paper out. Local farm boy Luke Skywalker blows up Death Star.
Do you suppose he felt like an idiot when it turned out he was on Tatooine the whole time, too?
Well, that's another thing. At the end of this, Reva knows that Luke is on Tatooine. So it's not like some big mystery anymore. She's probably going to tell somebody at some point, right?
Yeah, but I guess Vader cannot find out until after A New Hope, or else logically he would have gone there and scooped up his son, I guess, and said, "You're with me. I'm going to teach you to be my new apprentice and whatever."
This is why I don't care about Star Wars canon. If you cared about Star Wars canon, it would be impossible to enjoy Star Wars. When you watch the original trilogy, you just have to forget that the prequels exist. When you watch this, you have to forget everything else existed. It's the only way you can enjoy this shit.
Well, one other note is I predicted early on when we were talking about this show that during his weakest moment, that's when Qui-Gon would appear.
Mining Joel grafting.
But
but instead he just shows up again in a fake beard as a teaser for season 2.
Right.
That would have been such a better moment if he didn't say anything. If Obi-Wan just saw him, they kind of nod.
You know what?
It's like, oh, it's back. His mojo is back.
You know what? You have him trapped under the rocks at the end like he was, and instead of thinking about baby Leia, which was just creepy.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe you just hear Qui-Gon's voice saying, "It wasn't your fault."
Sure.
Wasn't your fault.
But you have to physically see Liam Neeson.
Probably on the Rogue, right?
So everybody watching the show
I
can
don't know.
applaud and film reaction videos of them crying. They did that with Luke when he showed up in Mandalorian season 2, and everybody lost their mind because it's a thing they recognize.
To me, the obvious thing to do is to have Obi-Wan's buried under rocks. Yeah, and he's like thinking of Darth Vader's voice. He's thinking Baby Leia and whatever. And then Obi-Wan, he does get his mojo back. And he becomes
I figured,
super
fuck it,
powerful,
Draenei,
throwing
Lionels.
rocks at Darth Vader, cutting his
Didn't even
mask
think about
off,
engineering, to
kicking
be
the
honest.
shit out of him. And that is vaguely unmotivated. That he gets his mojo back. But like you said, having Qui-Gon whisper, something, some kind of words or statement that changes his perspective, and that gives him the strength.
Because the impression I've gotten is that Obi-Wan is basically guilty. He's in his head. He's created this monster.
Well, they said they had that moment come from him actually talking with Vader, but then you got to put Qui-Gon in it somewhere. So just throw him in at the end. Whatever you do, make sure he has a fake beard on.
leave Liam Neeson alone.
He filmed that over Skype. Him and Ian McDermott, they both just filmed their bits on their computers.
Yeah.
They digitally added Ian McDermott's makeup.
I know.
I wasn't even sure that was Ian McDermott.
It didn't sound like him.
I'm pretty sure that was actually him.
It was. I looked it up.
You looked it up? Okay.
Because I was like, who's playing the Emperor? That's my job.
At this point, you sound more like the Emperor than Ian McDermott.
He just sounded like Bob Hope. He looked like Bob Hope, like old Bob Hope. Or you know who he looked like? He looked like Bob Newhart without any makeup on.
Oh.
They just put a hood on Bob Newhart, and he's just like, forget about Obi-Wan. I have forgotten all about him. He's nothing to me. You are now my servant. And Vader's like, I will serve only you. So that's where Vader's like, okay, I know Obi-Wan's on Tatooine. I'm just going to fucking let it go. And I'm just going to do the business of the Empire. They reset that. I don't know. Qui-Gon.
Which is where we get Revenge of the Sith, basically. It's the same thing.
So a little pointless adventure happened, and then they went back. That is Star Wars. I would say it would be a pretty good challenge to cut this to a 2-hour and 20-minute movie, a standard Star Wars feature film length, to take this and cut it all down.
Sure.
I think someone could do that and call it Star Wars Episode 3.1.
Yeah.
I really like the
At least we're getting there, right?
the
43.
Boba Fett thermal nuclear detonator to blow herself up.
Got my mounts. Don't have to walk everywhere anymore.
I really liked. I felt more emotion for the loader exploding than Chalia. But
The loader only cared because it was programmed to.
but she could have thrown that grenade.
She was injured though, wasn't she?
She was, but like Reva and all the stormtroopers were like coming down the hallway, and I would have thrown it. But
That's not as emotional, Mike.
It was like that was a cheap emotional moment. It would have had more impact had Obi-Wan smooched on her.
It would have, yes.
He can't do that because he's a Jedi.
But come on, they bend the rules with everything else. They have a nice scene where they're talking and they really start to enjoy each other's company, and she puts a little move on him, and they smooch, and then he says no. And then when she blows herself up, there's even more emotional weight than just a character that we kind of like that dies, because that was his chance,
I didn't even think you have to blow her up. You just have the moment like at the end, after everything, he has to turn her down because he's got his mission. He needs to do the mission. The Force. I've got to make sure Luke Skywalker gets trained properly. I got to go back into the desert. Can't do love.
Yeah,
Stargate did that.
Fair,
That's G1.
They obviously didn't plan out the original trilogy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have Luke and Leia kissing. But that was before Star Wars was what it is. Yeah, now you got to think this shit through. I don't know.
And that's what people liked about the original trilogy, those three characters, Luke, Leia, and Han.
Mm-hmm.
Han Solo's a smarmy, sassy smuggler guy who's full of himself, and Leia, and the smooching, and there's a little love triangle thing going on in the very beginning, and then it all kind of like then
not a bunch of emotionless weirdos.
Then it becomes emotionless weirdos when Return of the Jedi comes around, and Han and Leia are just like scene filler. Mm-hmm. They're just like trees, they're like set pieces. It's like a piece of scenery that shoot blasters, and then Lucas focuses on Vader and fucking the Emperor, and I don't know. He just gave up on the charm. Why didn't Irvin Kershner direct Return of the Jedi?
I don't know. It's because in Jedi Luke gets the cult personality. He becomes a Jedi and he instantly becomes boring.
Yeah.
He goes from the farm boy looking for adventure to, yes, Father, I sense the good in you. I have drained all emotion from my personality. I'm creepy now. No, Emperor, I will never join you. I am a Jedi like my father. I have been programmed into the Jedi cult now.
He becomes a creepy priest man.
Yeah, he does. That's Luke's arc. He becomes a creepy priest man.
You got my attention.
So what happens to the Star Wars now?
Don't give a shit. Star Wars to me at this point, I'm like Tim Robinson in that sketch where he's like, I don't want to be around anymore.
I don't want to be around anymore.
Well,
I just think about Star Wars. I just want to tear this shit off.
I think Ewan McGregor says he would be open to doing more. He's like, every now and then it could be fun. And obviously they got Qui-Gon back.
Season 2, they'll go on another quaint adventure that they can get away with doing without it affecting the original trilogy, which means it'll have no consequences again.
I gotta find out what happens to Reva.
They'll just give her her own spin-off show, right? That'll be
probably
the name.
what the Book of Reva.
The Book of Reva.
They did everything they possibly could, other than have him smooch on Tila, which was a big miss. And Qui-Gon's Force Ghost, like, giving Obi-Wan a pep talk as he's crushed under some rocks. Obi-Wan, listen to me, okay? Listen.
So now Qui-Gon sounds like Trump?
Listen. It wasn't your fault. The guy was a prick from the get-go, okay? Now just get up, get some balls, okay? And throw the rocks at the guy in the plastic costume. So I could get back to Mar-a-Lago.
I would have thrown the rocks. I would have thrown all the rocks.
The best rocks.
I have the best rocks.
Get the biggest rocks. I would have thrown them all at the guy in the plastic 70s costume.
I don't know why you can't do it.
Just do it already, okay? Save the little girl. She's got a lot of potential. A lot of potential.
She could be my future wife in another 2 years.
Could be a new wife.
I got a friend. We could bring her to his island. A lot of potential.
A lot of potential there. And don't forget, Darth Vader snaps a little kid's neck in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty upsetting. He was a little too mean in this, don't you think?
No, it was the appropriate amount of
the
mean.
appropriate amount of Darth Vader. It wasn't like the end of Rogue One, that hallway scene that everybody jizzed their pants over, where he's just slashing everybody and he's like a horror villain.
We have to address something else too.
Oh.
That I kept saying that Hayden Christensen was in the costume, and he wasn't.
Yeah, it was not.
It was tall guys. So we retract those comments.
I don't retract the comment that all those scenes are still awkward.
I thought Hayden Christensen's only appearance of the show was going to be him in the tank of water. But he gets snagged at the end when they cut his Darth Vader mask open and we see his face and we hear his voice. And it's a little mixture between his voice and
Amp intellect food.
I am what remains.
So now that the Obi-Wan show is over,
Pleased to meet
what's next? They shouldn't do anything else with Obi-Wan.
Fireball Pyro.
Except for season 2. Can't wait for season 2. They're bringing back Liam Neeson. It's gonna be so exciting.
Are they going to find a way to make Liam Neeson like come back to life?
I think it'd be a whole Liam Neeson prequel.
Ooh.
We haven't seen the origins of
Gone and Wart.
We know literally nothing about him.
Where did he hear about the prophecy? Why is he so interested in the prophecy? Is there a prophecy that Qui-Gon Jinn would find the prophecy?
He could find the prophecy.
Did he meet Darth Plagueis? Did he fight Darth Plagueis?
We'd have to young Qui-Gon. Oh, that would be a great. We'll give him free ideas here. That'd be a great framing idea. It'll be called Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon, the show, right? And Obi-Wan will build his little house. Remember, he has a little house.
On the top of the hill.
He'll build his little house, and he'll commune with Qui-Gon. And
I've got
Qui-Gon
two
will
already,
tell
I
him
think, in my bank.
stories
So it'll be
from-
like young Indiana Jones Chronicles?
Yes, exactly.
That show was such a hit.
They'll have like a parallel adventure
Oh.
where things that Obi-Wan is doing on his adventure reflects the things that young Qui-Gon went through on his adventure as he's guiding Obi-Wan through everything.
Or an incomplete adventure that Qui-Gon had in his youth.
Ooh, yeah, and Obi-Wan has to finish the adventure. Jesus Christ, we should be paid for this shit.
Well, Qui-Gon will tell him story, and then you don't have to use Ewan McGregor quite as much. The first like 4 or 5 episodes will be just be him like kind of like sitting there, and Qui-Gon's ghost will be telling the story. We cut to flashback. You get a younger actor to play young Qui-Gon. You don't want to do the DH thing with 70-year-old Liam Neeson.
No, you have to do that. They can't recast.
No,
that leads
recast.
to disaster. Look what happened with Solo.
I'm pushing for the recast. We have young Liam Neeson, some kid, 20 years old, the early days of that. And then you
Does he have a son?
No, I don't know. But then we could have Yoda. We could bring Yoda back.
Oh, thank God.
And then and we'll learn how Qui-Gon became so rebellious as a Jedi Master, right? and then it'll lead up to halfway through the season. That's when Qui-Gon will say, Obi-Wan, now you must complete the journey I started 60 years ago, or 50 years ago, or whatever the fuck it was. And then we'll discover Darth Plagueis is still alive.
Oh my God! Dark Plagueis was the
I only
one that
needed 3,
really
but
stole
whatever.
the Sith crystals that Qui-Gon was trying to replace in the Temple of Doom.
Ugnan.
Temple of
Ugnan. Ugnan.
The first Jedi Lord.
Yes, but
Who was an ancestor, the Temple of the first Jedi Lord, who was an ancestor of Darth Plagueis.
guess
They're related.
Guess who discovers that Darth Plagueis survived?
Who?
Who killed him?
Oh my God, we're getting Palpatine in this shit too?
Obi-Wan and
Oh my-
Palpatine team up!
To fight Darth Plagueis.
Plagueis threatens both of us. Plagueis has a plan to take over the Empire from me.
Does Yoda have to assist from Dagobah, like project the Force?
Yoda temporarily leaves Dagobah to come help. He has a little adventure.
Because we gotta see, Yoda hasn't met up with Palpatine since the end of Revenge of the Sith. How are they gonna react when they see each other now that Palpatine's the Emperor? How are they gonna react? What's gonna happen?
They all have to work together to stop Darth. Darth Plagueis is the new baddie. He's the Thanos of the new Star Wars universe.
Oh, God.
And Vader might show up too.
Are they gonna have to hitch a ride on a ship that's captained by the old captain of Padme's royal guard? That
Sure.
one guy?
Panaka?
Panaka?
Oh, Panaka.
Yeah.
Panaka.
Panaka's it's his ship. They gotta take his ship.
A
to the
Naboo
planet.
cruiser. Yeah, we could bring back.
And everybody films reaction videos for YouTube of them crying when Captain Panaka shows up
Well,
again.
he's a secret. We don't reveal him at all until the actual episode comes out. That's
Well, yeah, but then
the
people-
wham moment. Then,
Young
yeah.
Panaka. Young Panaka.
How
Yeah, because we have to remember. No.
No, this old Panaka
He'll be
in the
old,
Obi-Wan section of the adventure.
Then you can bring the real actor back. The actual actor.
The Qui-Gon flashbacks are young Qui-Gon and a young Plagueis before he was betrayed by Sidious. But then in the present day,
I'm cheap, I'm not teleporting.
post, A New Hope. Plagueis
There's a
is
fucking
super
tram,
old,
guys.
like
I'll take the
Emperor,
tram.
But he's 10 times more powerful because he's been just filled with vengeance. Dark side has been brewing within him for 20 years, and he's planning his revenge against Palpatine. And Obi-Wan discovers this, and you can't have someone more powerful than Palpatine take over the Empire. And Obi-Wan sends a secret coded message to Palpatine. You've got to help with this shit. You started this shit. You've got to come help with it. Bring Vader too. I promise we won't fight. And then Yoda will show, a little egg will land, and then Palpatine will say, my little green friend. Help you I must. Plagueis? Emperor knew he must not become.
This sounds too big for a Disney Plus show. This is like a movie. This is like a trilogy of movies. You're thinking too big.
Okay, well.
Can you just, during all of this, just over my face, can you just insert the "I don't want to be around anymore" image?
Yeah. Okay, I can do that. I can do that.
I don't want to be around anymore.
Well, I don't know. Star Wars. We've got some ideas for Star Wars. They'll probably steal them because they're so bad. But
we put a whole 3 minutes of thought into this.
Yeah, and it's not too bad. Let's just go. Let's just go. I'm done.
That's the best thing we've said all 2 hours we've been doing.
Goodbye.
America has played scared. Let's just face it. We haven't had a expansionist president in our lifetime, period.
There is a huge hypocrisy in the way that most people in the West have even paid attention to what's going on in Iran. In just 3 days, we don't have an exact death toll, but it could be more people than have been killed in Gaza in over the 3 years.
Oh my God, that's preposterous.
I mean, you are
shouldn't
so
just invent
privileged.
statistics.
We just had Homegirl talk about how there's 70 to 80,000 people who've been slaughtered in Iran.
It's not 70 or
people might have been
80,000
slaughtered
in Gaza.
I got him elected twice. He was a stone cold loser.
You're a stone cold loser. Your response?
I guess he's got this stone cold stunner thing that's happened to him, and maybe he's confused and thinks I'm Steve Austin.
As the bodies of protesters pile high in Iran, one fact stands clear in a deeply complex debate about American supremacy. The Islamic regime is vile. We don't need to speculate about executions, torture, and the repression of women, because the regime wants its own people to see the consequences of its dissent, of their dissent. We don't need to exaggerate Iran's support for global terror, because the regime wants its own people to believe in its power when it leads them in chance of death to Britain and death to America. And we don't need to amplify Iran's brutality, because the regime itself says that thousands have died in this crackdown and that some protesters could be hanged today. President Trump last night implied that Iran was close to crossing his red line.
If they hang him, you're going to see some things that I don't know what your where you come from and what your thought process is, but you'll perhaps be very happy.
What do you mean by that?
We will take very strong action if they do such a thing. We will take very strong action. We don't want to see
Yes,
what's
then
happened in
shit.
Iran happen. And you know, if they want to have protests, that's one thing. When they start killing thousands of people, and now you're telling me about hanging. We'll see how that works out for them. It's not going to work out good.
You can, of course, question whether and why this is our fight. You can worry about what regime change looks like in reality. You can vehemently oppose British or American troops being sent to any Middle Eastern conflict. But the only humanitarian position is to be deeply and vocally appalled by what Iran's leaders have done to the people of a once great country. Many influential people who were justifiably outraged by the atrocities in Gaza have said little or nothing about the mass murder of Iranian protesters. They're so wedded to opposing Israel that anything Israel could benefit from is automatically deemed suspicious or wrong. To be clear, it works both ways. Many prominent supporters of Israel, who suddenly found a very deep concern for human rights in the Middle East, were cheering the IDF as children starved or were killed. There's a big debate to be had about President Trump's sudden zest for global meddling, and we're going to have it. But whatever happens next, the Iranian protesters deserve our support, and there can surely be no real debate about that.
I just got it, okay? We're gonna forget this a couple of times. Right?
Back on Uncensored.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
What do you make of what is happening in Iran? As we're about to start this interview, it's been announced the United States is pulling out military personnel from its air base in Qatar. That is the largest air base in the Middle East for the American military. How significant do you think that is? Are we about to see more strikes along the lines of what we saw last summer?
You know, I think the one thing we can all agree on is we hope and wish for the best for the Iranian people. You know, we'd love to see them live in a free society. As you mentioned, Iran was once a great country. It's a populous nation, has great natural resources. For many, many decades, they were leaning towards Europe. They had Western traditions. They were open. You didn't see veils on the women dressed in Western wear. They were very open. It was an intellectual society. Many of those intellectuals ultimately fled over time as the religious zealots took over. So we all want what's best for them. My concern with bombing Iran, though, is that you might get the opposite. Right now, the ire, the dander, the emotion and the protest is to oppose the mullahs, to oppose the religious government. The problem is when bombs begin dropping from Americans, will that shift the anger of the people away from their mullahs? Will they rally around their flag, and will nationalism supplant? Will the anger towards America dropping bombs be greater than their anger towards the mullahs? So I think there's a danger that you shift the balance here away from the freedom movement. And so I would be very, very cautious with doing this. I'm also kind of a stickler for the Constitution. I think you don't bomb anybody without asking the people through their representatives.
Yeah, I mean, Donald Trump is being increasingly bellicose in his rhetoric about this, but what he can actually do, which doesn't have the impact that you just warned about, is a matter for a lot of conjecture, I think. Do you think, separate to what America may or may not do, do you feel, as many seem to, including the German Chancellor, that we are at a genuine tipping point with this Iranian regime, that it could fall?
You know, I don't know if I have the particular insight to tell you one way or the other. I can tell you that even growing up during the Cold War, I was always perplexed. You know, how could people live under Stalin? How could 37 million people die and that the people didn't rise up? There's always more people than there are, autocrats. You know, how does a few autocrats, there may be a few thousand of these mullahs, how do they control a country of what, I don't know, 60, 80 million people? How does that happen? And so I am perplexed that they don't, but I don't have particular insight as to when it happens. I will say that I was struck at the end of the Cold War how, you know, we all worried about a nuclear war. We worried about a war with Russia that would occur. And instead it just sort of disappeared almost. I mean, just the walls came tumbling down and large protest after large protest transformed into freedom. And I hope and wish for that in Iran. I just don't know that bombs facilitate it. I'm worried that bombs, American bombs, will have the unintended consequence of actually delaying freedom for Iran.
Would they be constitutional bombs, in the sense that Donald Trump, many feel, is riding roughshod over the Constitution and over what his powers as president are? And we're going to come to Venezuela in a moment, because I know you've been quite vocal about that. But, you know, is he able to just launch a bombing campaign against the mullahs without prior debate and support from Congress, for example?
That was squeaky.
You know, our founding fathers were very clear. They debated this from Jefferson to Hamilton. The entire spectrum of the founding fathers believed that the war power had been placed, the initiation of war, the declaration of war had been placed in the legislature.
Need help?
But can he do it? If Congress lacks any kind of ambition to protect their legislative power, yes. And that's what's been going on for 70 some odd years. Their strongest argument is, well, we've always done this. We've been doing it for 100 years. Who are you to say we can't do it? But we had an interesting briefing yesterday. We read the Office of Legal Counsel's formal declaration or legal arguments for why the president had the power to do this. Their main argument is that there isn't a war. So I asked the young assistant attorney general when he came to our lunch, I said, well, what is a constitutional war? And he said, well, you have to have, you know, scope, duration, and extent, and you have to have like a lot of casualties. I said, how many casualties? And he said, well, that's not really defined, but a lot. And I said, well, how do we decide on initiating a war if we don't know if it's a war until after we count the casualties? Or after we know the extent of the war, after we know how long it is, or how many boots on the ground? You don't really know that at the initiation. The initiation is really to say, we're at war with these people because we're really angry because they did this, or they attacked our shipping, or they attacked our outpost. That's what the initiation of war is. But these people say, well, this isn't a war, and you'll know it's a war later on someday. But then how do we initiate a war that's already after the war's over? I mean, It's crazy circular logic, but this is what we're up against. But Congress could stop a president, but it would take a lot more wherewithal and courage than this Congress appears to have.
Let's turn to Venezuela. The Senate's expected to take another procedural vote today on limiting President Trump's war powers in Venezuela. You and 4 other Republican senators voted for the war powers resolution that would limit his ability to conduct further attacks in Venezuela. And you said, I think bombing a capital and removing the head of state is by all definitions war. Does this mean we have carte blanche that the president can make the decision anytime, anywhere to invade a foreign country and remove people that we've accused of a crime? Now, Trump, by way of response, said that you and the other 4 Republicans who voted this way should never be elected to office again. And yesterday, he ramped up his Rand Paul rhetoric, calling you a stone-cold loser. Let's take a listen to this.
So one of our top priorities in this mission is promoting greater affordability. Now, that's a word used by the Democrats. They're the ones that cause the problem. The one thing, they stick together. They don't have some of the people that we have. They don't have a Rand Paul that votes against everything. I got him elected twice. He was stone cold loser. I went to Kentucky where I won by a lot. I did a rally for him. Then I did another rally, he won. Then I went the second time, he won. Then he votes against all the time. It's just crazy. I don't get it.
It's crazy, and you're a
He's
stone
hilarious.
cold loser who without him wouldn't even be a senator, Rand Paul. Your response? Today's show is sponsored by Oxford Natural, makers of the Optimum Day and Optimum Night all-natural supplements. Thousands of Brits and Americans are already taking them with incredible results. Optimum Day boosts your energy and supports weight loss throughout the day. Optimum Night helps you relax and get deep, refreshing sleep. They have countless success stories, including from some very familiar faces. England legend Michael Owen, who lost 40 pounds. AFTV's Robbie, who lost more than 100 pounds. To watch their full stories and many more, scan the QR code on your screen or visit oxfordnatural.com/peers. And here's the best part. Use the code PEERS and get 70% off your first order. Yes, 70% off with the code PEERS.
Well, you know what I was reminded of? You know, Trump was at one time a worldwide wrestler. He was on WWE. He's actually in the Hall of Fame. And one of his interactions is with Stone Cold Steve Austin. And Stone Cold Steve Austin was famous for his Stone Cold Stunner move, where he kicks you in the stomach and then knocks you down. And so there's actually an episode where Trump is in the ring and he's kicked hard in the stomach and pummeled to the ground.
How are you?
And I guess he's got this Stone Cold Stunner thing that's happened to him, and maybe he's confused and thinks I'm Steve Austin. But this is not worldwide wrestling, and you know, look, we're mature people. There are many things I support the president on, but you know, I promise to defend the Constitution. The debate over war powers is bigger than Donald Trump. It's bigger than me, and it's been going on for my entire lifetime. So I've informed the president it's not
Bro, I need to start
personal.
reading this
Look,
shit.
I voted for
Fuck's sake.
91% of his legislation. I voted for nearly 100% of his nominees. I've been one of his biggest defenders when he was impeached twice. If he can't appreciate that, that's too bad. But at the same time, I haven't given up supporting the president. I support him on many things. I actually like him personally. I enjoy his time. I've known him for a decade. I've played golf with him dozens of times. So maybe he'll come around. Maybe this is New York stick, or maybe this is WWE stick. I'm not sure what it is.
I think he'll come round. I mean, I've known him 20 years, and the last time I interviewed him, he didn't like some of the criticism I leveled at him. And he went on a rally stage and said I was so dead I was catching flies. And then we had a very nice chat about a few months later. So I think a lot of this is performative, I think, with President Trump. And I suspect he grudgingly respects the fact you are prepared to stand up to him, because so many people don't. And I think it's healthy in a democracy for people to criticize even their good friends in politics. That's what you should be doing. You appeared on the Joe Rogan Experience in an episode released yesterday, and you said this about the attacks on Venezuelan boats.
I look at my colleagues who say they're pro-life and they value God's inspiration in life, but they don't give a shit about these people in the boats. And are they terrible people in boats? I don't know. They're probably poor people in Venezuela and Colombia. And really, they say, well, we're at war with them. They're committing war by bringing drugs into America. They're not even coming here. They're going to these islands in the south part of the Caribbean, the cocaine, and it's not fentanyl at all. The cocaine's going to Europe. Those little boats can't get here.
I mean, their argument will be that their intelligence is these are drug boats bringing illegal drugs across the water, perhaps ending up in America, perhaps killing Americans. If that was the case, hypothetically, if these are all drug boats and they're not innocent people, then do they have a legitimate defense of what they've been doing?
The reason they want to equate drugs as a weapon and make this a war is because normally you don't kill unarmed people. So if tomorrow you decided to go out and shoot a bunch of people on a boat, it would be murder. But if you're coming from the government and you say there's a war, then it's not. But the idea that drugs are a weapon, you know, you'd have to imagine that the big pallets of cocaine, they come and they hit you over the head with them, and then they would be a weapon, and then they would force you to take the cocaine. They're coming here for our black market, for people who are voluntarily buying it. But it's actually most of the drugs that we've been shooting, the people aren't coming here. Those drugs are verifiably going to small islands in the
I gotta go to the
South
bathroom
Caribbean
so badly.
and being exported to.
We're in the end anyways.
Got the best deals anywhere.
Time is money, friends. I'll be back. Okay. Had to do mom's bandages as well.
To Europe primarily, and there's no fentanyl, zero, none of the, and the fentanyl is a scourge. We've had so many deaths, and it's a tragedy. You know, I know two young brothers who both died from an accidental overdose. It's terrible, but this has nothing to do with fentanyl, and it's basically an excuse. But here's the rub. Even if it were a war, even if these people were viable people in a war, according to our military justice code, you do not kill people who are shipwrecked. So September 2nd, they blew up a boat, killed like 8 or 10 people, but 2 people were swimming around, clutching to the shipwreck, and they went back and killed them. That is unlawful, even in times of war. Is not justifiable. And when I hear my colleagues who are, you know, all for the unborn and all for little children, which I am too, not care at all about these people. And it's like, well, they're drug dealers. Well, they may have been. They're accused of being drug dealers, not convicted. If they got the drugs to Miami, they got off the boat and they put them in a U-Haul and they're going up the road. Do we take a grenade launcher and blow up the truck? We don't do that. That's not who we are as a people. But the fact that it doesn't bother my colleagues, that they're jolly well just fine with killing people, I think is disturbing and says something about their ability to think through what actually is going on here, and they're blinded by loyalty to the president and have given up on thoughts of justice or due process.
On the removal of President Maduro himself, another very contentious thing to have happened. Everyone agrees that the military operation that was conducted was pretty well faultless and had no loss of life on the American military end. But many people also feel, this goes in line with what you've been talking about, that this has broken the conventional rules of the international order, that you don't go into another sovereign country and just snatch the leader of that country and take them to yours. What do you feel about what happened there?
You know, they've been mostly justifying and trying to convince people by saying, oh, we were just arresting him. He had a warrant, we have a warrant for his arrest, and a grand jury had indicted him. But nobody's really thinking through this. He's indicted for breaking American laws. Are we in the business of indicting people around the world who break our laws, who aren't even in our country? How do you break a law in our country when you don't live in our country? So one of the things he's accused of is drugs, and everybody glosses over that, but those are American drug laws, they're not Venezuelan. But the other thing, in the indictment, they actually accuse him of owning or conspiring to own machine guns. Well, every leader in the whole world.
You mean his army? I always thought that was funny.
Does that mean we could arrest anybody around the world? Look at Brazil. They've got the former president in jail for life. The current president and the Supreme Court, many say are corrupt. Many say he's an illegitimate leader. Bolsonaro said he stole the election. Would it be our job, if we believe Bolsonaro, to go in, remove a helicopter out the president of Brazil, break into the jail, and let Bolsonaro out?
Scusi, perdone.
It's our job to go to Saudi Arabia and arrest the people who may or may not have been connected to killing Washington Post journalist Khashoggi. I mean, you can go around the world. Throughout Africa, at any point in time, there's 1 or 2 dictators that are committing human rights atrocities.
But what is the difference? Right, but Senator Paul, what would be the moral distinction? Put the legality to one side for a moment. But the moral distinction, some would say, look, we went into Pakistan in the cover of night with a bunch of Navy SEALs, and we murdered Osama bin Laden. I don't know what his criminal record was or wasn't in the United States, but taking your logic, was that a justified operation by the United States or not?
The difference is he attacked us. I mean, 9/11 was an attack.
Right, but he himself wasn't in the United States when it happened. And I guess the argument the administration would put up is, well, Maduro was conducting, in their eyes, conducting these drug wars against Americans, but from Venezuela. And they would say that bin Laden was conducting attacks on America from outside.
I think they're different arguments, because I think the argument against bin Laden is that it was an act of war. 9/11 was an act of war, and he was the mastermind, and I think there is evidence of that. With regard to Maduro, you know, My understanding is I don't think even the government believes they have a very strong connection of him to drugs. Do you think there's going to be a video or an audio of Maduro saying, hey, we got a couple kilos, see if you can get $1,000 a kilo, and they'll be offloading it at the port at Caracas? You think they're going to have that? What they're going to do is convict him the way they do always. And this is the danger even to Americans. They do it through conspiracy. They lump a whole bunch of them together. They don't prove any of them individually. And they get enough people just to say, I hate drugs and he's a terrible autocrat, let's put him in prison. And they will put him in prison forever. He will rot somewhere in the United States. But I think really what I'm debating isn't so much, you know, that Maduro was something they wanted to save. I'm glad he's gone. I wrote a book called The Case Against Socialism. I've written about Venezuelan socialism. But it's important for people to know the government that remains is his government. His government remains. The socialism didn't start with Maduro. It didn't start with Chavez. It started with Perez back in the 70s. They nationalized the gas companies in 71, the oil companies in 76. They finally took away all private property in 2007. Part of the debate about this isn't that one socialist is better than other, but that freedom is better than socialism. Because if the Venezuelan people choose another socialist, they'll be back in the same situation of privation and poverty within a number of years.
Every new year, I think about what a real fresh start looks like. And for me, it always begins at home. Cozy Earth is my go-to for a winter blues-busting reset. They've just launched their new Baja bedding set, and you really need to check this out. It's their first fully matching collection. Sheets, duvet cover, quilt, coverlet, all inspired by the soothing tones of Baja California. The designs are classy, the fabrics are premium, and they'll give your bedroom an elevated resort-like look. And the Cozy Earth product that I use every day, the Luxe Bath Towels. These towels are incredible, made from a cotton and bamboo viscous blend with zero twist technology. So they're plush, absorbent, and feel like a warm hug when you step out of the shower. Everything comes with a 100-night sleep trial and a 10-year warranty. So start the new year with real comfort. Go to CozyEarth.com and use my code PEERS, P-I-E-R-S, for up to 20% off. That's CozyEarth.com, code PEERS. And if you get a post-purchase survey, mention you heard about Cozy Earth right here. So, Paul, a final question. I just want to play you a clip of Donald Trump yesterday at a Ford factory.
Donaldo Trumpo.
Now, this was him, I believe the parlance is flipping the bird at a Ford worker who turned out to be a man named TJ Sabula, who's now been suspended, but says he has no regrets. He was screaming at Trump, "You're a paedophile protector." The White House Communications Director, Stephen Chung, said in a statement, a lunatic was wildly screaming expletives in a complete fit of rage, and the president gave an appropriate and unambiguous response. Do you think the president's response was appropriate?
I guess I would start with the person who yells. People think that freedom of speech means you can say anything you want, anywhere you want. But if you work for me and I'm Mr. Ford, and I say you have to behave with decorum, whether it's President Obama or President Trump, I'll fire your ass if you're not polite, and you need to be polite. At your workplace, you've got to. You do not have freedom of speech to call your boss a knucklehead. You don't have, private property means the people who control the property have some controls over your behavior. So the person was inappropriate. Whether the president was appropriate or not, I'm not going to make a judgment on it. I wasn't there, I didn't hear it. But I think it's a useful lesson about speech that you can say anything you want. The government shouldn't put you in jail, but your employer has no obligation to keep you on if you're rude when you invited the president to your business.
It sounds like you're kind of defending the president's right to flip the bird.
Take it as you will, interpret it as you must, Pierce.
Senator Paul, great to have you back on our Censor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, joining me now to
I
discuss
kind of like
Iran,
Rand Paul.
Venezuela, Greenland, and more. And
He
indeed
seems
the
measured.
Presidential bird flip is Glenn Greenwald, the host of System Update, Anna Gasparian, executive producer and host of The Young Turks, author, journalist, and broadcaster Jorge Ramos, who was detained by the Maduro regime in 2019, and the Iranian-American foreign policy analyst, Lisa Daftari. Welcome to all of you, a stellar panel. Happy New Year to all of you. Let's get the civil stuff out the way early so that we can have the less than civil stuff later as things turn a little Trump-like and inappropriate, doubtless, as we get into these things. Let's start with that. Glenn Greenwald, President of the United States flipping the bird at an American car worker.
Cares.
Appropriate?
Honestly, it's not something that particularly bothers me. I think, though, at the same time, it's perfectly fine for a factory worker who feels like President Trump's policies have been harmful to him and his economic security and his family's economic security to scream at him as well. That is the nature of the United States. We don't have royalty. We're not expected to be totally deferential or even necessarily polite to our political leaders. And I thought what he did was fine. And, you know, you can make an argument of presidential decorum, but I'm not really bothered by what President Trump did either.
Anna Kasparian, what did you think of that incident?
I thought it was a perfect representation of what President Trump thinks about the ordinary American worker. And I think his actions and his policies have made that abundantly.
What the fuck are you talking about, bitch? Like, oh, she can say such stupid shit sometimes. He was called some nasty words and the guy flipped him off. That's it, right? No more, no less.
Clear. But that vile gesture to an American worker helps you kind of visualize what he actually thinks about Americans.
Vile gesture.
That's what I think.
I mean, the worker was screaming at him, pedophile protector.
Yeah, because he is. He is a pedophile protector. Has still to comply with the order to release the Epstein files. We got one batch that's heavily redacted. Supposedly more was on the way. No, he wants to engage in the cover-up. I mean, I think that's been abundantly clear from day one. And what is that cover-up about? It's about covering up for a pedophile and his co-conspirators. So it is what it is. It's true.
And Jorge Ramos, two things I guess from this. One is the free speech part. Should Ford have suspended this guy for asking that question or making that statement about the president? And should the president have responded by flipping the bird?
I mean, I was surprised. I wasn't. I saw him and said that's
too bad it's the wrong
exactly
one.
Donald Trump. And then that's just one example. Just recently, you know what has happened in Minneapolis and the way he has referred to Rene Good is simply not appropriate. And the way he's been criticizing immigrants and calling them rapists and criminals, that's not appropriate. So I'm really not surprised by Donald Trump. Not at this point, not after so many years since we have known him.
And with regard to Ford suspending this employee?
If it's a private company, probably they can do whatever they want. I mean, and we as journalists, we have limits. There are certain things that I cannot say about child pornography. I cannot just create a danger when it doesn't happen. And
16 to go.
Defamation, I'm responsible. But if it's a private company, it is very, those are different rules. However, I'm for complete freedom. I mean, I think we can and should say whatever we want, but then there are consequences, and we just saw it.
Lisa, it feels slightly trivial, I guess, to be starting with this. It was only because I ended the conversation with Rand Paul. But what do you believe this incident says about modern America, where the President of the United States is giving the finger to an American car worker?
Yeah, I think this Trump derangement syndrome has given people a bit too much liberty to act and behave in certain ways, where school day is canceled when Donald Trump is elected president because people have to emotionally process. And this is a democratic society, and yes, we have our freedoms, but we should also have a certain level of respect for the institution of the presidency. Because look, President Trump won't always be in office, but will we remain a society that disrespects police, teachers, elected officials, and of course the president?
Right. Let's
Can I just quickly interject on that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Go. This phrase, Trump derangement syndrome, this was invented by Charles Krauthammer, who was a Washington Post columnist and a psychiatrist back in the Bush years, to pathologize people who were criticizing George Bush for the war on terror, basically saying they were mentally ill. It then got transported to every president. Obama derangement syndrome, now Trump derangement syndrome, which is basically a way of saying
I've never heard of the first two. I've heard of the last one.
That you have some sort of behavioral problem. That is the spirit of America going back since its founding, is we curse our leaders, we can say the worst things about them. And the idea that somehow Trump gets an unusual amount of, or a unique amount of abuse, go look at what conservatives were saying about Joe Biden and Barack Obama. They were communist dictators, they were incredibly corrupt. Obama wasn't even born here, he was born in Kenya. I mean, this idea that somehow, now that Trump's president, we're all supposed to elevate our level of respect is just very un-American. That's just not how our citizenry relates to our political leadership.
I do think
Yeah, I thought Trump had the birth certificate. What's up with that? I'm still waiting on that birth certificate though.
Their minds.
LOL.
And I do think he does it quite deliberately, and he's very, very good at it. And I do feel that people on the left would benefit collectively from not losing their minds constantly about everything Trump does, because there's enough stuff you can go after Trump about which is legitimately worthy of attention, energy, criticism, and debate, without going over every
like
single thing
covering
he's...
up the Epstein files.
Well, yeah, I agree.
I think that's worth it.
Yeah, Anna,
right? Covering up for pedophiles, that's worth it.
I totally agree. Totally agree. I'm not talking about that at all. But I'm saying if you scream about absolutely everything, then ultimately it dilutes the impact, I think, of taking him on in a smarter way.
I just can't get. That's why I can't get worked up over Trump extending his middle finger when we're talking about, arming Israel and its destruction of Gaza, what he's doing in Iran. And I do agree that the liberal tendency to be maximalist about everything Trump does has watered down the genuine criticism, because they're constantly screaming fascist and Nazi. It loses its sting for the times that you actually need it.
Yeah, I agree. Look, let's talk about Iran.
That's one of the beauties of America. I mean, when I first came to the United States from Mexico, Mexico was not a democracy. And one of the things that I truly loved early 1980s is how journalists were criticizing then Ronald Reagan. And my first reaction is, that's incredible. And I said, this is exactly the country where I want to go. So that's part of the beauty of it.
Yeah, I completely concur. And look, in England, the UK, we've had 12,000 people arrested last year for speech. 12,000. I mean, it's absolutely shocking to me. I mean, that's the kind of thing, if it happened in a fascist state, you'd say, okay, they're fascist.
You guys live in a fascist state.
In my country. 12,000 people arrested for stuff that's on social media.
The hell do you think Starmer is?
Quite terrifying, actually. Let's turn to Iran. Let's start with you, Glenn, on Iran. I posted today something I've just been thinking about this week, which is that there's been a kind of deafening silence from Hollywood. Like the Golden Globes came and went in the middle of all this with no celebrity mentioning the Iranian protesters. Very few high-profile media people who've been very vocal about what's happened, for example, in Gaza, have said anything about it either. And to me, there is a moral hypocrisy and cowardice going on here. And it's linked to the fact that in their heads, they believe this is all benefiting Israel, that Israel's tentacles are clearly involved here in fomenting the protests and encouraging America to take action and so on, which may well all be true.
Haven't got a single one yet.
But it doesn't change the fact that to me, it's warped their humanity from queuing up and protesting in large numbers about what's happening in Gaza, quite rightly, but zero complaint, protests, or offers of sympathy or empathy to the Iranian protesters. What do you say to that? New Year, the head doctors got you covered.
I couldn't disagree with that more for two reasons. First of all, Americans protest what their government does because that's what they can influence. They protested the Vietnam War that the U.S. was waging. They protested U.S. support for the apartheid regime of South Africa because that's what the U.S. was doing. They protest the U.S. support and financing and arming of Israel's destruction of Gaza because that was what the United States was doing. The United States isn't supporting Iran. What would these protests? What would their impact be? The reason why people protest is because they want their government to change their policy. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I think most people understand, although it's completely excluded from Western elite political and media discourse, that the United States and Great Britain love tyranny of this kind. The United States and Great Britain not just do business with, but prop up and keep in power some of the worst, most repressive, savage tyrannies on the planet. Saudi Arabia, in the United Arab Emirates, in Egypt, in all kinds of countries in that region, in Uganda, in Rwanda. Why aren't people going out on the street and protesting that? And nobody asks about that. And I think the reason is because the argument here, what's really driving this concern about Iran is not that we're so concerned about repression and tyranny because we're such great humanitarians, because the U.S. has done more to remove democratically elected governments and install dictatorships than the other way around. It's because Iran is viewed as a geopolitical enemy of the United States and Israel, and that's why so few people care about repression in our greatest allies in Saudi Arabia and Egypt and the like. But I think the main one is, the question is, they're protesting U.S. policy when they protest what's going on in Gaza, and the U.S. isn't supporting Iran.
Yeah, look, I would say to that, I'll come to you now, Lisa, but I would say to that doesn't stop a Hollywood star standing up in a public platform like the Golden Globes, where they were all supporting, for example, the woman who was shot dead by the ICE officer. They were, a lot of them, supporting still what's happening in Gaza and the Palestinian people. None of them wanted to express public support for the Iranian people. And I was just struck by that. So I think you don't have to protest necessarily as publicly offer support. I'm not seeing much of that from the people who've been leading the calls for people to support and show empathy for the Palestinians. Do you feel there is a double standard in the way this is being treated?
Absolutely. There is a huge hypocrisy in the way that most people in the West have even paid attention to what's going on in Iran over the last 2 weeks. In just 3 days, we don't have an exact death toll, but it could be more people than have been killed in Gaza in over the 3 years that we had that war, 2.5 years that we had that war. But why are you saying, oh my God? I mean, can I speak? You know what?
Yeah,
with this
sorry.
whole
Please,
conversation,
go ahead. But that is just.
The fact that you are
shouldn't
so
just invent statistics. You shouldn't just
invent.
You're not privileged. Where do you live? You're not privileged.
I'm talking about the Iranian people. I will never take away from the fight of the Iranian people because of where I sit. You know why I do what I do?
I'm not taking away from the Iranian people. I just don't want people to lie about them, and I don't want my government intervening militarily.
Showing my hair and not losing my life for it. That's where I feel privileged. This whole conversation, Pierce, points to one thing.
You're totally privileged. You're totally privileged. So don't use that as an argument to weaponize.
Why are you speaking over me? You don't want to hear what I
made an accusation.
Hang on 1 second. Let's not all talk at the same time. I think we can say this. I think Lisa, hang on. Let's just get to some reported facts as we understand them. In Gaza, it has been reported widely that the death toll is around 70 to 80,000. Now, that is a matter of conjecture. People say it could be higher. Some have said it may be too high. But that is the general accepted
reports
number.
Came out that
but we're talking about that.
And most of those were
okay,
terrorists.
but that's a period. Lisa, let me finish my point. Lisa, let me finish.
Those lives don't matter.
But that's in a period of over 2 years, okay? And then we come to what's happened here, and it's been reported, admitted by the Iranians, that it's at least 2,000. Other reports, CBS, say they believe, from what they're hearing on the ground, it could be 12,000 or more. And we don't know. We don't know because the internet has been turned off. Information flow is terrible. The footage we're seeing, most of it is old footage, regurgitated for propaganda purposes on all sides. We just don't really know what's going on. So you might be right, but Glenn is also right to raise. But hang on, Lisa, let me finish. Let me finish, Lisa. Glenn might be, I think he's understandably saying, hang on a second, you got to say glibly, not you are being glib, but just to throw out there the idea that 70,000 people have been killed. We just don't know that. So I think that
Why don't I say, can I pick up where 40, we don't even have to focus on the last 2 weeks. Why don't we focus on 47 years? Thousands and thousands have been killed for a mere Facebook post, for showing their hair, for dressing a certain way, for being an athlete, for being a journalist, pushed off the top of a building as a medical student because they were protesting peacefully against the government. Can we talk about the fact that in 1979, this government came in and launched an ideological war that all of you are victims to, that are spewing these talking points. Why? Because they wanted to, remember ISIS that we were all afraid
Why?
of?
Because we're not foot soldiers for the Zionists? Is that why? Because we're not foot soldiers for Zionists? The same Zionists that are trying to co-opt an organic uprising in Iran and essentially ruin it? Is that why?
Original caliphate They want to export their ideology, and that is why they are a threat to the United States. They are a threat to Europe, and
All
of
right.
course, the region and to the Iranian people.
Let me.
They're not a threat to the United States. They're a threat to Israel, and that's what your
They are
primary
a threat to
concern
the
here
United
is.
States.
If you care about the people of Iran, which
When
I
they-
do,
Don't talk
you
over
wouldn't
each
want
other.
foreign
Let Anna
actors
speak,
getting
please, Lisa.
involved
No,
to co-opt
so
that
Lisa, let
movement
Anna
and
speak.
essentially
You are so
install a
brainwashed.
monarch
Anna, please.
that the people of
Please
Iran do
don't
not
talk
want.
over each other, or no one can hear either of you.
I'm sure they could hear me. No, I'm just saying. I mean, look, the people of Iran deserve the type of leadership and government they want. And I hate the fact that an organic demonstration has effectively been co-opted.
Want to buy more
by
mobs.
Israeli interests who brag almost on a daily basis at this point about how they have Mossad on the ground. Mossad bragged about it. Amichai Eliyahu, who is the cultural minister in Israel, bragged about it. Israeli papers are bragging about it. Mike Pompeo, former Secretary of State, is bragging about it. Okay, having those types of insidious actors co-opting that demonstration is going to be to the detriment of Iran. And if Iranians want freedom, installing a Shah, installing a monarch who hasn't lived in the country for 47
I'm not sure
years
he was 60.
makes absolutely no sense. My heart breaks for the Iranian people.
All right, let me bring in.
What they want is being exploited.
Lisa, let me bring in. I want to
not
bring
my
in Jorge.
opinion.
I want to bring in Jorge, listening very patiently to this. Jorge, you've covered Iran like so many other issues for a very long time. My first question to you: do you believe we are, as Chancellor Germany has suggested, we are seeing now the beginning of the end of this regime, or do you think that is fanciful?
Well, hopefully it's going to be the beginning of the end. I mean, we've been following the massacres that have been happening in Iran for so many years, and then we've all seen the videos. The video is just horrible. The fact that we cannot agree on the number of people who have been killed in Iran is horrible. And now, let me just add that what we are here in the United States also debating is what would be the role of the United States and what President Donald Trump should do, because he threatened that he was going to participate in somehow if the number of people killed would raise, and then the numbers are incredible. I mean, we started with 2,000, probably it's 12,000. So for me, the real question is if this new doctrine, Don Road doctrine, is going to extend from Venezuela to Iran. I think that's the main question here in the United States.
Yeah, I mean, look, I would say to Anna's point, for example, that two things can be true at once. I mean, many things can be true at once, but it can be that the Iranian people have organically risen up, as they tried before, against their regime, because it's a despicable regime that represses them and treats them horrifically badly. And that's why they've done it. And it may be that at the same time, Israel senses a real opportunity to remove its main enemy in the region that's gone out of its way to empower and arm and monetize terror groups from Hamas to Hezbollah and the Houthis, right? So these things could all be true at the same time. The issue I have in terms of public pronouncements by people is that they seem to take a moral distinction between the lives of the Iranian protesters who are genuinely risking their lives to get out on the streets to battle for their freedom and democracy, when if it's Palestinians doing it, there's an unequivocal support and marching through streets showing support, not just protest. And I think we're just not seeing that from many of the same people from Iran. To me, that is a double standard.
And the response from the U.S.
The problem is we don't have a firm grasp on how many people have been killed. I mean, I don't doubt that hundreds
Even
of
one.
people. I mean,
Even
that's
We're seeing a lot of
confirmed
body
have been
bags.
killed,
Even
but we
one.
don't know the details yet.
You need
We
to
don't
know
know the details yet.
You
Okay, there isn't
47
clarity
years
because of
ago.
the fact that the internet's been shut
That's
down
not
and people don't
true.
have access to
That's
accurate
not
information
true.
about it.
Just wild, as per usual.
People do care. If you actually value human lives, people do care.
Anna, if I said that to you about what was happening in Gaza, you would blow your gasket in fury that I was doubting the number of people being
how
killed.
many people have been slaughtered there.
Right, but you wouldn't try and argue the point about the number of people being killed in Gaza.
And now you're trying to deny the Iranian people and their death toll. And what I'm telling you is, even if we don't even look at the last
Can we
2
just
weeks,
talk about the disparities that are being reported right now? Because we just had Homegirl talk about how there's 70 to 80,000 people who've been slaughtered in Iran.
No,
the
because
reports
that number is
indicate
not.
that
It's not
2,000
70 or
people might have
80,000
been slaughtered
in
So
Gaza.
am I supposed to take
What
you
you're doing is
seriously?
inflating
Am I
one
supposed to take
the other.
Zionist who provides cover for Israel's genocide seriously on this? I don't take you seriously. Sorry.
Wow.
But my heart breaks
Also,
for the innocent
you are
lives
so
of Gaza.
brainwashed.
All right, let me bring in Glenn. Let me bring in Glenn. Okay, let me stop shouting at each other. Let me bring in Glenn Greenwald.
No, I'm
Glenn.
spewing the truth, and you don't like it.
Pierre, I just want to say, the debate that this has turned into is not a new debate. We've seen this a million times in the United States. This is what happens in every single war and proposed war that the United States wants to do. This is exactly the debate that happened in 2002, 2003. The people who were against having the United States go in and invade Iraq were told, and I know, Pierce, you
the
were
door's
one of
open,
them.
yo.
Saddam Hussein is an evil dictator. He has slaughtered huge numbers of Iraqis. He gassed his own people. He tortures them in torture chambers, all of which was true. And that did not mean that either the United States ought to have intervened in order to take down the regime, or that the Iraqi people wanted the United States to go in and take down the regime, or that it would be helpful to the Iraqi people to go and take down the Iraqi regime. And I think we've seen the very clear lessons that in fact is not the truth, but it was morally repugnant to accuse opponents of U.S. intervention in Iraq of cheering for Saddam or not caring about the lives of the Iraqi people. The same thing in Vietnam. People opposed to the war in Vietnam were told, you don't care about the slaughter by Ho Chi Minh of the people in South Korea. People in South Korea, people in South Vietnam, and rather people in Iraq, people in Libya, people in Venezuela, they're gonna welcome you as liberators. They all want you to come and save them. This is all proven to be false propaganda. No one doubts the Iranian regime is a brutal, savage dictatorship. It's the same for many countries in the region, including ones the United States and the UK prop up. The issue is, if the Iranian people on their own want to protest their government, and a lot of the protests, by the way, are economic. They're suffocating economically because of U.S. sanctions. Whatever their motives are, political, economic, have at it. I mean, the Iranian people should determine their own sovereignty and their own government. Okay. The issue is nobody wants Israel and the United States intervening because of how disastrous that is proven to be for the countries in which they intervene.
Okay, well, let's switch. Hang on. I want to change on the similar theme of America potentially interfering in.
It's a lot of people talking over each other.
I want to change topic just to Greenland. We're going to be joined by a guest briefly, and I'll come to the panel for their reaction to this. Carla Sands is the US ambassador to Denmark during the first Trump administration and joins me now. Welcome to you. Many people are looking on slightly aghast at Donald Trump's rhetoric. He said yesterday the United States needs Greenland for the purpose of national security. It is vital for the Green Dome that we are building. NATO should be leading the way to get it. If we don't, Russia or China will. That's not going to happen. Militarily, without the vast power of the United States, much of which I built in my first term, and are now bringing to a new and even higher level, NATO wouldn't be an effective force or deterrent, not even close. They know, and I do, that NATO becomes far more formidable and effective with Greenland in the hands of the United States. Anything less than that is unacceptable. Thank you for your attention to this matter. He's making it pretty clear. He wants to take Greenland. Do you support this?
Well, Pierce, I support the security and safety of the American people, and that is President Trump's main goal. He is working to make sure that you and I, if we're in the U.S., that we're safe, but also that our allies are safe and the world. Greenland is key because of many reasons. First of all, Greenland's going independent. They've said so, and they will go independent in the 21st century. I think Denmark has gaslighted them enough that they've slowed it down a little bit because they've got the Greenlanders terrified by doing the psyop on the Greenlanders, sadly. But President Trump understands he's going to install the Golden Dome. It's kind of like Israel's Iron Dome, but it involves Greenland and Alaska. They're the two pieces that are needed. Now, Greenland is going independent. President Trump will not let it fall into the hands of Russia or China. And in 2019, President Trump said to the Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, who is the current Prime Minister of Denmark, and she's really good for the Danish people, not so good for the Greenlanders. President Trump said, look, I'm worried about Greenland. You haven't secured it. You have to. She goes, okay, I'm committing $200 million. We're going to invest in security for Greenland. Flash forward, she invested 1% and it wasn't for security, $2 million. The rest, she did not invest in any security for Greenland because they just don't care. They want their money to go to social welfare programs in Denmark. That is what the government takes care of because that's what the people want. She's actually a decent prime minister, absolutely. But President Trump understands the urgency of making sure Greenland doesn't fall into the hands of
Why always
Russia
leaking
or
stuff?
China. The Greenlandic politicians have said, we want to have a closer relationship with China. And they've said to me personally, if the U.S. doesn't invest in our mining and our, infrastructure, we're going to get China to do it. So they don't understand the international ramifications. President Trump does. And when they go independent, he is not going to let them be in the hands of an adversary.
Right,
and if Donald Trump just decides to take Greenland, as he's intimating, he may be compelled to do in his eyes, where does that leave us with China just taking Taiwan? What would be the moral distinction between the two things? Why shouldn't China just help themselves to Taiwan? Why shouldn't Vladimir Putin say, well, this is exactly what I'm doing with Ukraine? How dare you guys in the West take the high moral ground, given the United States has just helped itself to Greenland?
Well, because the despots of the world, these authoritarian figures, they see what President Trump does and they actually behave better. A strong America and a strong U.S. president gets the world order in a better place.
I'm not sure that's true. What's up, Mario?
Putin hasn't, with all due respect,
Playing Dorman for my cats, as per usual.
Another country,
but Putin hasn't stopped bombing Ukraine from the moment Donald Trump came to power. In fact,
and that's
he's
a European
intensified
issue.
it.
Yeah, that's a European issue. So NATO
That's easy to
is
say.
strong because of the U.S. And President Trump has been asking our European allies, please increase your ability to defend your own territory. Let's not forget that Denmark is in violation of the NATO Charter. Article 3 says that every NATO ally has the ability to defend their own territory. And then Article 5 come to the defense of their allies. Denmark has not a prayer to defend Greenland. They don't have the personnel, they don't have the money. It's a small economy about the size of the state of Colorado. Greenland is unsecure because Denmark doesn't have
This
the
level
ability.
60
They're
skidding,
also
that's gonna
out
be
of line with
annoying.
NATO because they cannot and will never be able to defend their own territory, even if they get.
But would it be wrong?
to help
Would it be wrong legally and morally for China to then take Taiwan?
I do not believe that China will take Taiwan while President.
That's
Trump
not the
is in office.
question.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, would it be legally and morally wrong of them to do it?
Well, Taiwan is another subject. I don't want to conflate the two. I'm not going to speculate. I'm going to talk
Convenient.
about Greenland and the fact that the people intend to go independent. They ultimately
You don't hate
wanna be
politicians
part
nearly
of
enough.
Denmark. Denmark oppressed the people. They sterilized women. They kidnapped children and took them away from the families. They've done a lot of things and kept them living very primitively until the U.S. military, we occupied Greenland in the World War II time, and we actually stayed until the 90s when the Berlin Wall fell. Then all of us, our allies, which we need our allies, we love our allies, but we all took that dividend and stopped spending on our defense. President Trump is working as fast as he can, urging his military to build up our defenses, to rejuvenate our weapons.
Okay.
We're still making weapons like the 90s. China and Russia are not. They're developing very quickly and cheaply very capable weapons.
Okay, Carlos Sanz, thank you very much indeed.
You're so welcome.
Let's go back to the panel. Anna Gasparin, I think Carlos Sanz rather pointedly ducked the comparison to Taiwan, but this is my big issue. I can understand, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can understand the logic for why Donald Trump and his administration would like to have Greenland. There are 60,000 people that live there. It's one of the biggest countries in the world. It's massively mineral rich. It's obviously, from a security point of view, highly strategic, and so on and so on. I understand the argument, but my concern about it is simply, mainly, the precedent it sets. That if America decides it can just take Greenland, well, why can't Russia take Ukraine? Because they would use the same security argument. They have done. Why can't China take Taiwan for the same argument? What's your view?
Well, it's not like this latest issue of Greenland made me change my mind on this. I've been thinking this for a while now. The United States really doesn't have a moral high ground to judge the actions of any other state. So if China decides that they want to take Taiwan, the U.S. can't use the argument that they want to protect Taiwan, that it's wrong, that they should be able to govern themselves. I mean, look what we just did in Venezuela in essentially, luckily we didn't engage in a long drawn-out war in order to do regime change yet. But the idea that you just go into a country, essentially kidnap the leader of that country, however deplorable you might find him to be, and then just announce to the world, you're taking the oil. That's it, we're taking the oil, we're keeping the oil. That's not a good look, and you have no moral high ground after you do something like that. So I agree with you. And in regard to Greenland, there's one other piece of this puzzle that I don't think gets talked about enough. Responsible Statecraft did a really great report about this. Yes, the rare earth minerals are definitely bringing the United States' attention to that area. You also have the military capabilities that the U.S. wants to bolster in Greenland, which, by the way, we have a military base there right now. And Greenland has already said, if you need to build out more, like, we'll let you do that. We don't want to be part of the United States. There's also the tech industry. So Peter Thiel and Elon Musk in particular see Greenland as an important place to essentially do some of their anarcho-capitalist experiments, because they don't have to worry about certain regulations that they have to deal with in the United States. So there are all sorts of moneyed interests involved here, and what gets left out are the feelings and concerns of the indigenous people living in Greenland right now.
Okay.
Their opinions apparently don't matter at all.
All right, let me bring in Jorge Ramos here, because look, let's go forward a few weeks. As we're talking, it's been reported that Vice President J.D. Vance and Secretary of State Marco Rubio will meet with Danish and Greenlandic officials today. So things are moving quickly here. Donald Trump's a deal maker, a trader at heart. If he makes the Greenlanders, 60,000 of them, a tiny number of people compared to the size of the country, if he makes them an offer they can't refuse, an economic offer, say he gives them all $100,000, whatever it is, and they agree that they then want to become part of the United States, should we have a massive problem with that? I mean, I'd have a massive problem if America attacked Greenland to take it by force. But if there's an economic deal, if it's basically traded, and the Greenlanders take the money and are happy with it, and it improves security for the West, why would we have a big problem with that?
Of course, I mean, are we saying, take my country, give me the money?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe the interview that you just had, just because since when it is okay, since when it is normal that the United States can say, okay, I want that country, and then can go and just simply invade it or take it? I mean, since when can we simply do that? I mean, the same is happening with Venezuelan oil, 30 million barrels, 50 million barrels that they just took from the ships. Can they say it is ours, we're gonna sell it, and then give the money back to Venezuelans? Since then, it is normal that we talk like this. I mean, since Donald Trump decided to be president of the United States, but this is not 1823 with the doctrine, Monroe Doctrine. This is 2026. So I really cannot believe, even I haven't seen the latest polls, but people in Greenland don't want to be part of the United States. I haven't seen what people in Denmark.
Well, they don't at the moment.
They don't want to. They
don't
don't
at the
want
moment. I mean,
be part of the United States.
Yeah, look. Let me bring Lisa in here. I mean, I made the point yesterday in a debate about this that if you look at what China's been doing in Africa, for example, that is a form of economic imperialism. They've gone in with buckets of cash. They've been spending it on all sorts of infrastructure, from bridges to hospitals to schools to roads and so on. And in return, they've acquired vast amounts of minerals from these African countries. And that is a form of economic imperialism. And Trump, I guess, would argue that this is not dissimilar. I don't think America should be remotely entertaining the thought of taking Greenland by force. But if there is a deal to be done along the lines of what China's been doing in Africa without taking ownership of the countries, but in terms of doing a deal for money in return for what Greenland can offer, I don't know. I think in the end, isn't that a question for the Greenlanders?
Exactly right. You actually touched upon what I wanted to touch upon, which is the exporting of influence from our adversaries, and then we don't want to play catch up. We actually want to lead, and we want to be that leader by deterrence. So the taking of Greenland is very similar to what you had said. The spreading of influence by Iran's regime in South America and Central America, for example, or China in the African continent and elsewhere, in exchange for whether it's technology, internet, roads, minerals, as you said. Why is it such a faux pas? We can't pick and choose. I see your panelists are picking and choosing where we want to be moral and where we want to be strategic. The United States foreign policy isn't meant to make everybody happy. It's meant to make the United States strong. It's meant to improve our economy and improve our national security and improve our security abroad. I mean, it's a conversation to be had over those things and not over morality or the high ground or whatever else we want to call it.
All right, Glenn Greenwald, final word to you.
We're $40 trillion in debt because of our foreign entanglements. Saying that this is good for our economy is laughable, to say the least.
All right, Glenn, round things up here, because look, we're only about 2 weeks into this new year. There's a hell of a lot going on. What is your kind of overview of what's happening here?
Piers, the argument that you're making, which I don't even necessarily disagree with, is exactly the argument that the Russians made when they took Crimea, which is you can question the referendum that was held. Nobody doubts that the vast majority of people who live in Crimea feel infinitely closer to Russia and want to be governed by Moscow than they do part of Ukraine and want to be governed by Kiev. And that was the precedent the United States said as well when it broke off Kosovo from Serbia and said, oh, we had a referendum and the Kosovans didn't want to be part of Serbia anymore. They wanted their own independent country. So this is a precedent that a lot of countries have been setting. Some get to do it apparently, and some don't. The last thing I'll say is, this idea that China is engaged in imperialism because it goes to Africa and builds roads and hospitals and in exchange does deals. Europe and the United States just go into these countries and take them. They colonize them. They've taken them by force. I live in Brazil. China has become very popular. It's long been a U.S. bastion of influence, no longer, because the Chinese come and they don't try and bully people or push them around. They say, let's do a deal. We'll build this for you. We'll give you this, and in exchange, you give us that. And it becomes a normal quid pro quo, a dealing of commercial interest between countries. And that, I think, is the way that China has gained a lot of popularity in the world. And the United States ought to be careful not to continue to let China win by throwing its weight around and bullying and threatening other countries.
But they would argue, just finally on that point, that's precisely why they want Greenland. And if they can do an economic deal of the kind you're talking about, but that includes taking sovereignty of Greenland as part of the deal, actually, if the Greenlanders would sign up to that and take the money,
I tried.
They don't want to do that. They don't want to do that.
Well, they don't at the moment, but I mean, these things can change.
No, but I think you're right. I mean, but then the argument becomes, why can't various provinces of Georgia vote to become part of Russia? Or why can't Crimea decide that it prefers to be part of Russia? You're not wrong that does give sovereignty, and we're all talking about sovereignty for Iranians, and all seem to agree the Iranians should determine who governs them. But if other countries if Iranians can do that, then I think other countries, you're right, have that ability as well. It just can't be only the United States that gets to do that.
Right. Fascinating conversation. Thank you all very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Piers.
Well, join me now. My next guest is an authoritative voice on many things, but especially Iran, and has big views on what should happen next. Returning to Uncensored, the Iran-born entrepreneur, CEO of Valuetainment, Patrick Bet-David. Patrick, Happy New Year, and welcome back to Uncensored.
Happy New Year to you as well. Great to be back on.
I had a great time coming to see your empire, and describe it as nothing less than an empire over in Fort Lauderdale. I had a great time. Thank you for hosting me there. Really enjoyed our conversation. So much has happened since we met just a few weeks ago. Let's talk about Iran, because you're the best person I can think of to talk about here. You were born there, you were raised there, you fled from there. What do you feel is happening here? We've seen a number of uprisings in since '79, none of which have been successful. People seem to be sensing this might be different. Do you sense that?
I think it's only different because of one reason, and that is President Donald Trump. Here's what's taking place. The number one most important priority here is the Iranian people. The Iranian people are telling IRGC, we're sick of it. They're telling Khamenei, we don't want this regime. You're seeing just today a 26-year-old man who is going out there protesting. He's being executed. Today's the day. We'll see if they're going to do it or not. God willing, it's not going to happen to him. This is how Iran works. hey, according to you, you know, saying what you said against the God of Iran, you know, God doesn't support what you're saying. They can make the decision and say, yeah, God doesn't like what you're doing. We're going to kill you and take you out. So the world is starting to see this. And the numbers that we saw, 12,500 civilians that have been killed. This has been reported by CBS. Allegedly, these are numbers that are coming in. The low number we've seen is 2,500. The high number that some people are reporting to me from Iran right now is 30,000, 40,000. But let's just say between 2,500 to 12,500. That 12,500 is the equivalent of the amount of civilians that were killed in Ukraine the last 3 years, but it happened in Iran in a span of 2 weeks. That's what's going on in Iran today. So what is the difference? Let's go through 47 years. For 47 years, Iranians have been wanting to be free. For 47 years. For 47 years, the main face of the person that has been wanting to help Iran be free is Reza Pahlavi. And for 47 years, they have failed, and he has failed miserably for 47 years. There's a faction, a group of people that want
Love
to
the waiting.
succeed. There's a group of people that he can't do anything right on. I'm in the part of the group of people that wants to see him succeed. Now, here's the difference.
It's so fun.
Take President Trump. We've
It's
had a
like
lot
I
of
have nothing
presidents
better
the
to
last
do.
47 years, 48 years, a lot of them. And
Oh,
a lot of people are like,
fuck,
well,
quick.
let's negotiate, let's do this, let's do that, let's help them out with the nuclear, all this other stuff. President Trump is saying, if you screw around with us, we're going to kill Qasem Soleimani. He killed Qasem Soleimani, the number 2 guy, who would have eventually been the president or the real leader of Iran. That's a very, very heavyweight. That was the general pattern that he killed, right? So today, the Iranian leaders are sitting there wondering, could something happen next? If the president yesterday said, we're done with the negotiations, we're done with talking about all this other stuff, you're either stopping this or we have to intervene. And I think that's kind of where we're at. So if you want to kind of
Dirty
put it in a
fucking
nutshell,
rogues.
what I think will happen today, Pierce, it's really who can tolerate pain the longest, the Iranian people or the government. Whoever can, and I know this is a very, you know, people are dying and they're getting killed, and I don't want to oversimplify, but that's really what it's come down to. Because there's a 25% sanction that the president just put on Iran, and they're going to feel that. Why are they going to feel that? Because the people that are doing business with them. But then the Iranians, on the other hand, how much longer can they go with their kids dying? How much longer can they go with food, water, inflation? How much longer can they go and not going to work? How much longer can they go and not paying the bills? How much longer can they go and not having a regular life? How much longer can they do
Does it still
that? So
work?
Iranian government wants to say, well, let's negotiate next week. Well, let's negotiate next week. Well, let's negotiate next
Pathetic.
week. They're delaying this so the Iranians eventually say, I give up. We're no longer protesting. They win.
Should Donald Trump get actively involved with the US military, or would that make things worse rather than better for the protesters, you think?
If you study history of a time that we intervened versus a time that we didn't intervene. In 1952, there was a leader named Mossadegh. He was there for 2 years and 4 months. The American, everybody around the world was, well, wait a minute, why do we want this Mossadegh guy? Because he's nationalizing everything. He took everything away from BP, which is, you know, you guys know the history of what happened there. And then UK, MI6, and CIA intervened to get Mossadegh to fall, and Reza Pahlavi shows up, Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi, the father of Reza Pahlavi. For 37 years, Iran improves in the economy. It becomes a great partner. Middle East is fairly peaceful. It isn't as chaotic as it is today. He wasn't funding Hezbollah, Houthis, Hamas, all this other stuff. The only criticism that you would get from him was his Savak, which their Savak was our CIA, was, you know, Israel's Mossad, was UK's MI6, which, by the way, just so you know, the MI6, the Mossad, and the CIA trained the Savak. So every time people criticize Savak, just so you know, Mossad, CIA, and MI6 trained Savak. So it's not like it was their CIA. So all the complaints that you hear about was that. So intervening got rid of Mossadegh and brought in Mohammad Reza Shah Pahlavi. The economy opened up. Everybody did business with Iran. It was good. Now let's go to a time that we didn't intervene. 1979, the Shah is calling Kissinger and Jimmy Carter, because Jimmy Carter, when he came December 31st of 1977, he did a toast with the Shah, and he said, this is an island of stability. Iran's a great partner to us. When the Shah and his people are calling, pleading for help, Kissinger and Carter are like, yeah, we'll help out. Yeah, we'll help out. Yeah, we'll help out. They never showed up. What happened? Iran fell. Khomeini came in. Those 3,000 political prisoners that the Shah had that he released ended up doing 9/11. 3,600 people died at World Trade Center. So you have to make the decision for yourself whether you're a interventionist or non-interventionist. In my opinion here, is the world a better place without IRGC? Yes. Is the world a better place with Khomeiни's regime and Pezeshkian to fall? Yes. Is the world a better place to see them get rid of the way they conduct what they do in Iran? Yes, absolutely. Who does not want to see this? This is the question that we have to ask ourselves. Who wants to see intervention? Who does not want to see intervention? Who loses if Iran becomes a democracy? Who takes a hit? Way before there was a Dubai, way before there was a Saudi, way before all this, you know, your friend Ronaldo who plays soccer, then he feels very safe. Before Saudi, before all these places, the place that was the OG Dubai was Tehran, Iran. That's where Sinatra would perform concerts in '75. That's where the wealthy would go to. So it's important to know the differentiation between the two. So, you know, if done right, I think the world's a safer place. I don't think Saudi wants to see Iran be democracy again because they lose business. Now there's competition. Now you got another place to buy oil from. I don't think China wants to see that. They're buying oil right now for nothing, dirt cheap. I don't know if Russia fully wants to see this. I definitely don't think Turkey wants to see this. So if you're talking about who doesn't want to see Iran be free again, how is China, Russia, Turkey as allies with us? I know behind closed doors, Turkey is trying to broker a conversation of, you know, negotiation talks between Iran and U.S., but I think U.S. President Trump just said we're no longer talking to them.
What do you feel, Patrick, about Donald Trump's thinking at the moment about the world? There's so much happening. You know, we've had the removal of Maduro, bringing him to a court in the United States. Incredible military operation, but taking out the head of a state like that and bringing him out, very contentious, obviously. He's talking about taking Greenland for security and economic reasons. We've just been debating that. We're talking about, you know, Iran. We've had Nigeria. We've had all these things happening. What do you think is the central thinking of Donald Trump with all this stuff?
I think we haven't had a expansionist president in our lifetime, period. We've played scared. America has played scared. Let's just face it. We've been isolationist. We've been involved in a lot of like coups and, hey, let's do some proxy here, let's do some proxy there. We haven't had a James Polk type of a leader that says, why don't we think about making America bigger? And I know a lot of people are going to be like, wait a minute, this whole number, I've seen all the reports, only 4% of people support the fact that if we use military to take over Greenland, I don't think we need to use military, just like we didn't need to use, you know, Maduro military was used, the Delta Force crushed it, they did a great job. But I do think there is an argument for that on why it's fine to expand. We bought Louisiana for $15 million, big move. We bought Florida for $5 million, big move. We had the Texas, who was its own sovereign country from 1836 to 1845. They had, you know, different embassies in France and in London. If you go look at Google right now, type in Texas Embassy, London, you'll see there's a Texas Embassy in London back in 1840s. So guess what? Texas became part of America. We bought Alaska for $7.2 million. They called it the dumbest deal ever until we found golden oil. We, you know, the only one that was a war was with Mexico, which we got California, Arizona, all these other places. I think this mindset of being an expansionist that we haven't had for all these years, and he's thinking long term of, hey, we need to protect ourselves of what China is doing. I like that. The Donroe doctrine of protecting the Western Hemisphere, I like that. I don't like the fact that a company called Hutchinson owns the control the 40-something ports and they own control of Panama Canal. What if the next COVID happens and all of a sudden China says we're shutting down Panama Canal, products are not coming in? What happens to our life? Dramatically changes. So I like the fact that we're trying to get a Greenland to protect ourselves with minerals. Today or yesterday he was talking about the fact that we need this to build a dome that's going to cost us some $175 billion, the old project that Reagan talked about. I like that he's playing offense. And by the way, I understand why Americans are not used to it. I understand why Americans are not used to a president that's selling the vision of the future. We haven't had a president like this. It should be uncomfortable. It should be disturbing. But I love that he's sequencing thinking about America long term instead of just thinking America for the next year, 2 years, 3 years to get reelected.
As somebody who came to the United States as an immigrant yourself, are you getting concerned about what's happening with ICE? And the reason I say that, it's not just the incident with Rene Good, who was killed by an ICE officer in that highly disputed incident. It's more that the polling about ICE agents now is extremely bad. And it plays, I think you and I discussed this when I came on your show, which is that when it comes to immigration, Trump's done an amazing job in sealing the southern border. That is unarguable. Most people agree with it. Most Americans agree with it. I think most Americans agree with undocumented people in America who commit crimes that are not linked to their status. They should be deported. Everyone agrees with that. The hot flashpoint is what happens to people who come in undocumented, either on their own or perhaps as children of people who come in undocumented, and that actually they're being removed or they're being targeted after 10 years in the United States of living and working, and contributing and paying taxes, having children, and so on. And that the imagery of these ICE agents with their masks, which the police don't have, going around into cities and towns, grabbing people like that, is actually very un-American. Well, just quickly, what do you feel about that?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is a very, very complicated issue, and I'll just kind of give my opinions, and you know, you can kind of make up your mind where I'm at with this. Yeah, Abby, who works at CNN the other day, said the most interesting thing. She said, you know, I don't remember any of these issues when Obama deported 3 million people. Right. Why was it that we didn't have these kinds of issues under Obama, and we're having it today? I don't know if you saw this or not. She says that, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, yeah, the reason why Obama didn't get the criticism that he get, because you guys didn't cover it.
Yes.
Nobody was talking about it. CNN wasn't covering it. It was like, oh, he's doing a great job. You know, it's an okay job. He's making sure America's safer. And I mean, there's a clip of Barack Obama saying, if you came here illegally, you need to get back to the end of the line. Who's he talking about? The people that did this legally get to the front of the line. You get to the back of the line. Have you ever stood in line in a place that's going to take an hour to get something and somebody cuts you? What feeling do you get in your belly? Don't you just kind of feel like, what the hell are you doing? Get back to the end of the line. I've been waiting here for 40 minutes. We applied for green card in 1984 in Iran. My mother was done with me living in Iran, with us living in Iran, and she told my dad, we got to get out of here. We didn't get here until November 28, 1990, but we came here legally. A lot of people are trying to get ahead of the line, so I understand that argument of folks who are today not really talking about it in a positive way, but under Obama, oh, he was phenomenal the way he did it. There's nobody under Obama that worked for ICE that deported 3 million that did it this way. Piers, can you role play this? Like, think about I'm an ICE agent under Obama, and I come to your house and I say, hey, Piers, you're here illegally. I need you and your family to pack yourself up and go back to Mexico. And you say, oh my God, because you're an ICE agent under Obama, thank you for being so kind and respectful when you're asking me to go back to Iran. I will listen to you kindly. Would you like to arrest me? Here, take my hands and handcuff me. What a noble group of people you guys are. No, it was nasty, but this thing called camera wasn't there, and it is there today. And it's very nasty. It's not an easy job. And I knew this was going to take place, and I knew the media was going to use this to turn against them because they're going to get so much content, and the average person who's watching it on TV, who has a heart, who's empathetic, who's sympathetic, is sitting there saying, I feel bad for this family. It is so difficult to watch this as
but then I think
it is so easy for
shouldn't
us
have been
to
here
talk with it as an emotional player, which all of us are. Who the
or
hell
dare
wants to
I guess I should say, right?
from their parents?
They should do it
Nobody
here
does.
too.
But
I'm
there's
fully
a
in
law,
favor of that
and
shit.
they're trying to protect the laws because
Get him out.
while all these people are
We don't
talking
need
about what
him.
they're talking about, you know what happens if another 9/11 happens in the next 6, 12 months, 24 months, and they realize the person that conducted the next 9/11 is a guy that came through the border, the 12, 15, 20 million people that came under Biden, and 4,000 or 5,000 people die? Imagine somebody does that at a big football game. Imagine one of the World Cup games here, an idiot who came here illegally disrupts a World Cup game, and we have to shut down the 2026 World Cup, and it's done. Every game is shut down. Imagine that. Then what are people going to say? Oh, then all of a sudden you're going to give to Trump? See, this is the thing about tough leadership that's not easy to understand when the tough leadership has to execute the tough decisions. The one part I will tell you, Piers, that I think that the one thing we have to realize is when you vote for somebody, I'm voting for President Trump's instinct and the way he processes issues and gets information from everybody. I'm not expecting 100% decision-making process. No leader makes 100% of the right decisions. You want to be in the 60, 70% range, and you're going to screw it up 20, 30% of the time. There's never been a leader that made 100% the right decision. But here's what he does. If you look at the way he does things, Bill Pulte, who runs FHA and Fannie Mae, who we had on the show about a couple weeks ago, he came out and said something. He says, well, you know, we're thinking about introducing a 50-year loan for mortgages to deal with affordability. And everyone's like, wait a minute, 50-year loan? Yes, you know, we're thinking about a 50-year loan. This was a couple months ago. You know what he just announced this week? That 50-year loan idea is out. We're not going to do it. It's not going to work. All right, great. So they're watching, because if all of a sudden you get rid of people that have been here since they were 10 years old, they're working certain jobs, and farmers are coming back and saying, hey, I'm a guy that voted for you and you're impacting my business. President Trump, please listen, we need some of these guys, or whatever these people are that are leveraging it or need that help. President Trump and his team's going to sit there and say, look, if it's going to impact the economy, if it's going to impact us here directly here, and these are good citizens, let's figure out a way to make it work. So I think we are in the nasty phase right now. I think we're in the sausage-making phase right now, and the media is going to use every one of these clips to get people emotional. The question is, why isn't the media covering what's going on with Iran? Why is the media so upset? Why isn't the media covering what was going on with Nigeria? Why isn't the media talking? Well, they'll show anything and everything that matches their own propaganda that they have in place. So as a player that wants to get the information and be as reasonable, as logical as possible, I think we have to tap into that, as difficult as it will be when we watch these heart-wrenching videos of families being separated.
Fascinating. Patrick Bet-David, always great to have you on our Sensor. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
So apparently Don Lemon is gonna be charged with the Klan Act? Like what? I'm not sure if that's real.
Up towards me, and yeah, that one was terrible. It's back up towards me. The guy's pants are falling down. He's crying, and the guy pulls up his pants and then gets lit up from behind because he says, "Oh, don't keep your hands up." And it's like two different officers giving him different directions. That is a miscarriage of justice. Those officers were doing wrong. Most Americans can get behind that instance of police wrongdoing, but instead he was getting swatted. Damn. Okay, I didn't know that. But no, they decide to get on the side of Renee Good, which makes me feel like it's just supposed to be to spark division. Daniel something, I believe his name is. Yeah, you're right.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity, standing for our people?
This guy, I think he's unemployed. We're gonna go more into his story. But this guy yelling at him right now. I have unlimited free time to post on my TikTok, I think he has, to yell at people and to cause the disturbances. This guy's obviously at his job, this pastor. How come you don't have as much free time as I do? How come you aren't as being a useless activist like I am, a provocateur? Yeah, where are you? He's at church. Of course he is. Why don't they have security to pull the trespassers out? Because if you live in a high-trust society of all individuals that just want to praise Jesus and aren't trying to disturb other people, you don't need locks on the doors. But now, Minnesota, Minneapolis, or this is, I think St. Jude's, maybe? I'm getting confused, maybe. I forget. But it's, you shouldn't have to lock these people out if you have a lawful society.
Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes, but what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali?
I think he's like one of those First Amendment auditors where
stand up for your Somali what?
He's trying to be so provocative and
Nothing, bro. I don't give a fuck about those people.
Maybe his sister, his loved one.
LOL.
He wants him to get angry and take a swing at him because then it'll make him rich or he'll be able to sue or whatever it is. Like, he's just looking for a reaction. He knows that his going insane and yelling at regular people while they're trying to attend church, it's not going to stop ICE deportations.
Oh, come on. I need one more for crying out loud.
Somali and Latino communities. You have no comment. Exactly.
And he didn't give him what he wanted, so he moved on. It's sad. It's like that kid is crying as his father's trying to console him, and they're just, oh, here's his face.
Doing absolutely nothing for your Latino and Somali brothers and sisters. You come here to America.
Okay, he's yelling at them.
They're not my brothers and sisters.
Latinos in the Somali community, but he's talking about the illegals. Like, there's plenty of Latinos and Somalians that are here illegally that aren't committing fraud. They don't need protection. They're just law-abiding citizens. The Trump administration isn't knocking on random doors saying, "Where the brown people at? We gotta arrest them." Like, that's what they're trying to tell them. But he's saying, you guys are doing nothing for the Latino and brown community, but this guy simultaneously is not doing anything for the Latino and brown community other than causing a disturbance to trigger Trump to bring in more DHS agents and Border Patrol agents to flood the zone. He's actually making it worse for the Latino and brown community because he's trying to make border laws about him and his social media platform, and yet he has the audacity to say you guys aren't doing anything when he's more a detriment to them than anything.
Thank you. Finally.
Wearing a suit is a preacher? Did Jesus wear a suit? Did Jesus profit off the words?
Suit didn't exist 2,000 years ago, retards.
I don't think this guy knows much about Christianity. If he cared about Jesus' teachings, he would not be in here disturbing a church procession.
You are a fake Christian. Why are you not standing with your Somali and Latino communities? Why do I not see you out at Whipple every day protesting this attack?
Because they have jobs, they have regular stuff to do.
They better fucking throw the book at this guy.
You live an easy life, don't you? A very easy life.
This guy's life is incredibly easy. Okay, so he's out there yelling, going crazy, but it wasn't just him. Like, it wasn't just that guy. Don Lemon was actually out there recording this as well.
Choo-choo, motherfucker.
He's on the right side. Like, he knows this guy's going nuts. It's yelling at regular people, terrifying the kids at church, and here he is like, oh, this is good content.
This is the beginning of what's going to happen here. When you violate people's due process, when you pull people off the street.
When you violate people's due process, didn't have due process on the way in, they're not getting it on the way out.
You start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding.
Wait, they're dragging them and hurting them. He's offering them $3,000 to self-deport. Have plenty of time to rearrange everything, free flight home. That's not dragging and hurting people. This is also the Democrats saying, you lose your court case in court. ICE would like to be inside the courtrooms to just peacefully take them. And that's what people were even talking about, where like, how did Obama deport arguably more people and it didn't have ICE agents in the streets? It's because these sanctuary cities and all these deep blue states were just allowing them to be inside the courthouses to take them peacefully when they're already in custody. They're causing this instance, this scenario, people screaming and crying because they want to complain about it. Not because they're going to defeat Trump with it, but because they need the havoc so they can say, oh, look, Trump is so bad. For doing something that Obama did as well.
Off the street, you start dragging them and hurting them and not abiding by the Constitution. When you start doing all of that, people get upset and angry. And if you remember,
people get upset and angry. Yeah, he's condoning all this shouting and yelling, this literal crime that he's likely going to be charged with the Ku Klux Klan Act. Here he is, just supporting it, trying to give them cover. Here's why this is a good thing.
What the civil rights movement was about. The civil rights movement was about these very kinds of protests. And for some reason, in our modern era, people think that in order to have protests, you got to be...
Someone said, this Lemon doesn't even know the Constitution. No, he knows the Constitution. He's been on CNN forever. He just doesn't care.
Is full. You know, cordoned off to a certain area.
Bitch, are you for real?
You know, what time you can protest. There's nothing in the Constitution that tells you what time you can protest.
Here he is making something very, very complicated.
Dirty ass orc.
They didn't say what time you can protest.
Ah, suck it.
Private property on
Dirty ass orc.
And block everybody's ability to practice their religion or travel throughout their city. They're just trying to make it this small thing. Oh no, they want to tell us what time we can protest. It's like, no, you just have to do it lawfully. But they're trying to say what you're seeing right here is lawful protest.
You can protest at any time. That's the whole point of it, is to disrupt. It's to make uncomfortable. And that's what they're doing. And that's what I believe when I say everyone has to be willing to sacrifice something. You have to make people uncomfortable in these...
You have to make people uncomfortable.
You fucking piece of shit. Fucking priest.
You have to do this to them. And I assure you, if a giant mob of white Christian nationalists
I totally stole that one.
The door down at whatever apartment or condo or housing community that Don Lemon lived in, he wouldn't be saying, oh, you know what? These fine young gentlemen need their First Amendment rights. Of course, I have to sacrifice my piece so we can.
I'd be so pissed if that happened to me. I'm not gonna lie. I deserve whatever I'm getting for this.
For this act. Something because I don't have anything better to do with my life. And of course, they even have an attorney with this group here. They probably could do things legally to help these people. Why?
I'd be so mad. Like, I'm not gonna lie.
Their citizenship cases?
We all know I'd be fucking furious.
Times, if you see how uncomfortable
people
uncomfortably and how harsh people are being treated on the streets, you have to be willing to go into places and disrupt and make people uncomfortable.
He's cheering them on, make them uncomfortable. This is a key thing because he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it again. And the crazy part is, yeah, we showed this guy, this dude yelling at all of them, he's been known from before. Apparently, he was a guy that was arrested over in D.C. I think I even saw him. I saw a video of him getting arrested over in New York City too. Chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is him. He's just this is his life.
You realize that you're violating the Constitution. You are fucking. What's up?
This is all he does. He's always out there just to antagonize people, saying, "How come you're not helping the black and brown people?" This is not helping them either. This is him just trying to make social media moments. That's what.
I don't get paid at all. I'm a volunteer. I do this for love of the Republic. Unlike you. You come from some fucking state far away to come fucking betray your oath.
He knows
to the
nothing about him.
It's funny to you, motherfucker? You piece of fucking shit.
And again, I think that's all it is he's just trying to antagonize. He's like the kid brother. He's a little kid brother that just wants you to annoy Big Brother so much that the Big Brother turns around and slaps him and pushes him on the ground saying, "Hey, shut up," so he can say, "Mommy, court system, please, they're bullying me. I need to get compensation for this."
Never did a damn thing for this country. But
He's a
you wear
child
that
throwing a
uniform
tantrum.
with
Yep.
pride. What's up, bitch? What's up? What you got to say, motherfucker? What you got to say?
Oh, here's the thing: so this is. I think this is a civilian back here. Look at this guy square up on him. I don't think this is. Sadly, this guy doesn't want this National Guardsman to actually square up with him. Coincidentally, he kind of does.
You wear that uniform with pride. What's up, bitch? What's up? What you got to say, motherfucker?
Yeah, it woke him up. Is he have rank on him? I don't know.
Say, you punk ass bitch. You're harassing our Fuck off. I'm a combat infantry veteran. These fuckers ain't done.
I wonder if this is Stolen Valley. He says I'm a combat veteran. I don't know, man. I don't know, guys. Is he? Because he
Might have picked up some PTSD, brother. Might want to get your head checked.
What is his name? He has a name. Let me see. Alright, so what is his name? Is that Stolen Valley? He says he's a cop. He's banned from Instagram. Is that his name? Apparently that's not. No, that's a movie guy. Is he? The woke farmer is an American veteran. So MS Now says he's an American veteran. He said, but they're taking his word for it. I don't think he would have said infantry if it was Stolen Valor. Former combat infantry. It's unverified. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Okay.
Shit. Yeah, nice working 30 fucking years. So what? Yo, so you don't believe in the Constitution either, asshole? That's exactly why they're out here. You're so fucking stupid. You don't know nothing about the Constitution.
If he did, he would know that this isn't protected free speech marching into a church. But again, here's Don Lemon not only recording alongside this guy, but apparently he was like, he was thanking them.
You think they're patriots?
I don't think so, especially those ICE agents.
That's
No,
what I'm
hell
talking
no.
about. Yeah. Well,
No, they're terrorists. They're traitors.
They can't be patriots if they're constantly violating people's First Amendments and their Fourth Amendments.
They keep on saying they're violating their First Amendment.
If you're there illegally, you don't have those protections, though.
Flowing the gas into an ICE agent isn't your First Amendment right, but they're just going to ignore that inconvenient fact.
Yeah,
it's against people without reasonable articulable suspicion.
Due process.
You can't just identify somebody based on the color of their skin.
They don't. They have warrants. Like, remember when they broke into that Fed vehicle and stole the Fed rifle out of the trunk safe? They found warrants. They were looking. Look, there's a warrant for this guy. Looking for this guy. They're not looking after people because they're brown. They keep on trying to take a complicated, nuanced situation, flatten it out to a bumper sticker thin concept, and just run on that. They're going after brown people. It's like, no, they have warrants. And they said if they're allowed in the courtrooms to arrest them when they lose their case, they'll just take them. But now that they actually have to go out there in the streets and look for them, they're going to get all the people they're seen with the collateral damage.
Completely against the Fourth Amendment.
Or that they have an accent.
Or if they have an accent.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do not agree with that.
And here's Don Lemon throwing fuel on the fire, saying,
Yeah, he's coaching him what to
after
say.
people with an accent. That's not happening, but he's just trying to rile them up so they commit more crimes.
Throw the
so
book at Don Lemon,
He can
dude.
have him on a show for more relevance on his news thing. No, that's not his name either.
100%.
Thank you guys. Thank you for your service. I appreciate for wearing the uniform now.
Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service, guys. Not the people protecting the communities from all the actual murders that have occurred from people that are here illegally. He's thanking these guys for their service because, not because they're accomplishing anything, but because it's helping him gain relevance. But here he is actually getting pretty much put in his place by people at the church that he's trying to interview because this is his moment. This is sad.
These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor.
Yeah, they're not changing the mind of anybody in that church by marching in there and saying,
Au contraire, mon ami.
Black and brown people, help the Somalians, help the Latinos. Like, there could be a conversation with them. Maybe they attend the church, and during conversations they can say, hey, do you know that this person got removed because of his accent? Do you know that this person was a U.S. citizen and they lost their life because they were just peacefully having their voice be heard? Like, those are things that you can actually change. You can win hearts and minds that way. Storming in there and trying to shame somebody because they don't follow all the different BLM marches and everything changes nothing, and yet this is the only tactic they have. Yeah, half of ICE is brown. That's crazy.
And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied the house of worship. Everybody's gone home. Their point has been proven worthless. And so, in the end, I think they lose. But more importantly, if I was to break into any of their houses uninvited, cause derision and upset according to their values, I would be kicked out ultimately. It's not a good way. I feel
more than a reasonable conversation saying, hey, this is not the way to win hearts and minds. They're causing issues. We're kicking them out. There should be no issue with this. Watch.
Violated. I feel interrupted. I feel angry.
May I ask you something? When you were saying if you had showed up at their house, they're saying that people are showing up at houses where they're citizens or without due process and
They're saying that, but that's not what's happening. They're not showing up at brown people's houses that are citizens saying, you need to be deported now. Again, they're just making up a fantasy scenario that everybody can get behind, even if it's not true. Just like the same story they had with the other BLM movement saying, she was just an EMT sleeping in her bed, and then the racist police just shot her. Or he was just a guy peacefully trying to pass off fake currency, not stuffing an 8-ball in his mouth, not having a long history of stuffing 8 balls in his mouth to not get narcotics charges, not saying I can't breathe before I got into the police corps and then taken out of the police corps. Like, make it so they're innocent. Tell that story and get people on your side. But if someone points out the inconvenient truth, oh, you're the bad person.
breaking and entering the house. One that we saw, I've been watching from New York, with a battering ram into someone's private property, and there's no recourse.
This is my private domicile.
That's a real thing that happened.
Bitch.
Every single outlet would be pushing it.
I will not
CNN,
be harassed.
Ohio No More. They would all be saying, look at this atrocity that occurred. If they're all not saying the same story, it obviously did not occur.
There's no, you understand what I'm saying?
This is all part of a much larger dialogue, in my opinion. You know, on one side.
They don't have anything real to stand behind. That's why they're just shouting at them. The simple fact that Don Lemon could be having this conversation with him without the protesters. This is a civil discussion.
There's
But the
4
fact that he
people
has to
here
have it
for like
behind
8
this
mobs.
lets you know that their stance is like bumper sticker thin.
Are people who watched a previous administration bring 12 million people in over the course of 4 years. And
That guy was done.
millions of singles, etc. This is another administration.
Ironically, this guy knows more about the scenario than any of these people in this march, and they are trying to use the moral high ground against him. Probably the most educated person about this situation.
Corrective. Now, whether you agree with the policies or procedures, I think I could actually be sympathetic to some of the things where there have in.
Okay, cool. A nice little middle ground.
Called targeted interventions by ICE to keep the American people
Mostly
safe.
If I respectfully may interject here, I've been out reporting on a lot of these, and they're not targeted. There are no warrants signed by a judge.
Here's the thing, how would Don Lemon know about the warrants or whatever? Like, he is such a bad liar. The disinformation network themselves, CNN, fired him from the television or took him off the air.
Is full.
He is all of the check boxes of what CNN wants for their primetime news personality, and yet even someone with his identity couldn't stay on CNN. That's how misinformed he is, and yet he's gonna sit here and say, well, actually, I've been on the streets and I saw all this stuff. It's like, if you've been on the streets, where's the video of it? Can you show us? Or is it just more lies to try to get him on your side?
Judge, let me finish. And they're American citizens, many of them. Most of the people that they detain don't have criminal convictions or criminal records.
I think it was something like 80%
Press
of
X stood
them
out.
do. The other 20% was something like, hey, they're the collateral damage. We're looking for this actual S offender that has crazy history in their home country. We're looking for them. We picked them up at a work site with 2 other individuals. They're also undocumented, so they're all going back. But doesn't matter. Just make up stuff, you know?
Going to get into the weeds. This is
But you should know that, though. Don't you think that's part of it?
Yes, and I could also
He does know
show
that. He was
you
citing
many,
facts. You're telling him lies.
Opposing sides where we're also picking up the very criminals that have put Americans in danger.
Yes.
And I'm not saying it's pretty. I'm not saying it's not messy. I'm not saying it could be.
More money.
Caught on the act of committing a crime. Them screaming and shrieking, oh my God, they're hurting me, they're hurting me. It's like, yeah, you were just trying to murder somebody, and now they're arresting you. Law and order looks bad. If you're a bleeding heart liberal, you don't even want to see a murderer or a sea molester getting arrested. It always looks bad. It's got to be aggressive. It's what justice looks like. But the simple fact that they say, I don't like the imagery of someone being punished for the crime that they committed, so just let there be more victims, because victims or Lake and Riley gets ended off camera. They can swallow that pill, but they can't swallow the pill of them being arrested for having had done it. It's disgusting how they see things.
Better. I'm saying
Yeah,
this is a part of a much larger dialogue in which one administration caused a great deal of chaos and havoc and danger for American citizens, and another is trying to correct that.
Do you believe that? Why? Honestly,
Okay.
let me talk to you
Listen,
just on the
you're not a
facts.
journalist.
Yes, I am. I want to give you the facts.
Because he keeps on trying to push his propaganda, give him lies. He's like, hey, look, you were trying to hear my side of it, but every single time I try to give you logic and reasoning, you turn around and say, but the propaganda says this. Well, after I'm finished telling the guys that came in here and kicked the door down in a church and made children cry and started screaming at everybody, after I told them I'm proud of you guys, let me sit here and lecture you about morals and values.
It's too
Absurdity, but that's why you don't listen to him. That's why he can't, without the $1 billion corporate backing that was CNN is no longer behind him. He's powerless because people know he's bullshit. If CNN says he's bullshit, the average person does too.
No.
Did you know that undocumented people and immigrants commit
done.
far
We're
less
done. We're
crime
done.
than American citizens?
We're done here. We're done here.
Than natural-born Americans? You won't listen.
Because it's a lie.
I'm giving you the facts. It is.
Give me facts. I would have a
It
conversation.
is. Oh my God, I'm giving you the facts. What a fucking loser, bro. Like,
They're not facts though, but he is.
what a fucking loser.
That smug self-assuredness that nobody's watching anymore. He's not on TV anymore. He's my peer. He's the same thing as me going on the internet. If I can do 10x the viewership of him, someone that is like, I believe he probably has a college education. I know that he had institutional backing with CNN. If you have somebody like Don Lemon on the top of CNN intersecting with barely literate decoy voice, you know your career is cooked.
That's the interesting thing about this, is that they won't listen to facts. And
They're not facts, though. He's just lying. It's like, they won't listen to my propaganda. How dare they?
You won't, because
when you
because
pose
it's
as a journalist,
I am a
and you
journalist.
ask me
Journalist gives
questions,
No, you're not a journalist. You're like a TikToker at this point, so.
You start correcting me with facts and don't have.
You shouldn't hear the facts.
Of course, I should
most
hear
of the people
facts.
who are picked up
But
are
will you
not.
give me the facts on
He's
both
saying
sides?
most people picked up are not illegals. He has the audacity to say
Wrong.
that, backed by nothing.
That is the facts on both sides. Most of the people who are picked
Goodbye.
up and are detained are not.
You are the weakest link.
They have
Goodbye.
No criminal convictions. They have no.
Okay, no,
criminal
is he moving the goalpost saying they don't have convictions or they're
He's
not
just
illegal?
following this guy as well, dude. Like, that's harassment, bro.
It's tumbling down on what the reality is.
The guy said leave him alone, so leave him the fuck
He
alone.
has the audacity to think, keep listening to me. I'm gonna shift the goalpost until I'm right.
None. That immigrants commit far less crime than native-born Americans.
Don Lemon is no
So
different than
they
Johnny
want us to
Somali to
look
me.
at the Facts. Anyways, these folks are still out here.
These folks are still out here. How come we can't disturb your church hearing? And it wasn't the only one.
Everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good.
Oh, give me 5 minutes. I'm about to run out anyway. Good one anyway.
good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
Donnie Somali.
This is peaceful.
Yes.
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing.
Yeah.
How would you feel
It's
if
a
I went
crime.
to your house and I started yelling?
Yep.
It depends on what I did, but not.
It depends on what I did. They did nothing. That's what I'm saying. The church people have nothing to do with ICE operations. They're going to church. So he's saying they committed the crime of being white and Christian. So of course we can invade their place of worship. This guy, Donnie Somali, is a madman.
In my house, that's a whole different thing. I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is a house of God.
Which makes it everybody's house.
Yes, it is. But
Yeah, here's the thing: is everybody's house. Everybody's free to go in there and worship. Just because that's one thing that bothered me when I was like a security guard. People don't know the
It's like
difference
to
between
worship, not to act like a
public
hooligan.
and open to the public. If we work at a farmer's market, it is open to the public. Anybody can come. But then people think that it's like a library where they say, no, my taxes pay for this place, so if I want to come in here and start shouting at people with a megaphone or like going crazy for my TikTok, it's a public place. No, it's open to the public. We can still kick you out of it. But he doesn't understand that.
in a house, people don't yell at each other.
Yes. Yeah, there was a lot of yelling in my house growing up, but we still loved each other.
Yeah, from people in your family, not strangers that say, I have a social justice movement, so I get to kick over your mashed potatoes. Ridiculous.
Yeah, but
Donnie Somali's
that
canon,
doesn't
yeah.
necessarily mean that yelling is the answer, right? I'm sorry? That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes
Yeah,
it's
there's
easy,
no
sometimes
talking
it's
with these
not.
people.
But at the end of the day, we're all human beings.
Clearly.
I think maybe if the pastor would like try to calm things down and say,
How could the pastor calm you guys down? What is he gonna do? Bend the knee to you guys and say, please?
President
please
Donald
take my
Trump
church and
amplified
use
calls
it
for
to stop
journalist
ICE
Don
operations?
Lemon
Like,
to face
there's nothing
punishment
that the
over his
pastor
coverage
can
of a
do to calm
Minnesota
these
church
people down.
protests.
They've been protesting since George Floyd, and they're still just as angry about accomplishing nothing.
Anymore.
They want compliance, but they don't even know what compliance is. They're like that Joker meme. Like, I'm like a dog chasing a car. That's all they are. Like, Donnie Somali is a dog chasing a car where if he caught up to it, he wouldn't even know what to do with it. If he got everybody in this church to say, please, use us as your weapon to stop ICE, what would then be the next step? Are they all gonna march in the streets too? Like, it would just be pester the next person. There's no actual end game for them.
hey, let's all talk together and make this peaceful and not be so us against them.
I think that it's good to talk, but then why don't we do that,
Yes.
right? I don't think trespassing, I think protesting on the streets is fine, but I think there's a difference between that.
Okay, he's part of the problem then. If he says, you know what, you guys can protest and march in the streets, but don't come here. Everybody like, well, I'm the exception to the rule. Who was that journalist or politician that lived in a gated community? And they're like, yeah, they have a tweet about BLM protests marching out there, but then when they had them getting in their gated community, I came home and they're marching on my streets. I need them out. Where are the police? And it's like, yeah, you can't empower them and be afraid of them and say, okay, cool, I'm gonna volunteer the other people's freedoms to move around freely across the city.
He doubled
But once
down,
they
by
come
the
in and
way.
impede on-
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that
Fucking
it's a Christian country. when
subhuman
actually
scum,
we left
bro.
England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male, pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, I said,
Put this
I don't
fuck
understand how
in
I was
jail.
faced when I was a journalist. I do understand
Throw the
that
book
I'm
at
the
him.
biggest name there. And I'm also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America. And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think.
So now it's racist and homophobic. Gotcha. What a fucking pussy loser, bro. What a fucking... Throw the book at him. And then toss his ass in jail.
Inventory is full.
I'm not harassing you, I'm doing journalism. I'm not letting you walk away because I keep following you, but I'm doing journalism, bitch. Straight to jail. Stupid fuck.
I can't carry anymore.
My ability to do what I want to do? No, that's where I draw the line. No, I think he's part of the problem then.
And then going into someone's property and then
Yeah, it's never gonna stop. You thumbs upping your way across this doesn't ever exclude you from the mob being the mob. And here's the thing: is he's later gonna feign, like Donnie Somali is later gonna feign he, you know, had nothing to do with this, but before he was saying, hey, it's good to make them uncomfortable. Here he is again, saying the same thing. This was their mission goal. That's why he's out there recording. That's why he was told about this secret operation to come out here and say, let's make them uncomfortable. Let's make children cry because that's gonna stop ICE.
Watch this guy here. Look, and
again, zoom in because this is what they wanted. These people are fucking disgusting.
You know, I imagine it's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but again,
yeah, traumatic.
There's no
I'm
buts.
here to cause trauma to kids. They think they're the good guys.
Careful, it's very slippery right here. Yeah. It's uncomfortable and traumatic for the people here, but that's what really, careful, please, really slippery. Not kidding. That's what protesting is about, and so.
Uncomfortable and traumatic. That's their goal. And here he is again. He's gonna later feign that he doesn't know about this, but their goal was uncomfortable, traumatic.
You heard what some of the folks said in there, you know, that this is, they shouldn't be there and, you know, they shouldn't be uncomfortable and this is our house and whatever. That's what protesting is about, is to make people uncomfortable. You may not like it, but, I mean, if they went into a church, you know, any church,
this was the goal. This is what they wanted to do. Yeah, he's a terrible person. He's a terrible liar. He's a... what do you say? You were there to traumatize him, Don. This is what the drive-by media is about. Reporting the problems they create. 1,000,000% computer geeks saw us, where it's... They're there to cause problems, document the problems, and say, this is what they are doing, not us when we block the streets. Share absurdity, but the crazy part is, I think this is that attorney girl, right? Goes on, I believe this is Facebook, and says, here's all the people pinned it to my profile. If you're looking for the people that committed this crime, here they are. Here's their names, here's links to their Facebooks, and probably like to their places of work. Like, they really implicated themselves because now, was Will Chamberlain saying it's against the FACE Act, conspiracy against rights. So it's if two or more persons conspire to intimidate any person, the enjoyment of any right, privilege, or secured to them by the constitutional laws, if they go in disguise on a highway on the premises of another, which is them, with the intent to prevent or hinder free exercise of enjoyment of any right, they shall be fined or imprisoned not more than 10 years. Is he facing 10 years in prison? Donnie Somali's character arc from the face of CNN primetime to Donnie Somali going to jail for 10 years would be peak
I haven't even
levels
seen one.
of liberalism.
Sick.
And also U.S. Penal Code Section 247 saying obstruction of persons' free exercise or religious beliefs. Exactly that. But also they're saying, oh yeah, easiest prosecution in history from Benny Johnson saying, prohibited activities, whoever by force or threat or physical obstruction intimidates, interferes, or attempts to intimidate or interfere with any person going for providing reproductive health services. That's not it, but it's 18 section 248-A2 saying intentionally intimidates people lawfully exercising or seeking exercise their First Amendment right of religious freedom at a place of religious worship. Not worship, worship. Wait, worship. Worship.
Worship.
Worship. Worship. What the fuck?
Worship.
I shouldn't be laughing.
Holy shit, bro.
Worship. Worship.
Worship. This guy's retard.
Am I the only one? Worship.
Worship.
Whatever. Don't
Worship.
Going to prison.
Worship. You see the difference?
Thank you, BR. Worship. Damn it. So you have
Worship.
Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon saying, I've been in touch with AG Bondi and the FBI. We're all over this incident because Don Lemon and his mob of anti-thugs stormed the church. We're investigating potential criminal violations of federal law. And here she is on the Benny Johnson show. Let me move this actually. Pretty much laying it out that he actually can be taken out with the Ku Klux Klan Act. Full circle, guys.
Your response to Don Lemon.
Well, look, I mean, we have a presumption of innocence in this country, so I want to preserve my ethical duties here. But let me just say that, you know, he's a journalist. He was a journalist. I don't know what he is now, but journalism is not a badge or a shield that protects you from criminal consequences.
Yeah, because he's trying to say it was journalism. That's the next video, but yeah, this is what it is.
Part of a crime, and I think the videos show how close he was to these folks. I think further evidence will show.
Well, I think the further evidence is him saying ahead of time, this is what we're here for. And him admitting on several instances, we have to make them uncomfortable. Twice saying traumatizing them. Like, he's so done.
Information about that, but he clearly knew, and he stated before going into the facility, it's on his own video, what was going to happen there. What was going to happen was a violation of federal law, federal criminal law, and
that was the purpose of protest, making people uncomfortable.
I don't know what to say. I mean, the FACE Act has been out there for more than 30 years, and there were lawyers involved in this so-called protest. And
yeah, that's the thing is, if this attorney thought this was protected under the First Amendment, she's a terrible attorney. I would not want that woman protecting me in criminal, let alone civil court, if she thinks this is First Amendment.
Purpose was to terrorize people of faith in a house of worship.
Yes.
They were targeting a different pastor, not the one seen on camera, who they got information was a ICE supervisor.
And here's the thing is that they're always like, oh, they don't know if this person's documented. Let's go ahead and get this person that we don't know his identity as well. And also the fact that they're in the streets stopping people that are photographers because they have an SUV with tinted windows, because if you have expensive equipment in your car, people will break in and steal it. Who was it? The tech employees that have like little name lanyards. They were shouting at them saying, oh, you guys are ICE. It's like, for all the people that say, how dare they march around our streets trying to figure out who has a proper documentation, they sure march around the streets demanding you have the proper documentation frequently.
None of that matters. It's off limits to go into a house of worship to do your.
I was gonna split bill, but it's kind of hard with a
Off
Mystic
limits to go
that
into
can
any
just stay in the
place
back.
other than a public
Yeah, that's
space
kind of dumb.
where you should be. A sidewalk, by all means. I'm not even that big against
Got 'em.
being outside a federal building if you're not in the streets or in their driveway. Public spaces, protest, have your voice be heard. But once you go into public areas,
it's
I
you
need
mean
to
the
drive
frost
to
spell
work,
figures.
I need to drive to the
Shit.
hospital for an appointment, or I need to go to a place of worship. Worship.
Inventory is full.
The idea that they think they're entitled because they have the biggest fit is ridiculous.
Protests can occur on public property. Protests can occur outside, on a sidewalk, certain sidewalks,
Thank
not
you
all
for the props,
sidewalks. And this is like basic what you learn in the first year of law school.
But the thing is, they said they're trying to tell us when to protest, and we're saying no to that. Nobody said when. We said stop violating, the Klan Act by stopping us from praising God in the church.
There's a time, place, and manner restrictions on the First Amendment right of protest, and they were violated.
Like, Ignore all of that. There's separation of church and state in America, which makes churches private property. The fact that the public is allowed in doesn't make it a public place. It's still private property.
Here in this case, no question about it. The only question is who was involved, how many were involved, and how many charges are going to be brought here. Those are the
And they've given us links to all the people that were involved.
questions.
Yeah, I think they're going down. And here you have Attorney General Pam Bondi. Now, I know a lot of people are upset with her, but the one thing I'm not even following her. I mean, because I want to know what's going on. But just the idea that she went through and said there's a lot of people there are a lot of attorneys and DAs that are unwilling to go through with what she wants to prosecute. She said she fired them all. We're not going to fix the system overnight. I have hope that she will get things on track until I'm proven wrong. Trump fires her, then we know she wasn't getting stuff done. But she just said, I spoke to the pastor in Minnesota whose church was targeted. Attacks against law enforcement and the intimidation of Christians are being met with the full force of the federal law. If state leaders refuse to act responsibly and prevent lawlessness, this Department of Justice will remain mobilized to prosecute federal crimes and ensure the rule of law prevails. I'm hopeful this is going to happen because definitely Don Lemon is feeling discomfort, to say the least, about this.
Fake right-wing propaganda news alert.
So apparently, us seeing what he saw, what he recorded himself, is fake propaganda news. But him telling that old man they're arresting mainly U.S. citizens because they're brown or they have an accent, that's not propaganda. That's not fake news, guys.
On this supposed right-angled news network, that I led a protest into a church this morning in Minneapolis, that is complete BS. First of all, I had no idea who the organization was until I arrived this morning.
That may be true, but you knew they were going to do something secretive
illegal
and not allowed. The fact that you're like, I'm proud of you guys. Maybe he's trying to argue semantics. I didn't lead them. You were there. You were part of it, though.
And number two, that's what every journalist should be doing, exactly what I did. What I did was report, chronicle, and commit an act of journalism, which is what every journalist should be doing.
I think Tim Pool was saying earlier, I saw something about like, yeah, a journalist can document crimes. But if they said, hey, I met up with these guys that said they're going to do something big today, then they started robbing a bank. But as every active journalist should be, active journalism is to record them robbing the bank, interview the teller and tell them why it's okay your bank is being robbed, and say, no, guys. I was also cashing in on this bank robbery, but you know, it's an act of journalism, guys. Like, no, that's not how things work. And also,
I can't carry anymore.
He spent most of his a few years of his career cheering on the detention and imprisonment of J6 journalists, and now he's trying to say, well, no, my journalism's different. Yeah, he knows who and where to meet the morning of a clandestine operation. He knew about it, guys.
That's what happened. So if you really want to know the truth about what happened, why don't you check it out?
Again, look, hey guys, he truly is Donnie Somali. Hey guys, did I commit a felony? Make sure you smash the like button, follow me down below, and see what other crazy antics I get before I do 10 years in federal prison. He is becoming Donnie Somali in front of our eyes.
At the Don Lemon Show on YouTube, on Substack, and on Twitch. And follow us on any of our socials if you really want to know the truth, rather than getting some right-wing propaganda from a so-called news network.
So-called news network, because the news network I was on fired me.
MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So
Donnie Vitale. He will be Donnie. He's Donnie Somali now. Donnie Vitale would say that he's like in a Filipino hut prison. Not that far yet. No, I think he's just gonna. If the Trump administration is on top of things, he's going to jail.
Let me just make it clear, because this assistant attorney general, I don't know, gosh, what's his name?
Harmeet Dillon?
Hammett Gillen.
Wait, Hammett Gillen? I mean, I could be pronouncing it incorrectly too. Harmeet? I think it's Harmeet, right? I could be pronouncing it wrong. Maybe he's correct and I'm wrong. That's fine.
Or whatever. So, I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church.
You knew because you're interviewing the girl saying, no, we're not saying where you're going yet, but it's gonna be a place where we're gonna make them
Inventory
uncomfortable.
is full.
We're gonna terrorize kids. Like he was admitting it earlier.
I can't carry
He's like, what is
anymore.
those rappers that become their own star witnesses in their song? That's how bad it is. And honestly, it's sad because I'm a certain CNN was probably protecting,
Inventory
and all
is
these
full.
lawyers on retainer, people there to correct him and keep him out of legal issue trouble. And they probably have like, you know, $1 million attorneys on retainer in case he gets into something. But now that he's the equivalency of any TikToker, a Donnie Somali, he doesn't have that protection anymore.
So we followed them there. We were there
Trap snitches, yep.
chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism with
An act of journalism. This is just like that one guy that was over in Northridge. It's like an outskirt of LA. On New Year's Eve, they said an AOR style rifle, whatever the fuck that means. But he was just popping off shots in the sky indiscriminately. An off-duty ICE officer comes down and says, "Hey, put down the weapon." Apparently, he turns around, lets off a couple of rounds at the ICE agent, off-duty ICE agent. ICE agent ends them. On TV, they later came out and said, he was observing the holiday. It's a tradition. Firing off rounds indiscriminately into apartment complexes is the new observing the holiday, just the same way assaulting a church is the new act of journalism. These guys are nuts.
which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization. That's it. It's called journalism. First Amendment, all that stuff.
And that's how
You're not
they
supposed to
flatten things.
participate
They
in the
flatten
riot,
things.
my dude.
Renee Good was just a legal observer. Delete the part where she slammed the gas, her car skidded out, and she gave the ICE agent internal bleeding. It was just legal observing. Legal observing, observing the holiday, and now acts of journalism. If you just omit the crime, if you just omit the criminal aspect of what they did, they're innocent. OJ was driving home. Wait. I'm sorry. I think people are here right now. I think I hear a baby out there. But yeah, if there's just a peaceful observing of... that threw me off. If there's just... Yeah, there's definitely a baby out there. A peaceful observing of the church. Just delete the part where he was interrupting, intimidating, and terrorizing these people trying to praise God.
For all of you people who believe in the First Amendment,
That's what I was saying. OJ was just driving home, guys. Just driving home. Omit the part where he did the thing that he 100% I think he did. OJ was just driving home, guys. That's what they are right here.
Salute. There you go. So why don't you talk to the actual person who is in charge of the organization and whose idea it was to have the protest.
Oh, thanks for the prime sub. No, it's like my niece is out there right now. I was not expecting it. But yes, why don't you talk to the people in charge of it? I think we're looking at them right now. I think we are.
At the church before you start blaming me for stuff for which you have no idea. Thank you.
We're blaming you for stuff that you recorded, you documented yourself doing. He's like, got this smug look on his face like, you're blaming me for something that I recorded and tried to monetize. I said, I did it. I repeated it 3 times on different occasions. And I said, smash that like button and subscribe. And you're calling me out for it. How dare you? How dare you? And now since Homie Dylan came out, I believe that's how you pronounce her name. Since you, it does look like he was at a soup kitchen. He's not, guys. But after she said, hey, we might be going after him with the Klan Act, now he's pivoting, saying their right to privacy, their right to pray peacefully in their church is white supremacy. Here he is.
And there's a certain degree of entitlement. I think people who are, in the religious groups like that, it's not the type of Christianity that I practice, but
Crap. The sad part is he feels comfortable saying this about white Christians. He dare not say this about the Muslim community, the Jewish community. Like, if he wanted to say, you know what, they got too comfortable being supremacists and saying in their house of worship they should be able to pray to their God, practice their religion freely.
Alex.
It's about time BLM activists stop them from doing that. He would dare not do that against them, but his racism enables him to say white Christians shouldn't be allowed to do this.
not the type of Christianity that I practice, but I think that they're entitled, and that entitlement comes from a supremacy, a white supremacy. And they think that this country was built for them, that it is a Christian country, when actually we left England because we wanted religious freedom. It's religious freedom, but only if you're a Christian and only if you're a white male.
No. He's only excluding one religion from practicing. He would dare not do this to any of the other religions to say BLM holds BLM movements and activist groups hold precedence over your freedom to practice religion. He doesn't do it to any other groups. They only went after white Christians. So him saying they don't think that they should be able to practice their religion. No, he thinks that only them should not be able to. He's the antithesis of what he thinks he's doing, or says he's doing.
Pretty much. And so, yeah, I absolutely 100%, but it's an intimidation tactic. And, you know, I said...
He literally just got done saying they're terrified, but we have to do this. That's the meaning of protest. So for him to say, I'm out here to terrify you from the children, the guy trying to console his son who's crying, that was just there to learn about Jesus. They're terrified, but that's the measures we have to take. It's literally soft admission of everything he's done today.
I don't understand how I've become the face of it when I was a journalist. I do
You do understand the face? You're the only one holding up the camera to your face and saying like and subscribe while doing it. Selling your Substack and your paid-for subscriptions and saying, why do people affiliate me with the thing that I did?
Understand that I'm the biggest name there. And
You're the biggest name there in the sea of no names. That would be like me going to... I'm not the most relevant person, but me... I don't even know.
No, come then.
Oh, there's really nothing, because I'm not somebody that's notable like him. But him saying, I know I'm the most famous person because I went to a group of nobodies.
also, as I was on with my producers this morning, you know, you and Kylie talk all the time. My producers were saying, I said, how did I become the face of this? And my producer said, Don, you're a gay black man in America.
Oh! guys, so him, maybe not organizing it, but organizing his camera crew to go out there and record this literal federal crime, putting his face on it, admitting this is about making them uncomfortable and terrorizing them, and saying, I'm proud of you guys for doing this. Him saying, like and subscribe, watch more of my content, and then saying, them coming after me and charging me federally for these federal crimes that I committed. It's not because I committed the crimes. It's not because I documented them. It's not because I tried to monetize me committing these crimes. It's because you guys are phobic, you guys are racist, and that's what America is. Good God, no wonder CNN had to let him go. Yeah, he's... And the thing is it probably helped him become a notable figure hiding behind his identity for many, many years until CNN finally fired him. And the idea that he's trying to use the same thing that likely got him fired as almost a shield from future liability as to what he's done. Yeah, dude is a liability. Just proves he's learned nothing in the collapse of his career. Because like I said before, Don Lemon is living the dream journalism career in reverse. Going to a protest, possibly getting arrested, becoming a TikToker, getting a Substack, a paid-for channel membership, and then becoming the marquee journalist with their own late-night show. That is the dream journalism career in reverse. That's Don Lemon. You hate to say it's like someone past their prime, you feel bad for him, because I'm sure he's banked millions and he's got a family, so it's like he can just ride off into the sunset. But it is always hard to see. Like, even a boxer you don't like that talks all the trash, and he's like 2 fights past his prime and he's just getting knocked out, it's still hard to see. I don't like Don Lemon. I think he's a propaganda artist. I think he's made America a worse place with all the lies he said on television for many, many years. But I still don't want to see someone getting owned that badly, even someone that deserves it as much as him. Yeah. Speak for yourself. I always try to be the nicer person in the room, and every now and then I get kind of mean. But I'd say Donnie Somali gets what he deserves, even though it's hard to look at. Yeah, I don't think he's banned on other platforms. I think he's just irrelevant. It's like, you know, when people have YouTube channels that are failing, and I see it happen all the time. Oh my God, like nobody's watching me here. The algorithm hates me. It's like, no, I know something about the algorithm. I know something about YouTube. You've been producing content that slowly became irrelevant. You never updated your thumbnails, your titling, your strategy, your refresh rate. Everything about your channel slowly shedded viewers. You weren't growing faster than your turnover rate, and now you're a nobody. You can't blame the algorithm for nobody watching you, but here Don Lemon is like, oh my god, it's because you guys are phobic and racist. That's why nobody watches me. It's like, no, because you guys
please, come on. I just need one more.
That may have been irrelevant.
You can
people
do
didn't
it.
have the internet for free speech. All they had was a television to tell them things. But since people can see things for themselves, they started to realize you guys are propaganda.
Oh, thank God.
My channel is under attack. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, but it's not the only one. And the sad part is, it's like it's a vortex and becomes worse, like a spiral where someone gets caught flat-footed, their channel.
So I would fully expect, and we are preparing for, an influx of more agents, more of the very visible public theatrics of the raids, of the harassments, and you got faith leaders here. I would not put it past this administration to target midnight mass services amongst folks going to worship, because that's who they
That is correct.
Renee Good! Renee Good! Renee Good!
So what you just witnessed right there was anti-ICE protesters in the city of St. Paul, one of the twin cities with Minneapolis, deciding that they were going to storm a church while it was in service in order to protest the pastor, who allegedly, according to these ICE protesters, and possibly Don Lemon, who was there to document the whole entire thing, a member of ICE. He was actually engaged in deportation operations, and if you believe that, if you actually buy into this premise, you're an absolute idiot, you're a disgusting fool, you're a ridiculous person. But again, this is what we can expect in the state of Minnesota with Governor Tim Walz and all sorts of other Democrats encouraging people to go out and target quote-unquote ICE wherever they seem to find them, or wherever they seem to think that they may possibly be, and examine their paperwork in order to determine who they are. Again, the irony of these anti-ICE protests cannot be undersold, but what do we expect from a place that was essentially the epicenter of the Black Lives Matter riots circa 2020? And this is what we're going to talk about today, because this is not the only incident. However, it's one of the most recent and one of the most prominent, and now Don Lemon is afraid of the Department of Justice possibly prosecuting him for essentially leading and or directing this protest into a church that is in service.
Into Minneapolis a little bit ago, and did some reconnaissance on the ground, speaking to an organization there that's gearing up to for resistance and protest. I've been pleasantly surprised to see the community coming together. Diverse community. If you see this, when we first pulled up, we're like, wait a minute, which operation are we at? And as it turns out, because we're like, well, this is kind of MAGA coded, right? Saw the American flag or whatever, but these are resistance protesters. They're planning an operation that we're going to follow them on.
MAGA
I can't tell you
coded.
exactly what they're doing, but it's called Operation Pull Up. And it's the key.
Because there's an American flag. What up?
Doing this since
Bro,
George
your country's
Floyd,
lost.
Dante Wright
Jesus.
and others, where they surprise people, catch them off guard, and hold them to account. And so that's what we're doing here. And then after we do this operation, you'll see it live. And these operations are surprise operations. Again, you can't tell you where they're going.
Which, by the way, had anybody done this to a mosque while it was in service, would obviously be a civil rights violation. If we were under the Biden administration, they would be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. But if you're a church-going person in this particular instance, you're just gonna have to shut up and take it. You're gonna have to deal with it, because guess what? Your rights don't matter, because we must preserve and protect the Somalis. And by the way, if you think I'm joking about that, if you think I'm kidding about that, there were people in this particular video confronting churchgoers and the pastor, claiming that they're not doing enough in order to protect the Somalis and maybe down the line the Latinos. And this is what we're going to talk about today. But before we do, I want to thank everybody who supports this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money.
okay?
It's available in the sides here, the transept. There's a few seats open and some seats up here as well. I'm going to read to you from the Gospel of John, chapter 13. I'm going to begin reading. That is correct. Yeah. Can I get someone? You're yes, ma'am. You're interfering with our worship.
So it's kind of crazy to watch
Throw
from
the book
this
at these
particular
people,
angle
all
that
of
I'm
them.
assuming was recorded via the
No
church
mercy.
live stream, because
Dude,
you could see the
you're-
pastor going into his
you're
little
great to me,
speech
fuck off.
thing as normal. You can hear people build up on the outside of said church, but you don't think that these people would have such disregard, such a lack of humanity, such a lack of respect that they would actually storm this house of worship. But that is exactly what happened at this moment in time. And again, this is what is to be expected by these anti-ICE rioters.
I'll just kill 'em.
Because they're being encouraged by government officials to think that ICE is not a
They're gonna
legitimate
trigger
form of
anyway.
law enforcement. They're being compared to the Nazis constantly, and when you tell people that there are Nazis afoot that are going after all these different various peoples of color, innocent Baba angels who are totally not in this country illegally, not committing crimes while in this country illegally, this is the crazed response that you're gonna get, especially when your side of the political spectrum often encourages violent rioters against Republican administrations in the White House in order to achieve your political aims. But again, this one is particularly egregious because you have former CNN host Don Lemon out there actually encouraging this, interviewing parishioners, trying to lecture them on morality, as he is the person who raided this church, or actually documented the raiding of this church, again, based on the idea that the pastor may have been a member of ICE or something of the sort. I also want to point out the obvious that these people are chanting hands up,
Yep.
don't shoot, and there's a reason for this. First and
'Cause they're
foremost,
stupid.
obviously, these are the same exact people from the Black Lives Matter riots. These are the same exact people who tore up Minneapolis and St. Paul back in 2020. They
A
were
narrative
not
that's been
prosecuted.
debunked like a
They
million
were not
times.
punished for their actions. So of course, emboldened by the idea that they were allowed to get away with it, and in fact, in many municipalities, they were actually paid to do this after the fact. We talked about this in New York City, we talked about this in Philadelphia, and I'm sure the same exact thing happened in Minneapolis and St. Paul, but also they're chanting hands up, don't shoot at this particular church, which again just goes to show you how absurd the media actually is, because this comes from the Michael Brown shooting in 2024.
Michael Brown,
even though,
that was the
again, we had
loser's name.
multiple
I completely forgot.
investigations into that shooting. Officer Darren Wilson acted wholly in defense of himself. Michael Brown was 100% in the wrong. He went for Darren Wilson's gun. He ended up charging him. And of course, and this is absolutely crucial, the idea that Michael Brown put his hands up is an absolute ridiculous lie, as we've documented and proven time and time again via the forensic evidence, via multiple witnesses, and yet it is still being repeated. 12 years later, in 2026, we're still hearing about the myth of Michael Brown, and this time it is invading a house of worship. And again, I will remind you that all these different people in left-wing media, in the Democratic Party, are encouraging this exact type of behavior. And by the way, because the police are not allowed to work with ICE, they're not allowed to coordinate them, because of course St. Paul is a sanctuary city, Minnesota is a sanctuary state, you as a regular ordinary citizen have to fight off these ICE protesters on your own, or let them take over your church, as is what happened in this particular case, because the police have designated them to be above the law. This is the absolute absurdity of our modern era, and I will remind you that the whole reason that ICE agents have surged to Minnesota in particular, or sanctuary cities across the country, is due to the fact that these sanctuary cities and states refuse to turn over the serious criminals to federal agents upon arrest. So essentially, in order to protect the criminals among illegal alien populations, you have a situation where you can't even go to your house of worship unaccosted by these left-wing rioters.
Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are your people? Why are you not at Whipple every day fighting for the humanity? Where are you? You drink your coffee, you got your jewelry, you have your nice clothes.
So again, of course, you see them screaming at the pastor right there. You have them labeling the pastor ICE prior to invading this house of worship. He is calling shame on them. And then they start targeting everyday random parishioners at this particular church, including this very attractive young woman who is sitting on her coffee. And then, of course, they confront this guy who honestly, again, even though he did nothing wrong, and I don't need to throw shade at him in any way, shape, or form, kind of looks like a vampire and possibly also should not be in this church because vampires are forbidden from entering the house of worship. But the thing is, a vampire is more respective in this situation than these left-wing rioters. And of course, what we hear, this is all about, the people that need to be defended are the Somalis.
But what do you do? What do you do to stand for your Somali and Latino communities? You have no comment. Exactly.
So what we're seeing right here
No
is probably
fucks
best
given.
described as Stockholm Syndrome, as you have all these different various people that are very upset about the fact that the Somali community is getting a bunch of
These people are
attention. By the
unreal,
way,
dude.
the reason they're getting so much attention is because there is a disproportionately high amount of government fraud among the Somali community. They set up all these different things like daycare centers. You have situations where they're stealing money meant to feed children. You have the Medicaid fraud and all sorts of other things. And these people have been ginned up in a hysteria in response to Nick Shirley exposing this. So now they're going into random churches and demanding that the parishioners of said church go out and protest on behalf of the Somalis, submit to their Muslim conquerors, which, by the way, again, is another absurdity on top of all this. In addition to that, you have them talking about the Latinos. Now, of course, St. Paul is about 10% Latino. I don't know if these people are disproportionately immigrants, let alone disproportionately illegal aliens. There's a lot of Latinos in the United States of America that don't have immigration issues at all whatsoever. But of course, the logic doesn't really matter for these left-wingers. They are here to stir up chaos, and they are here to sow terror, and they want you to know that if you are even perceived to be possibly, potentially affiliated or friendly to ICE agents, if you are somebody who wanted the law enforced on a federal government level, then guess what? You are in fact a target, because these people don't believe in our electoral system. They don't believe in the fact that they lost the election hugely based on this particular issue, as Kamala Harris was the border czar who let a bunch of people into this nation. Trump ran on very much enforcing immigration laws, so they have decided to raid this church, teach these people a lesson, and again scream and act all sorts of crazy, again while Don Lemon is there, sticking a microphone in the faces of random individuals.
I don't necessarily agree with everything that's going on in the Twin Cities right now, but I don't think it's good to fight fire with fire. I think it's good to speak up. I think it's good to protest, but I think it's better to do it in a peaceful way. I don't think the answer is going into God's church.
You don't think this is peaceful?
Well, it's trespassing.
Nobody fighting.
It's trespassing. How would you feel if I went to your house and I started yelling?
It depends on what I did, but not in my house. That's a whole
What
different
did they
thing.
do?
I think these people would go inside of anybody's house.
This is a house of God.
Which makes it everybody's house.
Yes,
Also makes it private property.
But in a house, people don't yell at each other.
Yeah. There's a lot of yelling in my house growing up. We still love each other.
This guy, this guy is such a
Yeah,
fucking.
but
Oh,
that doesn't
what a
necessarily mean
rich.
that yelling
Throw
is
the book at him,
answer,
dude.
right? Sorry? That doesn't necessarily mean yelling is the answer, right?
No, but I think it's the way you work things out is that you talk to each other, you disagree. Sometimes it's heated, sometimes it's not.
Now look, I don't know the political affiliation of the people at this particular church. I know that the left-wing agitators seem to believe that the pastor is ICE affiliated, which means almost certainly that that is in fact false, made up, and ridiculous. But the idea that you're going to be so friendly and so polite to people who show you no respect at all whatsoever, that you're actually going to answer questions with the microphone in front of your face, is absurd and ridiculous. This pastor should have not tolerated Don Lemon for a second. He should have thrown him out on his ass, which is what CNN did and where Don Lemon deserves to be. But not only did this pastor actually take an interview or at least answer some questions with Don Lemon as these rioters were showing up, getting in his face and screaming at him, but you also had other parishioners do interviews, including like a 4-minute long interview, which of course Don Lemon Lemon took as an opportunity to lecture this guy who, again, was concerned about people showing up to their house of worship in order to terrorize them.
These people have come into our house and they've interrupted our worship. This is a house of peace, and we try to proclaim that. And this stirs division and rancor. And in the end, it's not helpful. Ultimately, I believe they've lost. They've emptied a house of worship. Everybody's gone home. Their point has been proven worthless. And so, in the end, I think they lose. But more importantly, if I was to break into any of their houses uninvited, cause derision and upset according to their values, I would be kicked out ultimately. It's not a good way. I feel violated. I feel interrupted. I feel angry.
So of course this guy gives a very reasonable take on what is currently happening at this moment. It is driving the people at this church away. By the way, it is good for them to leave for safety issues because, as we know, these left-wing quote-unquote protesters get violent very quickly. They attack random people. They absolutely are emboldened by members of the state. Again, Tim Walz was talking about how, oh my god, the ICE agents are going door to door demanding you snitch on your people of color neighbors. Again, the Nazi comparisons coming repeatedly from the Walz administration, who is desperately looking for a distraction from all the fraud that he allowed in his state, which, by the way, was so bad, and when it was picked up by the media post Nick Shirley, it actually caused Tim Walz to forget about running for a third term. But of course, Walz might still want to run for president, so he's betting on the idea that if he could gin up enough anti-ICE hysteria in Minnesota, he can pitch himself as the resistance candidate when he runs again, and hopefully he doesn't get questioned all that much on the Somali fraud that he allowed in his state, very much like he wasn't questioned on it when he was on the VP ticket for Kamala Harris.
Saying if you had showed up at their house, they're saying that people are showing up at houses where they're citizens without due process and breaking and entering a house. One that we saw, I've been watching from New York, with a battering ram into someone's private property, and there's no recourse.
So in addition to all of this craziness, you also have Don Lemon going on social media saying that he didn't do anything wrong, he didn't know it was going to be like this, he was there as a member of the media.
MAGA administration and the fake news MAGAs are losing their mind over something that's not even true. So let me just make it clear, because this assistant attorney general, I don't know, gosh, what's her name? Something Hammett, Gillen or whatever. So I had no affiliation to that organization. I didn't even know they were going to this church until we followed them there. We were there chronicling protests. Once the protest started in the church, we did an act of journalism, which was report on it and talk to the people who were involved, which included the pastor, members of the church, and members of the organization.
Look, I know a lot of people hate Don Lemon, and by the way, deservedly so. He is one of the worst people in the mainstream media, and now he's in independent media, and he's flailing around like an absolute idiot ever since he got to independent media. I do want to say that there is something to the fact that he is operating as a member of the media. He is documenting this particular incident, and therefore the calls for him to be prosecuted for his role in this are not to be heeded all that seriously. In addition to that, I also want to point out that it's important to not make Don Lemon the victim in this particular scenario, because even if he knew about this, even if he was aware that this was going on, him showing up to cover it does not necessarily make him criminally liable. That being said, the left-wing agitators who showed up, stormed this church, disrupted the service, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, because again, they are operating in bad faith. They don't have the media excuse. They're terrorizing random individuals. And by the way, Governor Tim Walz, who's busy calling ICE agents Nazis for daring to enforce immigration law, which by the way, Donald Trump was elected to do. And by the way, the funding for ICE was passed into law with the big beautiful bill, so it's all squared away and legal, should probably focus on these left-wing rioters that are antagonizing regular ordinary individuals in his state, rather than make up fantasies about how they're actually fighting against the evil Nazis. Because we talked about this before, where they ended up stopping a rental car that they assumed was being piloted by an ICE agent. They ended up harassing the individual who was in this car.
I'm so dead.
Yeah, like I said, I don't have to do this. I'm happy to do this. That's all.
We just got to stop this.
So he's got a lot of camera equipment. I think we can save it, right?
Yeah, I'm not.
So dead.
That's all I can do is tell you. I already shut. Listen, first of all, I don't have to do any of that, but I'm kind. I respect what you are doing. Yeah, no. I really appreciate what you guys do. I just don't understand my job. I know how to do it.
And of course,
Thanks, we
after
made
they
it.
found out that he was completely innocent of the crime of being a member of federal law enforcement, you ended up in a situation where they were lecturing this guy on daring to drive a rental SUV in the city because he doesn't understand what's going on right now at this moment in time, and he ought to be ashamed of himself.
Were you here yesterday?
Yeah.
Yes, he was here yesterday. I can testify that. I didn't recognize him.
No, I appreciate your help. Thank you.
I'm not here to help you.
No, I
think the fact that you're in a vehicle like this at this
I
time
get it. But with all due respect to everybody, I can't help what I got.
Well,
Round all of these people up, dude.
Well,
I mean, if you're part of the media.
That's not how it works.
This is my business.
I know. This is not how it works. So anyhow, I hope you guys understand. Not here to
He
cause
was
any
here
problem.
with a video camera yesterday. I did see another vehicle with them. But
He showed
no, I did see him with a camera.
Press badge when folks were talking to you on the side? No. I told him I was with the media. Okay. And when people get irate with me, I have no choice but to go out the window. I think you gotta understand that people were well, it wasn't yesterday, because that's what we did the story on. Sorry. Let's just wrap this up, okay? It would be helpful. Yeah, that's fine. You guys the first time. Let's just wrap this up.
Good day to you. Now, look, I understand that the left-wing activist class is essentially made up of a bunch of unemployed members of the Horde. These are a bunch of trust fund brats that are absolutely entitled to act out in all sorts of crazy ways. But the reason this guy rented a car, which, by the way, is none of your business, it's not something that you get to judge and you get to decide on, because this is the United States of America, is because he's doing a thing that's called working. He actually has a job. He needs that vehicle in order to perform his job, and even if he was renting it for pleasure, like a vacation or something of the sort, while he definitely shouldn't pick the state of Minnesota because it's a lawless hellhole, obviously he is permitted to do so. He has every right to do so, and you just need to shut the hell up. But again, this was not the only instance of something like this happening. There was an incident where people were at a restaurant dining, and apparently the owner of said restaurant labeled these people members of ICE, ended up putting in a tip on a private signal chat, and people ended up showing up to terrorize those individuals.
This is so cool. I mean, so cool as in like that. This has got to be the funniest thing I've ever seen. I know, it's like, you feel like a zoo. I've never.
Why can't I accept my Zolt?
What can I do for you?
There it is.
Oh my God. What? We do custom apps for a whole bunch of companies around Minnesota and the country. Why are you filming? Because you're filming us. Sure.
So obviously this is a disaster. It is a brewing powder keg, and when it goes off, when it ends up becoming a bigger problem in the city of Minneapolis or St. Paul or anywhere in the state of Minnesota or in any of these left-wing jurisdictions, you're going to have all of these politicians blame ICE, even though, again, these are the people that are stoking the flames of violence. They're whipping up their left-wing mobs into hysteria, and of course, they're targeting random individuals. Again, what they're hoping for is another Kyle Rittenhouse-style incident so they can go after a random person, even though that was a perfect case of self-defense. They don't give a damn about the facts. What they want is more perceived victims, because look at how much traction they're getting out of the current victims and, of course, the past victims, even though they are not actually victims. Again, they're still chanting, hands up, don't shoot, which is absolutely insane and ridiculous, because it wasn't true in Michael Brown, but in any of the shootings that they're angry about, the Renee Good shooting, or, of course, course, the shooting of the Venezuelan illegal alien, they were not hands up surrendering. They were actively antagonizing, posing an imminent threat, and this is the reason for the escalation. But again, the Democratic Party is all about this escalation. They want you to have the perception of chaos under the Trump administration, and hopefully this stops. Hopefully everybody goes back to normal and they start living their lives and nobody gets hurt. But assuming that doesn't happen, hopefully this backfires on the left wing and they suffer dramatically for, again, stoking the flames of violence just like they did during the Black Lives Matter riots when it's wholly unjustified. But you know what? Those are just my thoughts. I want to know what you guys think down in the comments below. As per usual, if you like this video, show them by leaving a like, subscribe for more content, follow me on the social medias, support me via support links in the description of this video. This has been me talking about the absolute madness in Minneapolis. Till next time.
Throw this switch.
Rich, I have a present for you.
The inclusivity and the it knows no bounds. I can't think of an element of the entire show or series that isn't that way.
Activism. Love it.
I get so emotional because I feel like shooting the show, it taught me.
Bruh. Why do you hire these people? I know you guys can't see it. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you something wretched. Be warned. What the fuck is this, bro? That a human? The fuck?
It taught me that my capacity to love is deeper than I thought.
Next.
I think I swallowed my combat.
I'm sure a bunch of you have heard that we are expanding the Star Trek universe. I actually don't feel entirely qualified to be the one to do it.
Nerderotic.com.
Because you're not
Greeting you over 1
fucking
million
hack.
practitioners of common sense and the 40% who haven't subscribed yet. It's been a long time since we talked about Star Trek, and there's a good reason.
Getting from there to here.
Oh, sure, there's a lot of content that has been produced under the name of Star Trek on streaming services like CBS All Ass and then P+, but this is what's
I have
known
one left,
as
right?
Kurtzman Trek, a zombie franchise. What is a zombie franchise? Well, it's the corpse of a previously beloved television show or movie repeatedly reanimated and defiled by opportunistic hacks who are not fit to clean the toilets of the men and women who created the original. And currently, Hollywood is littered with zombie franchises, and some might argue actual zombies, but I digress. And isn't it interesting that Kathleen Kennedy decided to leave her zombie franchise, Disney Star Wars, within 24 hours of the release of Star Trek Starfleet Academy, a show that should be the final nail in the Kurtzman Trek coffin. And I look forward to the day where we don't have to break out this meme again, but...
Bro, check this out. Hackers took over the Russian Doomsday Station and did this with it. Look familiar? That's hilarious.
Today is not that day. Our expectations were low, but holy fuck. And all this in the year where Star Trek is celebrating its 60th anniversary. Long gone are the days of a show that explored issues through allegorical science fiction while never talking down to its audience, while also being entertaining and engaging with episodes like The City on the Edge of Forever, The Best of Both Worlds, The Inner Light, in the
My inventory is literally chock full of
Enterprise, Balance of Terror, Duet, Space Seed,
Goddamn.
Chain of Command, all featuring characters that in some cases are so iconic, people could name them on sight without having watched a single episode of Star Trek. It was the first TV show to have its own conventions. It influenced real-world science.
I want Star Trek. Just give me Star Trek.
And inspired people to get into the field of science. It was a cultural phenomenon because it showed a hopeful future for humanity, where we could get past our differences. It was inspirational and aspirational. Then there's Kurtzman Trek, that spawned from Jar Jar Abrams' bad reboot reboot Trek, where 2 of the 3 of the Jar Jar Abrams Trek movies were produced by David Ellison's Skydance, who now owns Paramount. More on that later. Alex Kurtzman commenced debuggering Gene Roddenberry's and Rick Berman's optimistic vision of a united future by turning it into a dark, nihilistic vision of the future, filled with excessive violence, including but not limited to widespread death, torture, and cannibalism, or more accurately, sentient consumption. But of course, there's all the modern vernacular.
Just get super fucking lucky. Persistency helps. Eventually the people will fuck off and then you're alone.
Your ass dirtbag, because we will.
I don't believe this dialogue. Did humans really talk like that?
Foul language.
Pissing me off.
Shut the up. Cheeky fuckers.
Nobody pays any attention to you unless you swear every other word.
Cringe dialogue.
He was an idiot.
Would you like to join me in making Leland scream? Yum, yum.
Insufferable girl bosses.
Any other suggestions?
I believe that we should.
I was asking Captain Giorgio.
You may think we're all on the same team.
You have no idea what I'm thinking. Sheer.
I mean, everyone loves a
and
priest.
Character assassination, like making Picard a sad and broken old man, and then killing Picard only to resurrect his consciousness in an exact robot copy of his 94-year-old body. Then there's dyslexic Spock, crying Spock, and singing Spock. That goes with singing Klingons.
I'm about to hit 45.
And let's not forget the kinder and gentler Borg Queen and killing off Q with space cancer. Kurtzman Trek is filled with forgettable episodes featuring forgettable characters and lots of crying. And the only thing this show will inspire anyone to do is seek out Canadian healthcare.
It's made of our, you know.
And this brings us to Star Trek Starfleet Academy, a show that takes place 800 years after Kirk, Spock, and McCoy. Now free of the shackles of canon, this is Kurtzman Trek in its final form. And it is truly the acolyte of Star Trek. I've put this off long enough. Let's talk about Star Trek Starfleet Academy, a very early contender for the worst show that you won't see this year. A series that was pitched as Harry Potter meets Star Trek.
X-Men First Class, as well as Harry Potter in general. And I think the thing that was always, for us, really interesting about Harry Potter was how much we loved the teachers as much as we loved the students.
When in truth, it's Dawson's Trek or One Trek Hill, all in an effort to find that mythical modern audience of Gen Z or Gen Alpha. Now, to be fair, the opening voiceover for Star Trek Starfleet Academy is a pretty good description of what happened to Star Trek.
Long ago, Starfleet Academy took the finest minds, hearts, and spirits of every generation and taught them to be lifelong explorers of space. One day, fate handed us an unimaginable loss.
What? Lore? Did I say lore?
The show starts out with our main character, Caleb, with his mom.
I haven't even done a single dungeon yet.
Along with Paul Giamatti. And
I'm 45.
I hope you're getting a good paycheck for this. Playing a half Klingon, half Tellarite. They are being held for
Not
the
a single
crime
one.
of murder while they were trying to steal food. Why would somebody need to steal food in the 32nd century when there's replicators everywhere? Well, we'll get to that. Paul Giamatti's Nusbraka is sent to prison, and Tatiana Maslany is sent to a rehabilitation camp where the judge, Nala Ake, I hate that name, played by Holly Hunter, specifically says it's not a prison.
You will be placed in a rehabilitation camp. It's not prison.
And she can have visitation rights with her son, who she is now obviously going to be separated from because she committed a crime. Caleb is now going to be a ward of the Federation until, of course, this small child steals Nala Ake's Tom badge and escapes. Now, how does a small child escape from this facility on a distant planet during a dust storm? I have no idea. We jump ahead 15 years later and we find out Holly Hunter, and no, I'm not going to call her by her name in the show, quit after this because she feels remorse for separating a child from his mother. I'm not really sure why, because that's usually what happens when a mother is, say, an accessory to murder, but I'm pretty sure it's so they could force this line in the show.
Separating children from their parents isn't exceptional. It's reprehensible.
Message!
You know, it's subtle, but I think they're trying to say something there. And because Alex Kurtzman's not going to let the STD dream die, we get our first returning character, Admiral Vance.
It's made of our you know.
And gonna be real, that's the only line I remember the guy delivering, and I've seen all of Star Trek Discovery. Anywho, he informs her that they will be bringing back Starfleet Academy, and it's gonna be in San Francisco, California. Admiral Vance asks her to be Chancellor, which she turns down, but then
Again,
he entices her
I haven't played this in 20 classic in 20 years, so for me it's all
they find Caleb. And I know what you're thinking. That's
my old stomping grounds,
considering
you know?
you just don't shoot from the hip when you're hiring a
fun.
chancellor of
I like it.
Starfleet Academy. It's something that probably would have taken some thought. So was he going to hire
I
her
like it.
before they found Caleb, knowing that he would be the only thing she would come back for? Or did he think of it after he got Caleb? And the best thing to do is not think about these things when it comes to Kurtzman Trek. Following in his mother's footsteps, Caleb got busted, and instead of going to prison, he's offered an opportunity to go to Starfleet Academy by the woman who separated him from his mother, Holly Hunter. Now, you would think this would be a good opportunity to show character growth with both of these characters through the conflict of them learning to trust each other over the course of the season, and no, they just kind of get along immediately. Holly Hunter informs Caleb that his mother has broken out of prison.
Your mother broke out of prison a year ago.
I think this is a good time to tell you one of the hallmarks of Kurtzman Trek is not only does it not pay attention to Star Trek canon, it doesn't pay attention to its own show. Because not 2 minutes earlier, Holly Hunter said that she wasn't going to a prison.
It's not prison.
And that's going to be the premise for this season anyway, and it'll probably roll into the second. And yes, it's going to get a second season, and we'll get to that as well. As far as the plot goes, well, there isn't really one in the first episode. It's more of the friends we meet on the way. Caleb arrives at Starfleet Academy, and immediately we hear the voice of Stephen Colbert as Digital Dean, because that'll get the youngsters to watch. And immediately we get that trademark modern vernacular in Kurtzman Trek.
Make sure to visit, because sometimes anger is the greatest enemy of all.
Oh, and the Starfleet Academy is a ship that looks exactly like the comm badge. Now, there's some debate on what it looks like. Some say a dream catcher. My producer, X-Ray Girl,
They
says
really
it looks
destroyed
like a
Star
vagina,
Trek, bro.
But if it wasn't for Book's ship in Star Trek Discovery, this would get my vote as the worst looking ship in Star Trek. And as far as those friends we meet on the way are concerned, joining the pantheon of iconic Star Trek characters like Kirk, Spock, McCoy, Scotty, Uhura, Picard, Data, Troy, Worf, Riker, Sisko, Quark, Odo, Janeway, Chakotay, Tuvok, 7 of 9, Archer, and T'Pol are Lara Thok, the stern and abrasive first officer and drill instructor, who is half Klingon and half Jem'Hadar. Now, never mind the fact that Jem'Hadar are a genetically engineered race that's traditionally male, who are bred in pods and can't procreate, but I guess one of them got the functional junk option package. And yes, this is a drill instructor who is in charge of things like physical fitness and demands people do things like push-ups.
Turn to push-ups. Now! I said now! Right now! On the floor! Up, down, up!
And because apparently Kurtzman Trek was lacking for girl bosses, she's a girl boss.
Yes, idiot, back.
And I know she's a drill instructor, and that's what drill instructors do, but reverse the roles on this one. Do you think Alex Kurtzman would ever film a scene of a man doing this to a woman? No. Speaking of girl bosses, there's Holly Hunter, who's both the Chancellor of Starfleet Academy and the
I hate what
captain
they did to
of
fuck.
the
I swear, I hate
USS
what they did to
Athena,
Star
which
Trek,
is the
man.
Starfleet Academy.
Motherfuckers.
She's a free spirit who doesn't like to wear
Disgusting.
regulation footwear and sit in her captain seat like a 5-year-old. She also likes activism and is an advocate for social change.
Activism. Love it. Advocating for social change matters.
Nonsense.
Why does he sound like a retard?
Robert Picardo has returned to scorch his legacy as the EMH Doctor, and he's gotten off to a good start by taking a page from the Lucasfilm Rings of Power and Hell Kurtzman Trek playbook by taking a preemptive shot at the fandom before the show was even released, by calling any critics of the show bigots, because that always works. There's Darum the Kahonian, a new race made up by Kurtzman Trek, who is a bully and a lovable asshole who will become fast friends with everybody.
Like I said, kind of bitch.
And one of the species he bullies is the Klingon,
Oh, God.
Jaden. Get it? Jaden?
Stupid.
A character best described by the actor who plays him.
We are redefining what it means to be a warrior. You know what I mean? Like, a warrior doesn't always...
No, I don't know what you
picking up,
mean.
you know,
Oh
weapon
god,
and
dude.
going into
Fuck
battle.
off, man. Oh, I fucking hate when the Star Trek, dude. It's like,
And yes, he is a Klingon who
Fucking
doesn't want
sucks.
to be a warrior. He wants to be a doctor, and he likes to watch birds.
I watch birds. Klingons do not allow themselves to be probed.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I think they modulate his voice.
A warrior does not let a friend face danger alone. Warrior does not let a friend face danger alone.
Then there's the sentient hologram Sam, who is only 4 months old, but she was programmed to be a rotund 17-year-old who wants to eventually integrate with a biologic. I mean, how? And you're gonna have to find a big one, but she checks a couple of boxes because you have your body positivity and neurodivergent representation, because she's awkward and doing wacky things like not knowing how to shake hands or asking you what your favorite landmass or volcano is.
So, you have your restaurant or landmass or volcano?
Now, I think this is unintentionally hilarious because in about 10 years, people are going to look back on this the same way people look back on blackface. Again, I think it's hilarious. We also have Genesis, who I couldn't tell you a thing about. And because there isn't enough awkward neurodivergency representation in Kurtzman Trek, we have Cadet Pickford, who does things like eat her comm badge.
I think I swallowed my comm badge.
You know, because those silly Billy
It's this big, by the way.
always trying to eat their phones. She also runs around screaming "Red Alert" during a red alert.
You don't have to say it.
And she's jealous of the other neurodivergent kid.
You're absorbing all the energy in the room. For real, you're like a sponge.
And let's keep in mind that the producers of the show created it specifically to attract new young viewers, and this is what they think of you. Later on in episode 2, they introduce Brett Cooper. Brett, taking time from her content creation on YouTube, is the daughter of a Betazoid president who's deaf, and I guess you're just supposed to ignore the fact that while it does vary, they are a telepathic race, and I guess you have to also ignore the fact that they can do things like give Geordi back his sight and put Picard's consciousness in a robot body. But considering that Kurtzman
Just
Trek
disgusting
has
what they
people
did
with
to these
wheelchairs
shows,
and
man.
Fat people, I guess you just gotta roll with it. And yes, Scotty was fat, but that was also centuries ago in the timeline. Oh, and I don't want to leave out the return of another Star Trek Discovery character, Tig Notaro, who is breaking a lot of ground here with her acting skill by playing Tig Notaro, a sarcastic lesbian girl boss.
I only know 2 things, kid. Number 1, old age and treachery always triumph over youth and a smart mouth. Number 2, a smart mouth isn't worth a damn without wisdom.
Shut up.
The range with this woman is something to behold. And last but not least, Paul Giamatti as the Klingerite, Moose Braca, that's right, half Klingon, half Tellarite, who is the master of modern vernacular analogies that make absolutely no sense.
Time for this infinite sense of humor will always fold upon itself like an origami chicken.
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
And that is your cast of the latest Kurtzman show, names that will go down in herstory and will be remembered in the minutes to come. Now, why do they have to reboot Starfleet in Star Trek? Well, that's because of the burn, something the vast majority of you will never have heard of because the vast majority of you have not seen Star Trek Discovery because you're smart. I will try to keep this as
I saw the
brief as
first 3
possible.
seasons.
A
My
young
god, it's such a
Kelpian
terrible
who is the
fucking
same
show.
race as Saru, who you probably haven't heard of because he's in
Absolute
Star Trek
garbage.
Discovery, due to in utero
I'm actually surprised I made it 3
dilithium
seasons.
radiation bonded with dilithium on the molecular level. As you may or may not know, dilithium crystals are used in Star Trek to regulate the warp core, and it's used in most ships, but not all. Anyway, this young alien who was molecularly bonded to the dilithium cried for his mama, and every ship in the known galaxy and possibly universe blew up.
That is an entirely implausible plot development.
Don't believe me? Look it up. Anyway, that destroyed the possibility of interstellar travel for the Federation for over 100 years. The best part is, there was an overarching plot called The Burn in a show whose acronym is STD.
That the burn is finally behind us.
You just can't make this stuff up, and I guess the best comparison would be, say you grew up next to a nuclear power plant, and you bonded with the uranium on the molecular level and then stubbed your toe and blew up every nuclear sub and aircraft carrier on the planet. Simply put, this show, along with all the previous Kurtzman Trek shows, save for one, is dumb.
Logic is an integral part of narrative structure.
And comparing it to the CW would be an insult to the CW, and it's best described by my good friend Drinker as anti-entertainment. And like I said earlier, the plot to both of the first 2 episodes of this show that you will most likely not see are barely worth mentioning and dumb as well. At the end of the first episode, all the kids work together to fight off the pirate, Paul Giamatti, who has tic-tac-toe cut into his fade, who captured the ship to steal its warp drive, but he was defeated by Caleb and his master hacking skills because the kids love hackers these days. In the second episode, we find out that the Betazoid homeworld, Beta Z, during the burn had become isolationist and put a wall around their planet? I mean, wouldn't it be a bubble? But either way, based. But the Federation thinks this is bad for the youth, and they should rejoin the Federation. I wonder what they'd think about Wakanda. And then they go ahead and have pretty sensitive and important negotiations in front of all the students, who for some reason get to have their say. Never mind the fact that just a couple of seasons ago when Star Trek Discovery, when Stacey Abrams was playing Planet Earth, I'm sorry, the president of Planet Earth, Earth was isolationist. Anyways, we get a happy ending, which are not unusual in San Francisco as long as you pay the right price. Caleb has a little crush on Brett Cooper, and good news, she has a crush on him and joins the War College, which is also within Starfleet Academy, which has now been rebooted, and it will have the best of the fat neurodivergent people being taught by Tignitar. And the Betazoids of Beta Z are joining the Federation in an episode called Beta Test.
Fascinating.
And I honestly couldn't tell you if this is actually the worst of Kurtzman Trek. I've seen it all. Thankfully, I've forgotten so much, but it feels like it is. And while they have attempted to parody Star Trek in the past with shows like Lower Decks, this is the first time they've tried to do it in live action. They're really trying to do an Orville thing here because Alex Kurtzman has not had an original thought in his life, so they're making a copy of the Star Trek parody when in truth, Star Trek is an unintentional parody of itself. And again, it's filled with all the hallmarks of Kurtzman Trek, including you have no idea how much time has passed or how much distance is traveled. The world building is atrocious, and there's lots of feelings in shuttlecrafts, feelings in corridors, and feelings in vacuous bridges that could double for a hangar or the stage of one of those stupid singing shows like The Masked Singer. And when you're not eating them, you need to use your comm badges just to talk to each other on this bridge. You can tell they wasted a lot of money on this show. The directing, editing, and acting are horrendous. There's forced humor, forced conflicts, forced relationships, forced diversity, with dialogue written by somebody who obviously has zero experience in genre, specifically science fiction, but they do have past credits in shows like Nancy Drew and The Magicians, and it's filled with that Kurtzman Trek trademark modern vernacular.
A teachable moment. When that's all now over, make sure to visit, because sometimes anger is the greatest enemy of all.
Like I said, I'm Kyonian, bitch.
You're a businessman, because it's too big for your head. Dicking around.
And the final hallmark of Kurtzman Trek, not a shred of masculinity to be found. And the questions on everyone's mind are the same questions anyone would have who was masochistic enough to watch a season or even an episode of Kurtzman Trek. Who is this for, and why are they still making it? It's a total mystery outside of Picard Season 3 and some tepid early interest in Strange New Worlds. Kurtzman Trek has never really charted or hit any metric to show it was popular in any way. Hell, forget popular, even if it was watched by a reasonable enough amount of people to justify what they spend on this show. We have never seen a sign of that, but we have seen metrics and data points going the other way, including a sharp decline in the Star Trek fandom, which is essentially aging out because now 2 generations could give a shit about it, and the ones that still do are angry. The trailer was ratioed to oblivion. The episode that we'll talk about in a second that was put on YouTube was ratioed into oblivion. It's got a 43% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes and a 2.1 on Metacritic. Of course, the corporate critics love it, and they're making the accusations of review bombing. Kurtzman Trek streamed exclusively on CBS All Access until it failed. Then it was taken over by Paramount Plus, where it streamed exclusively on the platform of a company that was billions in debt and had to be sold to a production company, Skydance. And you have to think a major contributor to that debt is Kurtzman Trek. It has been reported that a single episode of Starfleet Academy cost anywhere between $6 to $10 million, maybe more. And we've never really known what the true numbers are for this show. We have heard rumors that it's watched maybe by a few thousand to 10,000 people, and that's it. You would think that's impossible. This is Star Trek, but something happened recently that might back this up, and things might actually be worse. Somebody at Paramount had the bright idea to release the first episode of Star Trek Starfleet Academy for free on YouTube. Credit where credit is due. They kept up the comments section and the chat, and I was there and I watched it when it hit its peak concurrent viewer count of just over 1,300 viewers.
Yeah, it's embarrassing.
For a Star Trek show that cost between $6 and $10 million. That is embarrassing. What's more embarrassing is I put a Spock action figure on an empty chair, streamed it, and got 3 times the live viewers for the cost of a piping hot cup of coffee. And that's nothing. There are streamers out there who can get more concurrent live viewers than the episode has in total right now. And don't get me started on the review videos. Drinker might get that in his first hour. By the way, this is not a flex. These are just facts. And in truth, it's sad. I love Star Trek, and I would love to see more good Star Trek. Kurtzman is not capable of it, but when he f***ed off, we did get Picard Season 3 and that reunion on the Enterprise D, and I did not mean for that to rhyme. And that was glorious, but instead of getting a spin-off from that with Legacy, Kurtzman's ego would not allow that, and he forged ahead with his baby, Starfleet Academy. And if you want to know how Paramount feels about this under its new ownership, this might be telling, and yes, it's anecdotal. If you go over to X and check out Star Trek on Paramount Plus, Star Trek and the Paramount Plus accounts, they haven't posted a single thing about it. Wish I could tell you different, but Star Trek has been and remains a very dead franchise, and Alex Kurtzman killed it.
Black Lives Matter, the NAACP. The goal is not really to promote Star Trek, but to promote these organizations and to use our platform to be able to bring greater awareness to these very, very important messages and places.
Imbecile.
His brain is gone. And it would take nothing short of a miracle to bring it back, and just another nail in the coffin is Star Trek Starfleet Academy, a Star Trek show made for people who don't know anything about Star Trek, for people who don't like Star Trek.
Nerderotic.com.
I forgot to grab that off of the guy. Which one was it? This one? Come on, I need one more. Give it to me, baby. Uh-huh, uh-huh. And all the girls say I'm pretty right guy.
The Patreon went wild this week, and we threw a bunch of movies up on a random wheel, and it spit out Last Man Standing. And no,
pretty
not
chill
the
action
Tim
movie.
Allen TV show that we all pretend
From what I
isn't
remember.
just home improvement in a Bass Pro Shop. I'm talking 1996. I'm talking Bruce Willis and Christopher. I'm walking here. It answers the question, what would happen if a bunch of divorcees pretended to be mobsters, pretending to be cowboys, and everybody is drunk? Because this is Red Eye Review.
I don't have
We start with Bruce Willis playing the saddest game of spin the bottle.
Drunk or sober, I got no complaints.
Oh, you gotta kiss that rock right over there. He drives into the world's dustiest town. I'm getting the black lung just watching. He gets welcomed by the locals.
This guy thinks it's a free country. Lights out.
And you would think this is Detroit, but the buildings here are much too nice. He goes to complain to the sheriff, and he's like, I'm the sheriff. But because the only people in town are mobsters, I honestly don't know how. Nor how anybody gets paid, seeing how the mafia made most of their money selling bootleg liquor, and this town consists of nothing but mobsters, so you can see we're in a bit of a paradox, and none of this makes sense.
You know what I'm gonna do about it? Not a goddamn thing.
Bruce Willis, realizing he is only 10 minutes into a movie whose own
Why does it say
concept has
135?
already
But then when I...
He pauses the game.
Oh, okay.
He saves his progress, and then he does what we all do. He starts murdering everybody. He shoots this guy so hard, his dead body is trying to leave town.
Tell Mr. Doyle if he'd have hired smarter guys, none of this would have happened.
So, we learn that the real reason this town is entirely composed of mobsters is because they are the stopping point between bootleg booze in Mexico and Chicago. Ah, okay. See, that makes total sense. This small place in Texas is the stopping point to bring booze a short hop and a skip and 1,300 miles away to Chicago. I knew this movie was gonna start to make sense.
We're part of a family operation in Chicago.
That night, John Smith attempts to blend in with the locals.
It's good, huh?
Yeah, I like garlic.
All right.
And here's where it gets fun, because John decides to give away information to Mo.
Alright, fuck it. It's 1 in the morning. I'm calling it. Thank you all so much for hanging the out. Yeah, back tomorrow, right? Same place, same time. Every goddamn day of the week. Peace the fuck out, yo.